Hyakujo wished to send a monk to open a new monastery. He told his pupils that whoever answered a question most ably would be appointed. Placing a water vase on the ground, he asked, "Who can say what this is without calling its name?" The chief monk said, "No one can call it a wooden shoe." Isan, the cooking monk, tipped over the vase with his foot and went out. Hyakujo smiled and said, "The chief monk loses," and Isan became the master of the new monastery. Mumon's comment. Isan was brave enough, but he could not escape Hyakujo's trick. After all, he gave up a light job and took a heavy one. Why can't you see he took off his comfortable hat and placed himself in iron stocks? Giving up cooking utensils, defeating the chatterbox. Though his teacher sets a barrier for him, his feet will tip over everything, even the Buddha. Bodhidharma sits facing the wall. His future successor stands in the snow and presents his severed arm to Bodhidharma. He cries, "My mind is not pacified. Master, pacify my mind." Bodhidharma says, "If you bring me that mind, I will pacify it for you." The successor says, "When I search my mind, I cannot hold it." Bodhidharma says, "Then your mind is pacified already." Mumon's comment. That broken-toothed old Hindu, Bodhidharma, came thousands of miles over the sea from India to China as if he had something wonderful. He's like raising waves without wind. After he remained years in China, he had only one disciple, and that one lost his arm and was deformed. Alas, ever since he has had brainless disciples. Why did Bodhidharma come to China? For years, monks have discussed this. All the troubles that have followed since came from that teacher and disciple. In the time of Buddha Shakyamuni, Manjushri went to the assemblage of the Buddhas. When he arrived there, the conference was over and each Buddha had returned to his own Buddha land. Only one girl was yet unmoved in deep meditation. Manjushri asked Buddha Shakyamuni how it was possible for this girl to reach this state, one which even he could not attain. "Bring her out from samadhi and ask her yourself," said the Buddha. Manjushri walked around the girl 3 times and snapped his fingers. She still remained in meditation. So by his miracle power, he transported her to a high heaven and tried his best to call her, but in vain. Buddha Shakyamuni said, even 100,000 Manjushris could not disturb her. But below this place, past 1,200 million countries, is a bodhisattva, Momyo, seed of delusion. If he comes here, she will awaken. No sooner had the Buddha spoken than that bodhisattva sprang up from the earth and bowed and paid homage to the Buddha. Buddha directed him to arouse the girl. The bodhisattva went in front of the girl and snapped his fingers, and in that instant, the girl came out of her deep meditation. Momon's comment. Old Shakyamuni set a very poor stage. I want to ask you, monks, if Manjushri, who is supposed to have been the teacher of 7 Buddhas, could not bring this girl out of meditation, how then could a bodhisattva who was a mere beginner? If you understand this intimately, you yourself can enter the great meditation while you are living in the world of delusion. One could not awaken her, the other could. Neither are good actors. One wears the mask of God, one a devil's mask. Had both failed, the drama still would be a comedy. Shuzan held out his short staff and said, "If you call this short staff, you oppose its short staff, you ignore the fact. It cannot be expressed with words, and it cannot be expressed without words. Now say quickly what it is. Holding out the short staff, he gave an order of life or death. Positive and negative interwoven. Even Buddhas and patriarchs cannot escape this attack.
From last night's space on UFO on the U.S. Navy base Crane, where
Basho
there's
said to
claims
his
that there's
disciple,
an off-board
when you have a
technology
staff,
division
I will give it to you.
underneath
If you
U.S.
have no
Navy base
staff,
Crane,
I will take it away from you. Moon's coming.
and
Well, that was weird.
When there is no bridge over the creek, the staff will help me.
So I turned the
When I return home on a moonless night, the staff will accompany me. But if you call this a staff,
hey, what's up, John?
Hey, good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon, man. Sorry I missed your call yesterday.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it was bad timing. I would have definitely liked to speak with you. I'm glad we can catch up now. What's going on?
Just having a cup of coffee, trying to follow the money.
I know, right? You and me both. I'm doing my 2-hour Maha walk right now. I'm almost at hour 2.
Nice. Are you stretching at all?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, because after you warm up with the cardio, now you got to do some hip rotations and hamstring pulls.
Yeah, I'll definitely do some stretches when I get back to my place. So what'd you call me for? What's going on?
So I've been fundraising on Clubhouse. We've raised $510. We've got multiple Craigslist ads up in Rockford, Peoria, and Chicago trying to find campaign managers. And so I just wanted to chat with you to try to do an X Spaces money bomb for the campaign, and the campaign would compensate you as an influencer, and we can see how much money we raise.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. If you have like a day in mind, let me know, and we can schedule it in advance.
Yeah, and I think any day of the week works. I think maybe 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, Eastern or maybe Central would be best. And then, if we could create an actual event, and the campaign would pay you to do creative in the same way that you do in the past. So, something maybe next week, maybe end of this week. I don't know, whatever your schedule, says.
Okay, yeah, let's get on it. I would love to.
Okay, great. Anybody else in the room who doesn't know me, my name is John. I live in Chicago. I'm running for Congress here in Illinois. And I know Augustus through Clubhouse. And I did a lot of social audio spaces with Augustus with regards to politics, COVID-19 vaccines, and even UFOs.
So maybe those board of directors, we got Lisa Disbrow, John Gucci, Susan Gordon, William Jews, Ryan McCarthy, Scott Morrison, Philip Nolan, Deborah Plunkett, Stanton Slow, and Charles
you will enter hell like an arrow.
SZEWS.
With this staff in my hand, I can measure the depths and shadows
out
of
of that might be something.
The staff supports the heavens and makes firm the earth. Everywhere it goes,
Yeah, they sound like made-up
teaching
things.
will be spread.
They look like made-up people.
Hoen said, the past and future Buddhas both are his servants. Who is he? Moon's comment. If you realize clearly who he is, is.
I didn't know
It
Jesus
is
was
as
a
if you met
female.
your own father on a busy street. There's no need to.
So, yeah, last week was his space last night about it was green.
Ask anyone whether or not your recognition is true.
Hey, what, brother? I think you got to turn up my
Do
car.
not fight with another's bow and
That's
arrow.
black. Were you in the big in the
Do
space
not
last
ride
night about
another's
US
horse.
space crane?
Oh
Do
yeah,
not discuss
I
another's
caught it
faults.
maybe about like
Do
40
not
minutes into it.
interfere
I think I
with
dropped it.
another's work.
I'm finding so it looks like it's from about 1985. A bunch of
Seikiso asked,
automated like 38 millimeter firing systems. Just on the surface level, I'm digging through shit right now.
one who sits on the top of a 100-foot pole has attained a certain height, but still is not handling Zen freely. He should proceed on from there and appear with his whole body in the 10 parts of the
Well,
world.
then ask Black if any of the names that I mentioned have popped up. While you're looking at their bases
One
on.
can continue his steps or
I'm
turn
not seeing
his
too
body
many themes
freely
right
around
now.
on top of the pole.
Like
In
it's
either case, he should be
looks like some
respected.
rescue things.
I want to
Because
ask you monks, however,
the name crane
how will
brings
you
up
proceed to the
like
top
they
of that
may
pole?
be using cranes too. So I'm having to parse through a bunch of shit where it's looks like emergency
The man
services that
who
they
lacks the
use
third eye of
and
insight
then a bunch of
will
weapons
cling
training.
to the
Like
measure
a
of
heavy
100 feet.
weapons training that looks pretty
Such a
advanced
man
for like
will
the
jump from
Navy.
there
I just
and
posted
kill
one up in
himself
Bill.
like a blind man misleading other blind men.
Wow.
Tosotsu built 3 barriers and made the monks pass through them. The first barrier
Yeah,
is studying Zen. In studying
so,
Zen, the aim is to see one's own true nature. Now,
We're in Indiana. That whistleblowers have come forward saying that there were multiple technologies divisions at this location, and podcasters started to look into it. All have been reprimanded by government entities that have said that it's a matter of national security for them not to continue to talk about this stuff on their podcasts. So naturally, I want to talk about it now. You know, so I did a big space about it last night, and the people who are in the know said to follow the money. So this is kind of like a follow-up space about that. So that's where we're at, investigating this, and yeah, it's truly fascinating.
Cool.
Yeah, as far as like a money bomb goes, to be honest with you, I've been having some difficulty getting a lot of people into an X space recently. It has to be like about a certain topic, and I need to have like certain influencers here with me in order to do it. But like if it's next week, I might be able to get some influencers in on it to help me and get people here. And the only thing is that I don't know if you got like a beef with them or not. Like Maze, don't you have like a beef with Maze?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so that's gonna be difficult, you know. I'll try my best to help.
You can ask her.
But
I
I
mean,
don't know if we can raise any money.
you can ask Maze, even though we
Just
had
do it
to.
by myself.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, you can ask Maze because sometimes if you have a beef with somebody, those make the most interesting conversations. And I promise I'll be a total gentleman. So, yeah, I don't know I know you're not using Clubhouse anymore, but for the past few weeks, Roger Mayhem, I don't know if you know Roger, but he goes by Mojo now on there. He's been doing money bombs for me and the campaign. And so we raised 510, and some of the biggest haters became contributors to the campaign. So that was, an interesting turn of events, and a lot of the racist bigots and low IQ morons on that app, have essentially started waging war against me, and they're supporting Darren LaHood, who I'm running against. They're creating houses, updating their PTRs. So it's like causing all kinds of chaos in Clubhouse. And unfortunately, some people have been getting doxxed. So Roger had to take a break from the app. I think he's worried about, his security, or just like causing further tensions. So hopefully he will come back to the app, because he is very knowledgeable of politics and organizing. But we have to get about 30 petition signatures every day leading up to October 27th. So I'm gonna have to, on weekends, go to other parts of Illinois, Rockford, Peoria, and Bloomington Normal, to start gathering signatures. So all the money that we raise will go towards actually hiring people on the ground to get petitions, so we can get on the March primary ballot. But also, the topics that we could talk about, is the national debt. We could talk about the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel. We could talk about vaccines, and other topics. But anyways, that if it's like an event that we could plan with a date and a flyer, a profile picture, campaign website, all that stuff, like it's, that type of communication. And if anybody lives here in Illinois, please hit me up, send me a message. I'd love to chat with you if you're available over the next couple weeks to maybe do some petition signatures.
Okay, thanks, man. Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, boy, you sound good.
Nice. I just wanted the elevator. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Welcome to the stage, Tyler.
Hey, Augustus. How you doing, man? Sorry I missed your space last night. Can you give like a minute and a half synopsis of what you found and what you're trying to do?
Yeah, we just seen that basically
Where is your true nature?
forward-facing
Secondly,
information
one realizes
about
his own
what
true nature.
the base does is basically they're like, yeah, we do electromagnetic weapons, we do direct energy weapons, thermonuclear weapons.
Now, when you shut the light from your eyes and become a corpse, how can you free yourself? Thirdly, if you free yourself from birth and death, you should know where you are. Now your body separates into the four elements. Where are you? Mumon's comment. Whoever can pass these three barriers will be a master wherever he stands. Whatever happens about him, he will turn into Zen. Otherwise, he will be living on poor food, and not even enough of that to satisfy himself. An instant realization sees endless time. Endless time is as one moment. When one comprehends the endless moment, he realizes the person who is seeing it. A Zen pupil asked Kenbo, all Buddhas of the 10 parts of the universe enter the one road of nirvana. Where does that road begin? Kenbo, raising his walking stick and drawing the figure 1 in the air, said, here it is. This pupil went to Umon and asked the same question. Umon, who happened to have a fan in his hand, enters the deep sea and scratches the earth and raises dust. The other goes to the mountain and raises waves that almost touch heaven.
This post I'll put
One
at the top.
holds, the other gives out.
And then a bunch of
Each support the
replies
profound teaching with a single hand. Kembo and Umon are like two
about
riders, neither of whom can surpass the other. It is very difficult to find the perfect man.
I'm reading it real quick.
Frankly, neither of them know where the road starts. Before the first step is taken, the goal is reached.
Yeah, and if you go to her page,
Before
you'll
the
see
tongue
that
is
there's
moved,
like a bunch of
the speech is
posts she
finished.
put up about it.
More than brilliant intuition is needed to find the origin of the right road.
And who are the whistleblowers? Do we have their names?
Yeah.
Amban, a layman Zen student,
Yeah.
said, Mumon has just published
His
48
name
koans
is,
and called
I
the
think,
book
like
Gateless
Anderson?
Gate. He criticizes the old patriarch's
Randy
words and
Anderson.
actions. I think he is very
Green
mischievous.
Beret.
He is like an old donut
Saying
seller
he's
trying to
saying
catch a
why
passerby
do
to
they
force
think
his
they're
donuts
off-world
down his
tasks? Like,
mouth.
the whistleblowers
The
that
customer
are
can
coming
neither
out,
swallow nor
when they
spit
say
out the
that,
donuts.
like, how
This
do
causes
why do
suffering.
they say that?
Mumon has annoyed everyone enough.
Because
So I think I shall add
blown
one
the
more as a
whistle as a
bargain.
first-hand
I
experience,
wonder if he himself can eat this bargain.
like a
If he can
first-hand.
and digest it well, it will be fine. But if
So
not,
he's been
he'll
down.
have to put
He's
it
been
back
down.
into the frying pan
Yeah.
with his 48 also and cook them again.
Well, shit, does he want to do a
You
space?
eat first before someone else does. Buddha, according to a sutra, once said, Stop,
I don't think I can hear Augustus.
do not speak.
Are you there?
The
Oh,
ultimate truth
Are you there?
is not here to think.
Oh, he's in an elevator. Okay.
Amban's comment. Where did that so-called teaching come from? How is it that one could not even think it? Suppose someone spoke about
Hopefully we
it,
don't
then what
crash.
became of it? Buddha himself was a
For a
great
second time.
chatterbox,
Oh, actually, we
and
would
in the
crash if
sutra
there's no
spoke
co-host.
contrarily.
If there's no co-host,
Because
then
of
yeah,
this,
the show is
persons
all
like
gone.
Mumon appear afterwards in China and make useless
Can you guys do
donuts,
this?
annoying people. What shall we do after all? I will show you. Then Amban put his palms together, folded his hands, and said, Stop, stop, do not speak. The ultimate truth is not even to think.
Yo, can you hear me
And
now?
now I will make a little
Yeah,
circle
welcome
on the sutra with my finger, and add
Yeah,
that
let me make
5,000
somebody
other
go.
sutras and Vimalakirti's Gateless Gate are all here. If anyone tells you fire is light, pay no attention.
I wanted to make you an
Like two
offer.
thieves,
I have.
they need no
You know how
introduction.
Diligent does those
They
spaces
recognize
where he
each
has
other without
Rock like do
question.
a bunch of research for him. He just asks Rock questions and it digs into it and gives him the answer. And have you heard that at all, or are you not really going to his space?
I've seen it like once or twice, but I don't really go into his spaces.
Okay. Do you want? I have one of those bots. It's connected to. I have Grok, ChatGPT, and I also have Gemini. So I have 3 different ones, and it took a while to figure this out, dude. I had to make a special cable that connects my phone to my iPad, and so it allows like. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details, but basically it was tricky to figure out. But yeah, I mean, if you ever want to use it, I mean, I just built it like 3 days ago, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Let's try it.
What's that?
I said, bring it in. Let's try it.
I mean, I want to get Augustus' permission. I mean, it would take over the space a little bit. I mean, it wouldn't have to. What it could be is just
Make sure it's grounded, bro.
yeah.
It's
I
grounded.
mean,
We'll be fine. It won't take over the space. I'll tell it to shut up, and it'll shut up.
yeah. It only responds if I'll unmute it whenever it needs to respond. Just so, do you want me to do that, Augustus?
With this space.
Yeah, to follow. I mean, what we do is we just say, hey, this is the base. We're trying to follow the money. Tell us everyone that's involved in this space, who's in charge of, making financial decisions. Just like do research that way, and then Grok just tells us, does all the research for us, and then I don't know. I just want to offer if you wanted to do it.
Yeah,
It's kind of the lazy way, bro, but it's way faster than the way I was starting us out on.
Right. Well, you can call it lazy or you can call it smart, because it shortcuts a lot of the manual effort. And then when we get to like some serious leads, then we start contacting the right people and, ask it. You can say, hey, go online, do the research on this, and get.
I don't know how to describe it. This is something bizarre. I think you just need to be on the ground. You know, if you're living in your little bubble, you just, it's not, you know, fight or die for you. There's no fight or flight. It's all politics. It's been a long journey, you know. And the FBI took Gentleman's laptop to search it. I don't know why you think Gentleman is mine. He's not mine. He's not mine.
And the koan. There is a saying in Zen that original realization is marvelous practice. Japanese, Honsho Myoshu. The meaning is that no distinction is to be made between the realization of awakening, satori, and the cultivation of Zen in meditation and action. Whereas it might be supposed that the practice of Zen is a means to the end of awakening, this is not so. For the practice of Zen is not the true practice, so long as it has an end in view. And when it has no end in view, it is an awakening, the aimless, self-sufficient life of the eternal now. To practice with an end in view is to have one eye on the practice and the other eye on the end, which is lack of concentration, lack of sincerity. To put it in another way, one does not practice Zen to become a Buddha. One practices it because one is a Buddha from the beginning, and this original realization is the starting point of the Zen life. Original realization is the body, T, and the marvelous practice of use, Yung. And the two correspond respectively to prajna, wisdom, and karuna, the compassionate activity of the awakened bodhisattva in the world of birth and death. In the two preceding chapters, we discussed the original realization. In this, and the one that follows, we turn to the practice or activity which flows from it. Firstly, to the life of meditation, and secondly, to the life of everyday work and recreation. We have seen that whatever may have been the practice of the Tang masters, the modern Zen communities, both Soto and Rinzai, attach the highest importance to meditation or sitting Zen, Zazen. It may seem both strange and unreasonable that strong and intelligent men should simply sit still for hours on end. The Western mentality feels that such things are not only unnatural, but a great waste of valuable time, however useful as a discipline for inculcating patience and fortitude. Although the West has its own contemplative tradition in the Catholic Church, the life of sitting and looking has lost its appeal. For no religion is valued which does not improve the world, and it is hard to see how the world can be improved by keeping still. Yet it should be obvious that action without wisdom, without clear awareness of the world as it really is, can never improve anything. Furthermore, as muddy water is best cleared by leaving it alone, it could be argued that those who sit quietly and do nothing are making one of the best possible contributions to a world in turmoil. There is, indeed, nothing unnatural in long periods of quiet sitting. Cats do it. Even dogs and other more nervous animals do it. So-called primitive peoples do it. American Indians and peasants of almost all nations. The art is most difficult for those who have developed the sensitive intellect to such a point that they cannot help making predictions about the future, and so must be kept in a constant whirl of activity to forestall them. But it would seem that to be incapable of sitting and watching with the mind completely at rest is to be incapable of experiencing the world in which we live to the full. For one does not know the world simply in thinking about it and doing about it. One must first experience it more directly, and prolong the experience without jumping to conclusions. The relevance of Zazen to Zen is obvious when it is remembered that Zen is seeing reality directly, in its suchness. To see the world as it is concretely, undivided by categories and abstractions, one must certainly look at it with a mind which is not thinking, which is to say forming symbols about it. Zazen is not, therefore, sitting with a blank mind which excludes all the impressions of the inner and outer senses. It is not concentration, in the usual sense of restricting the attention to a single sense object, such as a point of light or the tip of one's nose. It is simply a quiet awareness, without comment, of whatever happens to be here and now. This awareness is attended by the most vivid sensation of non-difference between oneself and the external world, between the mind and its contents, the various sounds, sights, and other impressions of the surrounding environment. Naturally, this sensation does not arise by trying to acquire it. It just comes by itself when one is sitting and watching without any purpose in mind, even the purpose of getting rid of purpose. In the Soto or Zendo, monk's hall or meditation hall of a Zen community, there is, of course, nothing particularly distracting in the external surroundings. There is a long room with wide platforms down either side, where the monks both sleep and meditate. The platforms are covered with tatami, thick floor mats of straw, and the monks sit in 2 rows facing one another across the room. The silence which prevails is deepened, rather than broken, by occasional sounds that float up from a nearby village, by the intermittent ringing of soft-toned bells from other parts of the monastery, and by the chatter of birds in the trees. Other than this, there is only the feel of the cold, clear mountain air, and the woody smell of a special kind of incense. Much importance is attached to the physical posture of Zazen. The monks sit on firmly padded cushions with legs crossed and feet and soles upward upon the thighs. The hands rest upon the left over the right, with palms upward and thumbs touching one another. The body is held erect, though not stiffly, and the eyes are left open so that their gaze falls upon the floor a few feet ahead. The breathing is regulated so as to be slow, without strain, with the stress upon the out-breath and its impulse from the belly rather than the chest. This has the effect of shifting the body's center of gravity to the abdomen so that the whole posture has a sense of firmness, of being part of the ground upon which one is sitting. The slow, easy breathing from the belly works upon the consciousness like bellows and gives it a still, bright clarity. The beginner is advised to accustom himself to the stillness by doing nothing more than counting his breaths from 1 to 10, over and over again, until the sensation of sitting without comment becomes effortless and natural. While the monks are thus seated, 2 attendants walk slowly back and forth along the floor between the platforms, each carrying a keisaku, or warning stick, round at one end and flattened at the other, a symbol of the Bodhisattva Manjushri's sword of prajna. As soon as they see a monk going to sleep or sitting in an incorrect posture, they stop before him, bow ceremoniously, and beat him on the shoulders. It is said that this is not punishment, but an invigorating massage to take the stiffness out of the shoulder muscles and bring the mind back to a state of alertness. However, monks with whom I have discussed this practice seem to have the same wryly humorous attitude about it which one associates with the usual corporal disciplines of boys' boarding schools. Furthermore, the Soto regulations say, at the time of morning service, the dozing ones are to be severely dealt with the keisaku. At intervals, the sitting posture is interrupted, and the monks fall into ranks for a swift march around the floor between the platforms to keep themselves from sluggishness. The periods of zazen are also interrupted for work in the monastery grounds, cleaning the premises, services in the main shrine or Buddha hall, and other duties, as well as for meals and short hours of sleep. At certain times of year, zazen is kept up almost continuously from 3:30 a.m. until 10 p.m., and these long periods are called seshin, or collecting the mind. Every aspect of the monks' lives is conducted according to a precise, though not ostentatious, ritual, which gives the atmosphere of the Soto a slightly military air. The rituals are signaled and accompanied by about a dozen different kinds of bells, clappers, and wooden gongs, struck in various rhythms to announce the times for zazen, meals, services, lectures, or sanzen interviews with the master.
Alright, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just desperately needed to be replaced. So I called a few contractors, but they all quoted me a hefty $10,000 or more for new windows, and I almost lost it. That's when my friend, who's a realtor, stopped me and said, if you're a homeowner and your windows are older than 5 years, you might qualify for this new 2025 window replacement service. At first it sounded too good to be true, but it turns out he used...
The ritualistic or ceremonious style is so characteristic of Zen that it may need some explanation in a culture which has come to associate it with affectation or superstition. In Buddhism, the 4 principal activities of man, walking, standing, sitting, and lying, are called the 4 dignities, since they are the postures assumed by the Buddha nature in its human Nirmanakaya body. The ritualistic style of conducting one's everyday activities is therefore a celebration of the fact that the ordinary man is a Buddha, and is, furthermore, a style that comes almost naturally to a person who is doing everything with total presence of mind. Thus, if in something so simple and trivial as lighting a cigarette, one is fully aware, seeing the flame, the curling smoke, and the regulation of the breath as the most important things in the universe, it will seem to an observer that the action has a ritualistic style. This attitude of acting as a Buddha is particularly stressed in the Soto school, where both zazen and the round of daily activities are not at all seen as means to an end, but as the actual realization of Buddhahood. As Dogen says in the Shobogenzo, without looking forward to tomorrow every moment, you must think only of this day and this hour. Because tomorrow is difficult and unfixed and difficult to know, you must think of following the Buddhist way while you live today. You must concentrate on Zen practice without wasting time, thinking that there is only this day and this hour. After that, it becomes truly easy. You must forget about the good and bad of your nature, the strength or weakness of your power. In Zazen, there must be no thought either of aiming at Satori or of avoiding birth and death, no striving for anything in future time. If life comes, this is life. If death comes, this is death. There is no reason for your being under their control. Don't put any hope in them. This life and death are the life of the Buddha. If you try to throw them away in denial, you lose the life of the Buddha. The 3 worlds of past, present, and future are not, as is commonly supposed, stretched out to inaccessible distances. The so-called past is the top of the heart, the present is the top of the fist, and the future is the back of the brain. All time is here in this body, which is the body of Buddha. The past exists in its memory, and the future in its anticipation, and both of these are now. For when the world is inspected directly and clearly, Past and future times are nowhere to be found. This is also the teaching of Bankei. You are primarily Buddhas. You are not going to be Buddhas for the first time. There is not an iota of a thing to be called error in your inborn mind. If you have the least desire to be better than you actually are, if you hurry up to the slightest degree in search of something, you are already going against the unborn. Such a view of Zen practice is therefore somewhat difficult to reconcile with the discipline which now prevails in the Rinzai school, and which consists in passing a graduated series of approximately 50 koan problems. Many of the Rinzai masters are most emphatic about the necessity of arousing a most intense spirit of seeking, a compelling sense of doubt, whereby it becomes almost impossible to forget the koan one is trying to solve. Naturally, this leads to a good deal of comparison between the degrees of attainment of various individuals, and a very definite and formal recognition is attached to final graduation from the process. Since the formal details of the koan discipline are one of the few actual secrets remaining in the Buddhist world, it is difficult to appraise it fairly if one has not undergone the training. On the other hand, if one has undergone it, one is obliged not to talk about it, save in vague generalities. The Rinzai school has always forbidden the publication of formally acceptable answers to the various koan, because the whole point of the discipline is to discover them for oneself, by intuition. To know the answers without having so discovered them would be like studying the map without taking the journey. Lacking the actual shock of recognition, the bare answers seem flat and disappointing, and obviously no competent master would be deceived by anyone who gave them without genuine feeling. There is no reason, however, why the process should actually involve all the silliness about grades of attainment, about who has passed and who has not, or about who is or is not a genuine Buddha by these formal standards. All well-established religious institutions are beset by this kind of nonsense, and they generally boil down to a kind of aestheticism, an excessive passion for the cultivation of a special style, whose refinements distinguish the sheep from the goats. By such standards, the liturgical aesthete can distinguish Roman from Anglican Catholic priests, confusing the mannerisms of traditional atmosphere with the supernatural marks of true or false participation in the apostolic succession. Sometimes, however, the cultivation of a traditional style may be rather admirable, as when a school of craftsmen or artists hands down from generation to generation certain trade secrets or technical refinements, whereby objects of peculiar beauty are manufactured. Even so, this very easily becomes a rather affected and self-conscious discipline, and at that moment all its zen is lost.
Honey, you were so right. I listed this in less than a minute.
I told you listing on Poshmark was quick and easy.
Oh, I sold my black tote and my slip dress.
The koan system as it exists today is largely the work of Hakuin, 1685 to 1768, a formidable and immensely versatile master who gave it a systematic organization so that the complete course of Zen study in the Rinzai school is divided into 6 stages. There are, first, 5 groups of koan. 1. Hoshi, or Dharmakaya koan, whereby one enters into the frontier gate of Zen. 2. Gika, or cutting barrier koan, having to do with the active expression of the state realized in the first group. 3. Gonsen, or investigation of words koan, presumably having to do with the expression of Zen understanding in speech. 4. Anto, or hard to penetrate koan. 5. Goi, or 5 ranks koan, based on the 5 relationships of lord and servant, or of principle, li, and thing event, shi, wherein Zen is related to the Huayan or Avahamsaka philosophy. The 6th stage is a study of the Buddhist precepts and the regulations of the monk's life, Vinaya, in the light of Zen understanding. Normally, this course of training takes about 30 years. By no means all Zen monks complete the whole training. This is required only of those who are to receive their master's inka, or seal of approval, so that they themselves may become masters, roshi, thoroughly versed in all the skillful means, upai, for teaching Zen to others. Like so many other things of this kind, the system is as good as one makes it, and its graduates are both tall Buddhas and short Buddhas. It should not be assumed that a person who has passed a koan, or even many koan, is necessarily a transformed human being whose character and way of life are radically different from what they were before. Nor should it be assumed that Satori is a single sudden leap from the common consciousness to complete unself awakening, a new type of samyak sambodhi. Satori really designates the sudden and intuitive way of seeing into anything, whether it be remembering a forgotten name or seeing into the deepest principles of Buddhism. One seeks and seeks, but cannot find. One then gives up, and the answer comes by itself. Thus, there may be many occasions of Satori in the course of training. Great Satori and little satori. And the solution of many of the koan depends upon nothing more sensational than a kind of knack for understanding the Zen style of handling Buddhist principles. Western ideas of Buddhist attainments are all too often distorted by the mysterious East approach, and by the sensational fantasies so widely circulated in theosophical writings during the decades just before and after the turn of the century. Such fantasies were based not upon a first-hand study of Buddhism, but on literal readings of mythological passages in the sutras, where the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are embellished with innumerable miraculous and superhuman attributes. Thus, there must be no confusion between Zen masters and theosophical Mahatmas, the glamorous masters of wisdom who live in the mountain fastnesses of Tibet and practice the arts of occultism. Zen masters are quite human. They get sick and they know joy and sorrow. They have bad tempers or other little weaknesses of character, just like anyone else. And they are not above falling in love and entering into a fully human relationship with the opposite sex. The perfection of Zen is to be perfectly and simply human. The difference of the adept in Zen from the ordinary run of men is that the latter are, in one way or another, at odds with their own humanity and are attempting to be angels or demons. A Doka poem by Ikkyu says, "We eat, excrete, sleep, and get up. This is our world. All we have to do after that is to die." Koan training involves typically Asian concepts of the relation between master and pupil, which are quite unlike ours. For in Asian cultures, this is a peculiarly sacred relationship, in which the master is held to become responsible for the karma of the pupil. The pupil, in turn, is expected to accord absolute obedience and authority to the master, and to hold him in almost higher respect than his own father. And in Asian countries, this is saying a great deal. To a young Zen monk, the Roshi therefore stands as a symbol of the utmost patriarchal authority, and he usually plays the role to perfection, being normally a man advanced in years, fierce and tigerish in aspect, and when formally robed and seated for the sunset interview, a person of supreme presence and dignity. In this role, he constitutes a living symbol of everything that makes one afraid of being spontaneous, everything that prompts the most painful and awkward self-consciousness. He assumes this role as an umpire, a skillful device for challenging the student to find enough nerve to be perfectly natural in the presence of this formidable archetype. If he can do this, he is a free man whom no one on earth can embarrass. It must be borne in mind, too, that in Japanese culture, the adolescent and the youth are particularly susceptible to ridicule, which is freely used as a means of conforming the young to social convention. To the normal Asian concept of the master-pupil relationship, Zen has something of its own, in the sense that it leaves the formation of the relationship entirely to the initiative of the pupil. The basic position of Zen is that it has nothing to say, nothing to teach. The truth of Buddhism is so self-evident, so obvious, that it is, if anything, concealed by explaining. Therefore, the master does not help the student in any way, since helping would actually be hindering. On the contrary, he goes out of his way to put obstacles and barriers in the student's path. Thus, Wu Men's comments on the various koan in the Wu Men koan are intentionally misleading. The koan, as a whole, are called wisteria vines, or entanglements, and particular groups, cutting barriers, kika, and hard to penetrate, none. This is like encouraging the growth of a hedge by pruning, for obviously the basic intention is to help, but the Zen student does not really know Zen unless he finds it out for himself. The Chinese proverb, "What comes in through the gate is not family treasure," is understood in Zen to mean that what someone else tells you is not your own knowledge. Satori, as Wu Men explained, comes only after one has exhausted one's thinking, only when one is convinced that the mind cannot grasp itself. In the words of another of Ikkyu's Doka, a mind to search elsewhere for the Buddha is foolishness in the very center of foolishness. For myself of long ago, in nature non-existent, nowhere to go when dead, nothing at all. The preliminary Hoshin type of koan begins, therefore, to instruct the student by sending him off in the direction exactly opposite to that in which he should look. Only it does it rather cleverly, so as to conceal his trajectory. Everyone knows that the Buddha nature is within oneself and is not to be sought outside, so that no student would be fooled by being told to seek it by going to India or by reading a certain sutra. On the contrary, he is told to look for it in himself. Worse still, he is encouraged to seek it with the whole energy of his being, never giving up his quest by day or night, whether actually in zazen or whether working or eating. when Sanzen intervened, the Roshi expressed to discover his original face, or aspect. That is, his basic nature, as it was before his father and mother conceived him. He is told to return when he has discovered it, and to give some proof of discovery. In the meantime, he is under no circumstance to discuss the problem with others or to seek their help. Joining the other monks in the Soto, the Jiu-Jitsu, or head monk, will probably instruct him in the rudiments of Zazen, showing him how to sit, and perhaps encouraging him to return to the Roshi for Sanzen as soon as possible, and to lose no opportunity for getting the proper view of his Koban. Pondering the problem of his original face, he therefore tries to imagine what he was before he was born, or for that matter, what he now is at the very center of his being. What is the basic reality of his existence, apart from his extension in time and space? He soon discovers that the Roshi has no patience whatever with philosophical or other wordy answers, for the Roshi wants to be shown. He wants something concrete, some solid proof. The student therefore begins to produce such specimens of reality as lumps of rock, leaves and branches, shouts, gestures of the hands, anything and everything he can imagine. But all is resolutely rejected until the student, unable to imagine anything more, is brought to his wit's end, at which point he is of course beginning to get on the right track. He knows that he doesn't know. When the beginning koan is Jiao Ju's, the student is asked to find out why Jiao Ju answered wu or none to the question, does a dog have the Buddha nature? The Roshi asks to be shown this nothing. A Chinese proverb says that a single hand does not make a clap, and therefore Hakuin asks, what is the sound of one hand? Can you hear what is not making a noise? Can you get any sound out of this one object which has nothing to hit? Can you get any knowledge of your own real nature? What an idiotic question. By such means, the student is at last brought to a point of feeling completely stupid, as if he were encased in a huge block of ice, unable to move or think. He just knows nothing. The whole world, including himself, is an enormous mass of pure doubt. Everything he hears, touches, or sees is as incomprehensible as nothing, or the sound of one hand. At Sanzen, he is perfectly dumb. He walks or sits all day in a vivid daze, conscious of everything going on around him, responding mechanically to circumstances, but totally baffled by everything. After some time in this state, there comes a moment when the block of ice suddenly collapses, when this vast lump of unintelligibility comes instantly alive. The problem of who or what it is becomes transparently a question which, from the beginning, meant nothing whatever. There is no one left to ask himself the question, or to answer. Yet at the same time, this transparent meaninglessness can laugh and talk, eat and drink, run up and down, look at the earth and sky, and all this without any sense of there being a problem, a sort of psychological knot in the midst of it. There is no knot, because the mind that's seeking to know the mind, or the self that's seeking to control the self, has been defeated out of existence and exposed for the abstraction which it always was. And when that tense knot vanishes, there is no more sensation of a hard core of selfhood standing over against the rest of the world. In this state, the Roshi needs only a single look at the student to know that he is now ready to begin his Zen training in earnest. It is not quite the paradox which it seems to say that Zen training can begin only when it has been finished, for this is simply the basic Mahayana principle that prajna leads to karuna. That awakening is not truly attained unless it also implies the life of the Bodhisattva, the manifestation of the marvelous use of the void for the benefit of all sentient beings. At this point, the Roshi begins to present the student with koan, which asks for impossible feats of action or judgment, such as, take the 4 divisions of Tokyo out of your sleep, stop that ship on a distant ocean, stop the booming of the distant bell. A girl is crossing the street. Is she the younger or the older sister? Such koan are rather more obviously tricky than the basic introductory problems, and show the student that what are dilemmas for thought present no barriers to action. A paper handkerchief easily becomes the 4 divisions of Tokyo, and the student solves the problem of the younger or older sister by mincing across the room like a girl. For in her absolute substance, the girl is just that. She is only relatively sister, older, or younger. One can perhaps understand why a man who had practiced Zazen for 8 years told R.H. Blythe that Zen is just a trick of words, for on the principle of extracting a thorn, Zen is extricating people from the tangle in which they find themselves from confusing words and ideas with reality. The continued practice of Zazen now provides the student with a clear, unobstructed mind, in which he can toss the koan like a pebble into a pool, and simply watch to see what his mind does with it. As he concludes each koan, the Roshi usually requires that he present a verse from the Zen Rinpoche, which expresses the point of the koan just so. Other books are also in the United States found that an admirable manual for this purpose was Alice in Wonderland. As the work goes on, crucial koan alternate with subsidiary koan, which explore the implications of the former and give the student a thorough working acquaintance with every theme in the Buddhist view of the universe, presenting the whole body of understanding in such a way that he knows it in his bones and nerves. By such means, he learns to respond with it instantly and unwaveringly in the situations of everyday life. The final group of koan are concerned with the 5 ranks, koan, a schematic view of the relations between relative knowledge and absolute knowledge, events, shape, and underlying principle. The originator of the scheme was Kitover, 807 to 869, but it arises from the contacts of Zen with the Huayan, Japanese Keiko school, and the doctrine of the 5 ranks is closely related to that of the fourfold Dharma Dhatu.
There's no way I'm going anywhere looking like that. I may be 53 years old.
The ranks are often represented in terms of the relative positions of Lord and servant, or host and guest, standing respectively for the underlying principle and the thing events. Thus we have 1. The Lord looks down at the servant. 2. The servant looks up at the Lord. 3. The Lord. 4. The servant. 5. The Lord and the servant converse together. Suffice it to say that the first 4 correspond to the 4 Dharma Dhatu of the Huayan school, though the relationship is somewhat complex, and the 5th, to naturalness. In other words, one may regard the universe, the Dharma Dhatu, from a number of equally valid points of view, as many, as one, as both one and many, and as neither one nor many. But the final position of Zen is that it does not take any special viewpoint, yet it is free to take every viewpoint, according to the circumstances. In the words of Vinci, sometimes I take away the man, that is the subject, but do not take away the circumstances, that is the object. Sometimes I take away the circumstances, but do not take away the man. Sometimes I take away both the man and the circumstances. Sometimes I take away neither the man nor the circumstances. And sometimes, he might have added, I just do nothing special. Whoosh. Koan training comes to its conclusion in the stage of perfect naturalness and freedom, in both the absolute and the relative worlds. But because this freedom is not opposed to the conventional order, but is rather a freedom which upholds the world, Lokasambra, the final phase of study, is the relationship of Zen to the rules of social and monastic life. As Yun Men once asked, in such a wide world, why answer the bell and put on ceremonial robes? Another master's answer, in quite a different context, applies well here. If there is any reason for it, you may cut off my head. For the moral act is significantly moral only when it is free, without the compulsion of a reason or necessity. This is also the deepest meaning of the Christian doctrine of free will. For to act in union with God is to act not from the constraint of fear or pride, nor from hope of reward, but with the baseless love of the unmoved mover. To say that the koan system has certain dangers or drawbacks is only to say that anything can be misused. It is a highly sophisticated and even institutionalized technique, and therefore lends itself to affectation and artificiality. But so does any technique, even when so untechnical as Bankei's method of no method. This, too, can become a fetish. Yet it is important to be mindful of the points at which the drawbacks are most likely to arise. And it would seem that in koan training, there are 2. The first is to insist that the koan is designed to guide to a genuine realization of Zen. What they make the question of Zen over and above the experience of awakening is precisely the style of handling Buddhism which the koan embody. But in this case, the Soto school is not Zen, and no Zen is to be found anywhere in the world outside the particular tradition of the Rinzai branch. So defined, Zen has no universality, and becomes as exotic and culturally conditioned as no drum, or the practice of Chinese calligraphy. From the standpoint of the West, such Zen will appeal only to fanciers of Nipponry, to romanticists who like to play at being Japanese. But there is anything inherently bad in such romanticism, for there are no such things as pure cultures, and the borrowing of other people's styles always adds to the variety and spice of life. But Zen is so much more than a cultural refinement. The second, and more serious drawback, can arise from the opposition of Satori to the intense feeling of doubt which some koan exponents so deliberately encourage. For this is to foster a dualistic Satori. To say that the depth of the Satori is proportional to the intensity of seeking and striving which precede it is to confuse Satori with its purely emotional adjuncts. In other words, if one wants to feel exhilaratingly light-footed, it is always possible to go around for some time with lead in one's shoes, and then take the sense of relief will certainly be proportional to the length of time such shoes have been worn, and to the weight of the lead. This is equivalent to the old trend of religious revivalists who give their followers a tremendous emotional uplift by first implanting an acute sense of sin, and then relieving it through faith in Jesus. But such uplifts do not last. And it was on such a Satori that Yun Feng said, "That monk who has any Satori goes right into hell, like a flying arrow." Awakening almost necessarily involves a sense of relief, because it brings to an end the habitual psychological cramp of trying to grasp the mind with the mind, which in turn generates the ego with all its conflicts and defenses. In time, the sense of relief wears off, but not the awakening, unless one is confronted with the sense of relief and has attempted to exploit it by indulging in ecstasy. Awakening is thus only incidentally pleasant or ecstatic, only at first an experience of intense emotional release. But in itself, it is just the ending of an artificial and absurd use of the mind. Above and beyond that is wuxi, nothing special, since the ultimate content of awakening is never a particular object of knowledge or experience. The Buddhist doctrine of the four disciplines is that the void, sunya, is to a mind as water to a fish, air to a man, and the nature of things to the delivered, beyond conception. It should be obvious that what we are, most substantially and fundamentally, will never be a distinct object of knowledge. Whatever we can know, life and death, light and darkness, solid and empty, will be the relative aspects of something as inconceivable as the color of space. Awakening is not to know what this reality is. As a Zen poem says, as butterflies come to the return, the doctor says, I know nothing. Awakening is to know what reality is. It is to cease identifying oneself with any object of knowledge whatsoever. Just as every assertion about the basic substance or energy of reality must be meaningless, any assertion as to what I am and the very roots of my being must also be at the height of folly. Delusion is the false metaphysical premise at the root of common sense. It is the average man's unconscious ontology and epistemology, his tacit assumption that he is a something. The assumption that I am nothing would of course be equally wrong, since something and nothing, being and non-being, are related concepts and belong equally to the known. One method of muscular relaxation is to begin by increasing tension in the muscles so that they have a clear feeling of what not to do.
Homeowners, I want to buy your house right now, as is, no matter what condition.
In this sense, there is some point in using the initial koan as a means of intensifying the mind's absurd effort to grasp itself. But to identify Satori with the consequent feeling of relief, with the sense of relaxation, is quite misleading, for the Satori is the letting go, and not the feeling. The conscious aspect of the Zen mind is not therefore subject, not universal mind, but everything one is left free to do and to see and feel when the cramp in the mind has been released. From this standpoint, Bankei's simple trust in the unborn mind, and even Shinran's view of Nembutsu, are also entrances to Satori. To let go, it is not always necessary to wear out the attempt to grasp until it becomes intolerable. As against this violent way, there is also a jugo-a, gentle way of seeing that the mind, the basic reality, remains spontaneous and ungrasped, whether one tries to grasp it or not. One's own doing or not doing drop away by sheer irrelevance. To think that one must grasp or not grasp, let go or not let go, is only to foster the illusion that the ego is real, and that its machinations are an effective obstacle to the Tao. Beside the spontaneous functioning of the unborn mind, these efforts or non-efforts are strictly none. In the more imagistic language of Shinran, one has only to hear the saving vow of Amitabha, and to say his name, the Nembutsu, even just once, without concern as to whether one has faith or not, or as to whether one is desireless or not. All such concern is the pride of the ego. In the words of the Shinshu mystic Gijinbei, when all the idea of self-power based upon moral values and disciplinary measures is purged, there is nothing left in you that will declare itself to be the hero. And just because of this, you do not miss anything you hear. So long as one thinks about listening, one cannot hear clearly. And so long as one thinks about trying or not trying to let go of oneself, one cannot let go. Yet whether one thinks about listening or not, the ears are hearing just the same, and nothing can stop the sound from reaching them. The advantage of the Cohen method is perhaps that, for general purposes, the other way is too simple and too easily subject to misinterpretation, especially by monks who might all too readily use it as an excuse for loafing around the monastery while living off the donations of the devout laity. This is almost certainly why the emphasis of the Tang masters on not seeking gave way to the more energetic use of the Koan as a means of exhausting the strength of the egoistic will. Bankei's Zen without method or means offers no basis for a school or institution, since the monks may just as well go their way and take up farming or fishing. As a result, no external sign of Zen is left. There is no longer any and this is necessary for the Bodhisattva's task of delivering all beings, even though it runs the risk of mistaking the finger for the moon. Zazen and the Koan. There is a saying in Zen that original realization is marvelous practice. Japanese, Hansho Myoshu. The meaning is that no distinction is to be made between the realization of awakening, satori, and the cultivation of Zen in meditation and action. Whereas it might be supposed that the practice of Zen is a means to the end of awakening, this is not so. For the practice of Zen is not the true practice, so long as it has an end in view. And when it has no end in view, it is an awakening, the aimless, self-sufficient life of the eternal now. To practice with an end in view is to have one eye on the practice and the other eye on the end, which is lack of concentration, lack of sincerity. To put it another way, one does not practice Zen to become a Buddha. One practices it because one is a Buddha from the beginning, and this original realization is the starting point of the Zen life. Original realization is the body, ti, and the marvelous practice of use, yuma, and the two correspond respectively to prajna, wisdom, and karuna, the compassionate activity of the awakened bodhisattva in the world of birth and death. In the two preceding chapters, we discussed the original realization. In this, and the one that follows, we turn to the practice or activity which flows from it. Firstly, to the life of meditation, and secondly, to the life of everyday work and recreation. We have seen that whatever may have been the practice of the Tang masters, the modern Zen communities, both Soto and Rinzai, attach the highest importance to meditation, the word of sitting Zen, zazen. It may seem both strange and unreasonable that strong and intelligent men should simply sit still for hours on end. The Western mentality feels that such things are not only unnatural, but a great waste of valuable time, however useful as a discipline for inculcating patience and fortitude. Although the West has its own contemplative tradition in the Catholic Church, the life of sitting and looking has lost its appeal. For no religion is valued which does not improve the world, and it is hard to see how the world can be improved by keeping still. Yet it should be obvious that action without wisdom, without clear awareness of the world as it really is, can never improve anything. Furthermore, as muddy water is best cleared by leaving it alone, it could be argued that those who sit quietly and do nothing are making one of the best possible contributions to a world in turmoil. There is, indeed, nothing unnatural in long periods of quiet sitting. Cats do it. Even dogs and other more nervous animals do it. So-called primitive peoples do it. American Indians and peasants of almost all nations. The art is most difficult for those who have developed the sensitive intellect to such a point that they cannot help making predictions about the future, and so must be kept in a constant whirl of activity to forestall them. But it would seem that to be incapable of sitting and watching with the mind completely at rest is to be incapable of experiencing the world in which we live to the full. For one does not know the world simply in thinking about it and doing about it. One must first experience it more directly, and prolong the experience without jumping to conclusions. The relevance of Zazen to Zen is obvious when it is remembered that Zen is seeing reality directly, in its suchness. To see the world as it is concretely, undivided by categories and abstractions, one must certainly look at it with a mind which is not thinking, which is to say forming symbols about it. Zazen is...
If you have an EBT card, you're leaving money on the table if you skip this under the 2025 Auto Savings Act, starting...
Nani, the Japanese master during the Meiji era, received a university professor who came to inquire about Zen. Nani served tea. He poured his visitor's cup full, then kept on pouring. The professor watched the overflow until he no longer could restrain himself. It is overfull, no more will go in. Like this cup, Nani said, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How could sighted the sutra before the family shrine. He then was introduced to the woman's mother and to her children. Observing that the entire family was depressed, Kudo asked, what was wrong? My husband is a gambler and a drunkard, the housewife told him. When he happens to win, he drinks and becomes abusive. When he loses, he borrows money from others. Sometimes when he becomes thoroughly drunk, he does not come home at all. What can I do? I will help him, said Kudo. Here is some money. Get me a gallon of fine wine and something good to eat. Then you may retire. I will meditate before the shrine. When the man of the house returned about midnight, quite drunk, he bellowed, Hey wife, I'm home. Have you something for me to eat? I have something for you, said Kudo. I happen to be caught in the rain and your wife kindly asked me to remain here for the night. In return, I have brought some wine and fish, so you might as well have them. The man was delighted. He drank the wine at once and laid himself down on the floor. Kudo sat in meditation beside him. In the morning, when the husband awoke, he had forgotten about the previous night. Who are you? Where do you come from? He asked Kudo, who still was meditating. I am Kudo of Kyoto, and I am going on to Edo, replied the Zen master. The man was utterly ashamed. He apologized profusely to the teacher of his emperor.
Give you the
You're so high five. Everything in this life is impermanent, he explained. Life is very brief. If you keep on gambling and drinking, there's very time left to accomplish anything else. And you'll cause your family to suffer too. The perception of the husband awoke as if from a dream.
Hi, I'm wondering if anyone has read the glorious Quran, and if they have, do they think that the glorious Quran is a better alternative to the nothingness of atheism? Thank you.
The glorious Quran. I don't have that version. Who translated the glorious Quran?
I believe it was also Muhammad.
You translated English really well.
John's a troll, but
Yeah,
nice.
No.
But a good troll.
again, the message. Yeah, the Stephen.
What? He's looking at the Genesis thing.
So the message.
Oh, I thought you were tackling it.
This was on his.
Oh, you want me to do it?
Well, you asked me to go on mute, so you were gonna roast this guy, and I was like, okay, I'm tag teaming you.
All right, I got a Bible. Everyone, settle down.
Well, I muted myself and everything. It's hard for me to do.
I thought it took you that long to find like the first thing. That's like wow. What's so hard?
Hi, is anybody going to answer my question?
Oh,
I asked.
I think neither.
I
I
asked.
think there's.
I asked if anyone has read the glorious Quran, and if it's a better alternative to the nothingness of atheism.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So we have this intuition that there is a supreme power. And by looking in the universe, we can see that we get there. We can see complexity that can all happen just by chance. Yeah, we see about this the moral. Okay, I'm still speaking. Oh yes, and we see the moral code that will make people happy. No drugs, no alcohol, no dating. Yeah, marriage, family, peace, love.
I agree with you. That no dating will make people happy. That's funny.
All right. Well, thank you so much for helping clarify that. Well, then I'd just like to recommend that maybe we should all read the glorious Quran than listening to Roy
You have a
Voss or
little voice
Steve
you
and
made too that just
these little atheists who come on here. They just waste all their time talking
I'm
about
gonna
nothing.
troll now.
But Roy Voss has to have a struggle session where he talks about his emotions and he's falling out with Andrew.
John, are you running for Congress?
Correct, I am running for Congress.
I'm just curious. When do you plan on actually people voting for you?
The March primary.
March, right? Wow, that's pretty soon.
Yeah, we've got 60 days to get about 1,000 signatures. Do you want to donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover to Congress?
I'll sign the signature thing.
Oh no, we need people in the district to sign, sorry. But we do need your money to help get people to sign in the district. A dollar would go a long way for the campaign, just $1. You're
I don't know if I'll go as far as donating, but
well, you're gonna waste your whole day here on Clown House. That's a lot of money that you waste just being here talking about nothing. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
giving
that's
you an
true.
opportunity to actually change the United States of America and yourself in the process.
Hey, John, are you a Republican?
Correct. I'm running as Republican.
Yeah, because I try to look to support all the Republicans and get as much as them everywhere as much as we need. I had a guy that I was helping out here in Florida. His name was I think Eric Aguilar, and I think he went up against Aaron Bean against Congress, and he lost. So yeah, and come to find out, Aaron Bean was a what they call those. He was an established Republican. So I try to really.
Yeah, I'm running against an established Republican. The guy I'm running against has been in office 10 years. He's presided over voting for $20 trillion in debt. And he's a vaccinologist who said if you don't get vaccinated, the pandemic will never end. So he put out a lot of fear mongering, and he's skimmed $12 million into his bank account from Fortune 500. So we're trying to defeat him. His name is Darren LaHood.
How much money will you skim if you become? Will you only skim $2 million if you become?
No, I have taken a grassroots pledge where we will take no Fortune 500 donations nor APAC money, unlike Darren LaHood, who's taken over $100,000 worth of APAC money.
Okay. What's the biggest difference? Is that your biggest difference between?
Yes, I'm a fiscal conservative. I don't believe we should keep borrowing and spending $2 trillion a year to fund our government operations when we only take in $5 trillion a year.
Yeah, that sounds decent.
So are you ready to give $1 to the campaign right now to change America?
No. But
all right, well, thank you very little, Stephen. I'm going to have to move on with my conversation to some potential donors. RPG, are you interested in contributing $1 right now to
Yes,
the campaign?
absolutely. Absolutely. You got a website?
Yeah, link is in the chat.
Okay.
aren't you gonna ask Robert?
Robert, are you interested in giving $1 to the campaign to elect John Kitover?
No, nothing's in America.
Oh, got it. You can't donate anyways. But is it Stefan or is it Steven?
Steven.
So Steven, what makes you a psychedelic mushroom?
It's the source of all my spiritual beliefs.
Really, the mushroom?
Yeah.
So, have you ever had a mushroom grow out of your ass?
Yes,
If you included
topic.
Oh.
Stephen.
Yeah, a lot. You put him down. Wait.
Of course,
Okay.
not allowed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
So you see, when people are not close to God, so, yeah, their behavior.
good luck, John.
Good.
Do you think I'm closer to God than John is?
Okay, I don't know. I am not God.
Who do you think is closer to God?
I hate you, Stephen. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, well,
If he wins this election, which he probably won't, but if he does, let's hope he's closer to God.
Mm-hmm.
I do like me.
So, yeah, Stephen, I will ask you a question now that I was asking atheists all the time.
Okay, I'm not
Are you aware of the structure of the bacteria?
The basics.
Yeah, so we have two membranes, and we have nucleus, we have DNA, and we have ribosome that we copy the what?
We have 2 membranes.
Two more membranes.
I thought only plants have the cell wall.
No, so you can check it by yourself. And we have a flagellum that allows the bacteria to move. So
Some have.
that's a simple form.
Some
Simplest form of life that we know. So without God, explain for me, how can this happen?
That's the God of the Gaps. I'm not even going to grace that with an answer. Go look up the God of the Gaps well.
This is not God of the gaps. So I am sharing you. No, wait. I am sharing you something that cannot happen without a design.
No, you're not.
It's not. Okay, let me ask you another question.
No, let's dive on this because you said specifically.
Yeah,
you were telling me is not the God of the Gaps. And I'm telling you, it by definition is the God of the Gaps theory.
No.
Do we know how life came from not life?
Yeah, so we can see that this is impossible without a design. How? Imagine someone tell me, yeah, you explain it. If someone tell me that after a volcano, so a plant form in nature. Bacteria can form.
You never look at this app?
Don't be so.
Yeah, of course I got it through.
Okay, so you don't come across a case.
Yeah, you know, in the show.
Did he like do something wrong to you?
Nothing at all. We take a cab drive or we go to the show.
Did he react like rude with you? Did he just
Not
say?
at all. You know what? One of them invited me to his house. In fact, so I went to his house in an Arab village, and we could barely talk. He didn't speak much English, but he showed me. Look at my son. His little son came out 3 years old. I teach him throw stones. Throw stone. He showed me how his kid throws stones. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, Joe, do you hate Hamas?
I'm not kidding.
Do you hate Hamas that exploit? Do you hate Hamas that exploit Palestinians and use them as human shields and political pawns?
I do.
I totally disagree with them, 100%. I disagree with a lot of things they are doing, but I'm not like you. You are off the hook. The idea for you, you cannot find one single mistake. Correct? They are for you heroes, right?
No,
you can do wrong.
Mistakes happen in warfare.
No. Mistakes in purpose. Mistake in
Joe, I
purpose.
don't know where you're from, but we come from a free and democratic society with the rule of law and a free market, freedom of thought, freedom of speech. If somebody does something wrong, they should be punished. It's not complicated.
So I have to be punished too, right? For their
Anybody, if they do something wrong, should be punished.
I'm asking you, did you see they are doing something wrong?
I haven't looked, but if I look and if I see, then I would contest.
Yeah, if an individual ID have soldier or command against one,
Yeah, and they should be held. They should be held accountable beside anybody else.
There's a code of arms.
And Israel does that, yeah, has a system of investigation, yeah. Critics of
They have
the
an independent.
they don't even go far enough.
So, Joe, I want to call your attention to the Geneva Conventions of 1949 and Additional Protocol 1 of 1977. When you jot this down, because that is what recognizes combatant status of fighters in wars of national liberation, which has 3 qualifying points. And this is a worldwide convention. Distinguishing themselves from civilians, i.e. wearing military uniforms, right? Can't just dress like a civilian. To that.
News. Right. I mean, I think I'm sorry I was being.
Are you guys keep getting rid of words? You got rid of black, now you're getting rid of Hebrew, and now you're just an Israelite. Like that's.
When you say black Hebrew Israelite, it's like it's some other Israelites that aren't black.
Yeah, that's what you named it. We didn't name it that.
No, I don't name it anything. I don't call myself a black Hebrew Israelite.
No, I'm a bit that's part of black Hebrew Israelism.
no such thing. I don't care if
He also fled the country because he was a pedophile too.
Well, I don't care what he was. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the term Black Hebrew is incorrect. There's only Israelites, Hebrew Israelites. That's it.
But
right?
You know,
There's no such
the founder of Israelites, let's call them Israelites now, because you want to take out the BH. The founder, you can go back into Web Archive and the Wayback Machine, and you can see that they.
Of Israelites.
I'm telling you,
No.
I'm from.
Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, is the founder of the Israelites. He's the progenitor. It's
We're only talking about Black Hebrew Israelites. You're also called.
We talk about the Hebrew Israelites. There's no such thing.
We're not talking about the Ashkenazi European Jews and the Sephardi Jews. We're talking about Black Hebrew Israelism, right?
There's no such thing. Even they are not. They're not Hebrew Israelites. They're Hebrew Edomites. They come from.
I mean,
Esau.
so is David. So is David in 1 Samuel then.
You know, David is from Judah. He is a
Hebrew. Say he's ruddy, by the way. In that same link.
Somebody listen to this. So somebody bring up Genesis 25 and 23. You were just there at 25 and 25. You read that. Read Genesis 25 and 23.
There's also another verse in the same link that shows that David was ruddy twice.
Right. It keeps using ruddy. It never says red. But you can't act like so. Hold on. You don't understand that.
You gotta do whatever your name is. Okay, I don't think you understand. In the Hebrew, we have one Hebrew word in both verses.
That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, how the English people translate that word, they have all freedom to do that. But in the Hebrew, it's the exact same word. So we're dealing with the Hebrew, not the English word. So don't tell me ruddy and red, because ruddy over here, red over there. No, it's the exact same word.
Okay, so
it means the exact same thing.
Okay, so answer me this then. So you take a person that's like a heifer, that's melanated with the strong red tones, right? It's brownish red.
Give me the Hebrew word then.
Can I make a point? All right, so with
I don't know what your point is, because I'm already lost. When you said heifer, I don't know what you're talking about now.
Well, to make it, if you give me a chance.
Right, go ahead,
So you take a melanated person with brown red tones. You see this, we see this clearly today, right? They have brown, they're melanated people, but they have red tones to their skin. But you also see people who we could consider to be white or whatever, and they lack melon, and they have red tones to their skin.
Okay.
Right? All right. So all of these, there's two separate types, but yet it's you follow what I'm saying? What
I don't follow, because I'm trying to find out what Hebrew word addresses those two different types. Can you give me the Hebrew word that addresses two different types?
Yeah, Malik, his argument is this, that when it says red, it's talking about white people. I'm going to use modern language. Israel's
No, I get his argument.
When it says white, it's talking about black people.
Yeah, I get his argument bogus because I'm focusing on the Hebrew word. So if you're saying that there's two different types, show me the Hebrew word that addresses these two different types.
I'm telling you that we see this in the world today, but the definition.
I'm not asking about what you see in the world today.
I'm
asking you about the Hebrew.
I feel like we need to back up. Hold on. Yehuda. Hold on. Okay. Do you understand that there are original manuscripts? We have manuscripts that are very old that have Hebrew written on them. Are you with us so far?
Yes.
Okay. So then in the Hebrew, there is a word, Admonai. And it is, Esau is Admonai. David is Admonai. Are we all together? Okay. Yeah. Both Esau and David are Admonai. There's no light Admonai, dark Admonai, heifer-like Admonai. It's Admonai, right? So how are conclusions when both say Admonai?
Because it does not break down the fact. Because the people, like I said, who have the authorities over things.
Okay, let's try again. Hold on, Yehovah. Hold on. Hold on, let's try again. I'm gonna start over because I lost you somewhere. There are documents that have, hold on, Yehovah. There are documents that have Hebrew written on them, and that is how we get a translation of the Old Testament. Are you with me so far?
Listen, I'm with you. I understand all of that.
Wait, I want to figure out where I lost you. Hold on. Yehovah, I need you to wait.
How about we do this?
I need you to wait, okay? Because Malak is making an argument.
You're an admin, don't mean that you get to just mute me.
It does. Okay. Yehovah, I need to figure out where the breakdown is. So there are documents that are written in Hebrew that we get the Old Testament, the Tanakh, from. You are with it. The documents that we get it from say Admonai. We're on the same page so far. Okay. Then you go into, hold on. Then you go into melanated something. You are just supposed to be talking to us about the word Admonai.
Listen, this is what they call semantical, and you want to what?
In pubs, right? Hey, John, how you doing? Just passing through, are you? Ask a Zionist. I'm a Zionist. I feel proud posting this title. So it starts alive. See who comes along. I'm going to put a poll here.
I just remember one guy saying, "There's no way I can do this." They pull him off. His head gets completely shot open 2 seconds later.
Yeah, some people were vaporized when they fell on a mine. The shore was mined.
But you know what I read interesting? Talk about Judaism. There's a program. Apparently, at the time, dog tags had a cross or a Star of David. So many Jewish soldiers had a cross put on them because they knew about what the Germans were doing. And many Jewish soldiers had a cross above their grave. And in some cases, there were soldiers who didn't have any family members back home who corrected. And a couple of weeks ago, like 8 weeks ago, in Italy, Anzio, there was a ceremony to redo the cross with the Star of David. Because they did all the genealogy research. I told this to Elena, she loved it. And because he was, at some points, they just had a body with a dog tag, and they didn't, they couldn't get in touch with the family, so he's buried with a cross. And it stayed on top of him from 1944 till last couple weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, and then they redid it with Star of David. So there's a whole program to find soldiers.
Yaakov, what's the difference between the cross and the Star of David?
Well, one is the Christian cross. Like if you look at the beach photos at above Omaha Beach, there's just row after row after row of crosses, and occasionally.
No, I'm saying symbolically. What is the meaning of the two symbols?
Well, one is the Magen David, the Star of David, and one is the cross that Jesus, was.
I know, but what do the symbols mean?
I'm not into symbology. I mean, other than, I can recognize one as, the cross that's on the top of every church or inside of a church, and if it's Roman Catholic, it has the body of Jesus on it. If it's Protestant.
John knows, so why don't you just tell us, John?
I think it's the phallus or energy, basically.
Okay. But I found it amazing that they knew enough of what the Germans were doing that they gave Jewish soldiers a cross on their dog tags. Because they were afraid if they got captured, they would end up in concentration camps.
Oh, BB, I wanted to ask you, what was your punchline to that joke you had yesterday where the rabbi or the guy praying, he made his food into powder so he didn't have to do any cooking, and we had, just that 30. So what was your punchline on that joke? I couldn't remember.
It wasn't a joke, or it was a story, it wasn't a joke, but so he ends up praying 24 hours a day, and then he crawls up to the city where he was like living, and he dies, and everybody runs up and screams, "Oh my God, he's a tzaddik, he's such a saint, like give him a kiss," and they're kissing his clothing and this, that, and they're like saying, "What a man," so he's walking up to heaven, and before he gets to see God, there's the judge. And he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Wait, you know who I am?" I know, who are you? He goes, "What are you talking about, man? I'm like the super Jew. I pray 24 hours a day to Hashem. I did it for years. And I gave my life to God." He goes, "So move aside." The guy goes, "Whoa, wait, you ain't going nowhere." He goes, "Didn't I just tell you what I did? I'm the super Jew." He goes, "You're the worst type of Jew." He's like, "What? How dare you?" He's like, "Buddy, you didn't spend your life raising a family, being tolerant to people, allowing people to ask you questions. You didn't teach anybody. All you did was put yourself in a room and like excommunicated yourself from civilization. So you weren't there to help anybody." That was the story. So like, you came into the room yesterday and you're like, more Torah, this and that. That was a good job. You know what I mean? Or you could be in the room and say nothing. Did you hear what I said, John, or not?
Yakov, I actually just rewatched the beginning of Saving Private Ryan like early last week.
Yeah.
And in my head, I'm like, this is what human beings did to each other 30 years ago. And look at how brutal that looked. Imagine like 800 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago. And I can't even imagine the type of shit that they were doing to each other. I mean, even look at Vietnam was fucking brutal. To equate Israel's tactics to anything remotely resembling the
Trevor, what are you talking about? It's all the same shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking insane. I mean, it's like, this is what I mean.
You do realize the Hamas terrorists use booby traps on all the buildings. I mean, you know how many?
Yeah, that's why they're being blown up from the air, not by guys running in underneath. Many of the buildings have tunnels with cameras so that many IDs are just, you step on them and then they blow up.
It's incredible.
We've got pretty sophisticated ones where they can look in and see that a soldier has come in and then blow them up. So
wow,
it's really quite another.
It's next level. So you just basically you gotta literally bulldoze it all and knock it all down because it's all just too dangerous.
Yeah, but you see, that's what I mean by when I say these people are whitewashing what war is. I mean, this is just.
Who's whitewashing? Nobody talks about it, and you can see the videos, but I don't know. I mean, how much longer till they, Benjamin said 2 weeks ago at this point, that he's going to destroy Hamas and take total control of Gaza. So if you take total control, I mean, Jeez Louise. I mean,
I think I don't know how this would be done, if it's even feasible or anything, but like I would morally justify Israel annexing Gaza, to be honest.
well, what about all the people? Are they going to like re-inhabit some of the inhabitable areas, or are they literally going to close it, shut it down, and move everybody out?
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know like the logistics of what that would actually look like. I'm just saying, like, morally, like, you know, if they had to do it, I don't know how it'd be logistically done. I'm just saying, I would sanction that.
You know who probably knows how to do it? I'd be willing to bet that Lutvick down in the audience. If he came up here and he told us how to do it all, or how to, fix everything and manage it, I bet you Lutvick would probably know how to take care of the situation.
I wouldn't be surprised.
How many rooms do you have open, John?
I got two clubhouse rooms, two X rooms, 15 YouTube accounts live streaming my beautiful Punum into the ether. The internet ether.
I want to search your rooms like on if I were looking for a specific room that you were to put on YouTube.
Yeah, good luck. There's 20,000 YouTube videos up, and there's 20,000 Instagram videos up, and there's 20,000 X posts. Like there's so much stuff that I put out on these 30 phones that I work off of that good luck finding anything.
You're still at 30? I thought you'd be up to 60 by now.
No, I got 60. I'm only actively using 30 of them.
You need to be ever expanding. That's the name of like corporate, media companies are always expanding. Come on, John.
I know, but I have essentially found that there is like a limitation to how much one person can actually do. Without.
So hire somebody.
Well, I'm not making any money. Listening to you talking about gravestones.
You need to find the graves market, and you need to target advertising to those people.
You have like full recordings, like if I went to your YouTube page and I found like a full recording of like a Mirror's Room, for example.
Having an online database by topic would be great, so that it would, and the output would be a URL link to YouTube would be wonderful.
Yeah.
That I would pay money for.
How many people threatened to sue you already, bro?
0.
I don't know, a whole bunch of people.
For sure, bro.
Oh, dozens. I've been on this app for many years. You know how many times I've heard people telling me they're going to sue me, they're going to come to my house. I've heard every single thing in the book. I've had people call the police department on me. The police probably know me by name at this point in my area, but they look me up on YouTube and they go, "Yeah, this guy's live streaming himself having a conversation with people on the internet. He's pissing people off. He's running for Congress. Okay, he looks good on his YouTube live. We're not going to kick his door." And that's how I've saved myself from being swatted.
Or they don't have jurisdiction.
Oh, they got jurisdiction. It's called the Chicago Police Department.
Oh, they call the Chicago Police Department? They know where you are?
Yeah, Gagosian, that liberal, effeminate femboy on this app, he has called the police on me twice. He goes by misogynist now. He's no longer a goat.
What is that?
Goat.
I don't know, goat.
Why is my way down to 10 rooms? What happened? Anyone else have problems?
Yeah, there's not there it there's nothing in the hallway.
Literally, there's like 10 rooms. It's usually like hundreds. Now there's 10 rooms.
We started spreading love and awareness, and
Everyone's coming here.
we choked Clubhouse like.
What the hell? Like, does anyone else have 10 rooms?
Oh no, there's a lot actually. The hallway's totally full.
What's going on? I gotta shut down the app.
It goes on forever. Yeah, that's what it is.
I blame you, Jakob. Let's go.
I'll be right back. I see a room with, oh man, Palestinians are suffering too. Let me see who's in here.
Please don't tell me you're going to go to the men's room.
I need to witness this. If Daniel, if we both leave, the room might be closed down.
What? No. I don't care. I'm just plugging the back on while I'm working.
Alright, where are you from? Miles?
From UK, man. Whereabouts are you from?
Yeah, I clocked on you from the UK. I mean, like, whereabouts? I'm not asking you a question.
Yeah, well, I'm usually either based in Manchester or I'm based in London.
Oh, okay. I'm
And yourself?
Warwickshire.
Nice.
Okay, so I wanted to ask the mods if I could read let me see. Read from the Tanya. Or from the Sefer.
I'm gonna come back. I wanted to see
Sefer
these
Avigdor.
guys.
Who was in that room earlier? He said he's a Zionist, but he's proud to put up that title.
No, right. Actually, I can't find it. Echo.
Oh, am I the only one here? Room got boring, huh? Okay, I'll read from Tanya. If nobody's ever read Tanya, it's by the Alter Rebbe. Okay, Tobias, pick a number 1 through 50. Oh, he left us. Anybody in the audience, pick a number 1 through 50, and I'll read to you that number in the Tanya. I'm not going to read it unless somebody puts a number in there. So take your little fingers, click the chat button, and put a number 1 through 50. Go ahead. What number speaks to you? Is it number 10, number 7, number 21, number 35, number 40? Anyone? Joe, do you have a favorite number?
13.
You like 13? Okay, this is your number 13. It's called internal conflict. Do you know what internal conflict is? No? Internal conflict got your tongue? Okay, this is what it says. The in-betweener is judged by both inclinations, judged by them, not ruled by them. The in-betweener listens to the claims of both inclinations and judges between them. When a physical desire arises, the left side of your heart is aroused to pursue it. This is the voice of the inclination towards selfishness. Bring that passion into the right side of your heart, where your intellect responds with the voice of inclination towards selflessness. Most often, the two inclinations are in conflict, so lift the matter to God, who will strengthen the goodness of the right, as our sages teach. Without God's help, the evil inclination could not be overcome. These are the commentaries. The Yetzer HaTov and the Yetzer Hara, the inclination for selfless good and the inclination for selfish evil. The Alter Rebbe deliberately misreads the text to argue that the Benoni, the in-betweener, judges between competing passions rather than is judged by them. Since everyone has both good and evil inclinations, there's no sense in being judged by them, but only by how you handle them. The in-betweener lifts the competition to God. This is what is meant by the teaching, I set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life that you may live. If the word therefore is a command from God telling us which to choose, then there is in fact no choice at all. Choose life should not be read as a command, but rather as a consequence. Torah and Tanya are saying that if you clearly see that the right side speaks for life and the left side speaks for death, you will naturally choose life. The real choice is not between life and death, but between seeing and not seeing. What'd you think, Joe?
What are you reading this from?
It's a book called The Tanya by the Alter Rebbe. Okay, if you enjoyed that reading and you are an American, consider donating to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover for the 16th District of Illinois.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna play the prayers of Reb Nachman now. Might be kind of noisy, but these are the prayers. Oh, we could do the Shema. Let's do the Shema. Do you know the Shema? No?
Yes, I do.
This is the Yemenite version. Alright, we're good. This is the Sephardic version. Okay, this is a song called Poppy Rosin.
one-on-one summit between Ukraine's President Zelensky and Russia's President.
My mom was diagnosed with severe dementia at 78. Today, at 82.
Somebody there? Hello?
driving at night because of vision problems? Try this simple ice hack with water before bed and wash your...
Yo, guys, this is bed. Please stop. Guys, please stop. Would you mind turning that shit off? John, would you mind turning that shit off?
Sono
She
this. What if we were? And what? tell you about how Ace Handyman Services might be the answer you're looking for. Finding someone to do work on your house can be frustrating. Ace Handyman Services was founded with one simple vision: to bring ethics and integrity to home improvement. It drives us in everything we do. Our multi-skilled craftsmen will listen to you and solve your project just as you expect. We're easy to schedule to get your work done. Give us a try. We might just be the home ally you've been looking for. You'll find our craftsmen to be humble, kind, skilled, and qualified to complete 1,162 different home improvement projects. We listen to you and seem to understand exactly what you want. Hey, we get that you're busy. We schedule an exact time on a day that works for you. Our craftsmen will call the night before to confirm your punch list. They text to confirm they're on the way. And when the work is done, we review your list to make sure that you are delighted. Just like Ace Hardware, we exist to help you. That's why we back our work with a 1-year guarantee. Know that we're not finished until you're delighted. Call us and tell us what you're doing. Our team might just surprise you with solutions that exceed your expectations. If you like our hardware stores, you'll love us in there. Give us a call. We think you'll like what you hear.
better shut this down.
That's exactly why I'm having, and you know, I'm not egotistical enough to think that I have one shred of hope of adding anything, but maybe this room is more for my psychological well-being than anything else, and you guys are just my counselors. But I feel like people who are good people and who, in most cases, have decent views, have been absolutely led astray by their addiction to Trump's version of reality. The Virginia Dufresne thing is a great example. Here's a woman who committed suicide, and nobody, because Donald Trump allowed Jeffrey Epstein to steal her from his employ. He didn't look after a young woman who went to work for him. And so she probably trusted him. I remember being a teen and going to work for someone, and I wasn't a young woman, but if one of my daughters went to work for someone, I would think that they were going to have some effort to look after her. But this was a young woman who had no family to look after her. And so we have these people who argue vehemently that we believe in family values, and yet they don't care that women and girls have been abused, and they're not willing to hold their leader accountable. I agree that my title here is inflammatory, and I have made some mistakes in being inflammatory with respect to some of the titles I put up, but I don't know what to do with my family who defend something so indefensible. That's the problem. So Andrew, I like your point, and I'm not a deep history of post World War II Germany, but my understanding is from the reports that I've heard that many Germans could not accept the reality of what Hitler had done. They wanted to deny the reality of it. And that's consistent. You know, there's another area where maybe is interesting. If you read the book about the Donner Party, they were unaware because of they've been boiled so badly in their terrible situation of how crazy it was to be cannibals. You look at as I say, the slavery situation. People become irrational, and you know, Elle and you make a good point that people are just putting their heads down and trying to survive. It's a fair point, but at what point do you say, wake up, people? This is, you know, maybe your survival matters, but maybe something else matters even more. I care about the children taken from you, the Ukrainians, because I have children, and I can't imagine my children or grandchildren being taken, and the president of the country that I live in, that I pay my taxes in, laughs it off. Now people will argue he didn't laugh it off. Well, you know, how many things can you argue about that he didn't do this, he didn't do that? At some point, do Republicans take any responsibility? And this is why my title is inflammatory. I recognize it, but the man did have 34 felonies, and people will say, "Oh, well, you know, you can't trust it. It was politicized and so forth." At what point do we hold him accountable? And in this case, it is so clear that this woman is being held against her will. That, you know, with all due respect to Tucker and everybody who may feel that I picked the wrong image, we have to pick something. I would be happy to have anyone throw in who wants to.
Thanks for having me on your stage. I would tend to side with Rick and Elle. It's Connor or Rick. It's more the banality of evil that people in a frightened, stressed state are going to just react at the base of their brain and probably in a self-interest way, which is, I'd rather be a bystander than a person on the train. In self-interest today versus the logic and educated Germans that I know, I mean, America is people who don't care about you or your emotions or your grandchildren or anything else. They care about their bank account, and they've learned that cheating wins in their case. It's not the system that we want, but we have to say that our Constitution is vulnerable for young people to elect a monarch, and we've done that. Yeah, yes, we can talk about partial history, class about, the unitary executive, and we've been on this slow march. But all of the above, Trump hijacked that party. Some of those people are still there. Many of them are especially in the political class, are still incumbents, and they're still writing the incentives to get them there. But just like Congress people in inside trade, it's an act. It's not a power was designed. But the same people that are supposed to regulate a democracy are supposed to vote in a democracy. Same people that are supposed to be subject to the courts should honor the court's decisions. But that's broken. So if you've got people who deny facts, deny reality, it's more what's in it with them. Why are they not open to just facts? Facts.
Yeah.
I want to yield to Yasi, but I just want to add two quick things. One is that I think it is quite truly human nature that we are sort of narcissistic and we're affected by what we feel like affects us directly. And I think that is part of the problem, is we still don't have enough people seeing that they are, and the people who are their neighbors are being affected. But I wanted to say one other thing, which is that when I have these kinds of conversations, and when television first happened, I mean, many years ago, I remember watching
Hello? Is this thing working?
It was maybe Serbia.
Hello?
I don't remember who was fighting, but I remember thinking, oh, good. Nazi Germany could never happen again, because now we can see it in real time. Because I, of course, grew up. How did this happen? How could they not know? And I was like, oh, okay, but guess what? I wasn't sitting there watching what was happening in Syria, seeing that they were poisoning their own people, because it didn't affect me. So, we have this beautiful story in our history of Jewish people of what we call the righteous Gentiles or the righteous Christians, I don't know which it is, that when you go to Auschwitz or when you go to, when you go to Yad Vashem in Israel, which is the memorial to the Holocaust, we honor the righteous Germans who took and hit people. I mean, we know the famous story of Anne Frank. And so then I have to ask myself the question, would I immigrant who was in danger, would I, if I was going through the airport and I saw somebody pull aside a brown or black person and be in some way interrogating them, would I stand there or would I walk away? And I think those questions ultimately have to start with ourselves.
Well, you are brilliant. That is exactly why I'm holding this room. I wish I could do more. I wouldn't mind being shot for my country. I wish we had more people here. Steve, I see you here, and I would love to know what you think. Now, before people listen to Steve, he gave one of his sons to this country. So Steve has a right, by virtue of the sacrifice he has made, to have an opinion, even if I disagree with it. Steve, what do you think?
Well, yeah, and you talk about the things I've heard discussed here, and I'm not trying to go at anyone specifically because I hear this all the time. But this assumption that somehow everybody that voted Republican is moronic, and everyone that voted Republican somehow is gave believe of their senses to reality and facts. It's much more nuanced and it's much more complicated than that. You can break it down if that's the way you want to see people. I mean, go ahead, but it's an unrealistic view. People
done what they've done. What motivates people? You know, some people can say, we've seen policies that was antithetical to everything that we believe in, that thing that we stand for, and we can't go there anymore. For instance, if I was in a department store and a man dressed up like a woman wanted to go in the bathroom after my wife had entered the bathroom, I'd have real issues with that. Now, a lot of people just slough that off and say that's no big deal. But these are components. When people seen our southern border just being overrun with migration waves after migration waves, just pummeling our southern border in complete chaos, that became a motivation.
Wait, the bathrooms or the borders? I know you were thinking about both.
Well, I mean,
why don't you pick up? It's hard to follow.
I'm trying to articulate the facets of what may drive someone to vote for or against something.
Okay, so
now, you know,
Jay makes a fair point. You have to stay on one thing. If you want to pick bathrooms, pick bathrooms. If you want to pick borders, pick borders. But I think it's hard to engage in a discussion when you have a shotgun as opposed to a rifle mentality. It's kind of the way I feel about tariffs. So would you like to talk about a man going into a woman's bathroom, or would you like to talk about borders?
Well, Alan, what I was trying to explain to you is it's like the many facets of what a complicated decision tree in any subject has many points to it. That's what I'm trying to articulate. And all I hear from people when they talk about Republicans and what may be motivating them is they're just out of touch with reality, when it may just be, it could just be that we have a disagreement about how to construct a society and what becomes palatable as a social compact. That's what governments are. They're a social compact between people. That's why we have, right. That's why we have such a division here. And if your starting point is that my disagreement is with someone that's lost touch with reality, it's awful hard to negotiate.
Well, Steve, let's just see if we can have some facts. Wait, let's just start with some facts. I'm perfectly willing to entertain both of the ladies here, but I want to see if Steve agrees on a couple of facts. Was Donald Trump a convicted felon? Did he get 34 felonies?
That was a misuse of judicial power in a way that was unbelievable.
According to you, Steve, according to you and according to Fox News. But these
No, Alan, let me correct you a little bit. Because that's not me and that's not Fox News. I've heard a couple of attorneys and U.S. federal attorneys that has articulated this subject.
You can always find, Steve, someone who disagrees with a judicial decision. Do you agree that we need to live by the rules of a court?
Yeah, but here's, well, hold it. That's there. You know, Madison and Jefferson talked about the misuse of judicial powers when our country was first formed. James Madison and Thomas Jefferson, two of the most important figures in the founding of the country, talked about it. Well, it's relevant.
I'm trying to summarize it because this is just going to go on. You don't agree with the decision that the court made, and you find people who align with your view that they don't agree with the decision that the court made, but you still do believe in the American courts when they suit your opinion. Is that right?
No, I look at each court case and analyze it on its merit.
And your opinion.
And if the merits justify.
What did you say? Your opinion, Steve, is superior to the opinion of the jury that was justly sat. Let me ask you, so we're not going to agree on this. Let's just agree that we're not going to agree.
No, we're not.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm eager to maintain what common ground we can find. Do you agree that it is wrong for this Democratic House member to be held captive in the
not sure which one you're referring to.
I'm referring to the woman in the article who is a Texas representative. Her only crime was getting elected to the Texas State House and refusing to be part of a quorum. Do you agree that that's a reason to hold an American captive?
I don't know Texas law well enough, or the House rules that are involved here to articulate one way or the other. I plead ignorance on the facts.
Thank you. Jane, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to get Steve on record here.
Oh, no, it wasn't me. I think it was Susan.
Oh, Sue, go ahead.
Sorry, it was me, and I apologize if mine came off mic earlier.
No,
I
it's
just
okay.
want to say that what I'm hearing is a bunch of denying, deflecting, and the moving of goalposts. And I'm with you, Alan. You know, I hear it, but I don't know how to get around it because the questions are not being answered. When you ask a yes or no, you get, well, it's more complicated than just that until they want a direct answer. So it's the most confusing. I've never had such a difficult time having a critical thinking argument, discussion. It's not even an argument, it's a discussion. Because it's gaslighting, it's moving the goalposts, it's saying that things are not happening the way they are, and playing this what-if game. And what about? For example, we're in this room asking very simple questions. Somebody is being held without their will in a chamber and is being given one of two options. Now, those are facts. They're not my facts. They're not your facts. They're the facts that are being presented to us as the outside world. Yet, we're still finding people coming in here telling us that what we're seeing is not what we're seeing. And if we are seeing it, then maybe this is the way it might play out. And that's the part of all of this that boggles me to the nth degree that makes me say, where do we find the common ground? So
Can I ask you a question?
allow me to finish. So when Alan, I apologize to you and the rest of the room. Yes, I sound emotional, but I'm coming from a place of experience, understanding, research, and a lived experience from where I am. And I also want to say, you're talking to somebody that's on the front lines at Home Depot every morning, preventing the raise. You're talking to somebody who stops them on the front lines. So yes, I am out there doing the work, and I am putting my money where my mouth is. So when people come in here and start to say, it's either the bathroom or the border, and I'm like, come on, we're still at that argument when we've got people being arrested, sitting in a wheelchair without a leg? Come on. We need to start having a better discussion here, people.
Sue, I agree with you. And I want to be as respectful as I can to everybody on the stage. Steve did give one of his sons to this nation. How he can follow a leader who calls that son a loser is beyond me. It's absolutely beyond me. But I love Steve. And I believe that while he may have very confused thinking, while he may be a victim of watching too much Fox News, which is not reality, I do think he should have the opportunity to express his view. Would you be willing to let him ask you a question?
I have been in rooms with Steve way too many times in the critical thinking room. Honestly, I don't put my energy where I know it's not going to be well spent. Like I just got done saying, I'm out there on the front lines where I can make a difference. I can't make a difference there, so I will respect Steve from afar, and I will respect the service his son gave to our country. None of that was disrespect.
Thank you. That is beautiful.
Could I just interject something now?
You can interject it, but you can't ask her a question because she said she knows.
Okay, I don't care. I don't want to. Should any situation where someone has been arrested should you have the full facts of the law before you analyze that situation? Or do I analyze a situation not knowing the charging document, not knowing Texas law that's involved in it? Are these not critical points to say, is this appropriate or inappropriate? Now, I work with the police every day. I'm a city councilman. I have to work with the police all the time. I have to analyze these things. If someone comes in and they're brought before our municipal judge, I have to make sure that our police department, when they're charging, are out doing the proper thing. I can't go on emotion. I have to know that, well, this is relevant. This is relevant, Jane. Jane, the law is relevant, and the charging document is relevant. And if you don't know the particulars of the charging document and you don't know the law as it reads, you cannot analyze this situation properly. It's impossible.
But Steve, you don't really believe in the law because you're willing to let someone with 34 felonies, you support somebody with 34 felonies in spite of the fact that it was found by 12 jurors within our system. So you believe in the law when it's convenient to you, when it reflects your facts, but you basically just said that that was not a legitimate court case. I don't know how you decide that something isn't legitimate, and my view is not as important as yours because you're a city councilman, maybe. I mean, I think Hanson is worthy.
Alan, can I ask you one question?
You can ask me a question. Ladies have to be willing to.
Let me just ask you this sincere question. Have you ever heard of a jury case where you have 3 different charges and the jury is not instructed that they have to unanimously agree on any charge that they bring back as guilty? Isn't that a function of the jury system? There has to be unanimity. If you have a jury trial and you have one charge that has to be agreed upon and one of the jurors says no, the charge cannot stand as a hung jury. So why in this particular case, when the judge sent the jury to debate this, he did not instruct them that when they brought back a decision, it had to be brought back in unanimous agreement on a particular charge?
Steve, let's just try a different question because I think you are using a very specific to try to defeat a general argument, and I see you do this all the time, and I still love you and I still respect you, but answer this for me. Do you think a man with 34 felonies should ever be president of the United States?
Well, no, I don't.
Thank you. Let's leave that one there. Let's leave that one there. The end. That's very good. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that answer. Okay, does anyone else want to say something?
Yeah, this is John. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, Congressman.
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to Steve, he said, the social compact has been broken. And, if you listen to what you're saying, and what that film producer says, Michael Moore, Trump's presidency was going to be the biggest FU to the establishment and to the government of all time. So, you're saying that the American people were willing to vote for a criminal with all these felonies and all these charges because they're that upset with their governance, with the government itself.
I'm not saying that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'll tell you what.
I'm trying to come together with a logical conclusion based on what I'm listening to.
Yes, but you just said I'm saying something that I'm not saying. You want to know what I believe happened in the 2024 election? America was unwilling to vote for a black female. It's that simple. The Bradley effect is still alive and well. That's why. It didn't have anything to do with a mandate on immigration. It sure as heck didn't have anything to do with imposing taxes on people illegally. It was a mandate or a function of the Bradley effect. People could not imagine a black woman president. It's that simple.
So that's your projection. Steve and I and others
That's
may
my
have
opinion.
a different.
It's not a projection. It's an
Well,
opinion.
it's your opinion, but it's still considered a projection. You're projecting your opinion. I am projecting my opinion. You may not agree with my opinion.
Hey, can we, before we leave the Texas woman and Steve, can I jump in with something?
Please do. Please do.
Yeah, so the idea that we sort of don't know the facts enough to understand what's going on here. Like, if you work with law enforcement, like, you understand, like, the different evidentiary standards that exist for taking different actions as a law enforcement officer, at least at some level, right? Like, you must. So, like, I don't understand. Sorry, did I cut out for a second? I was getting a call.
No, we still have you.
Oh, you heard me. Okay, great. Okay, yeah. So, like, you know there's different evidentiary standards, and you also know that there has to be a law that is being applied, and that's not actually what's happening here. And it's like not a hard thing to look at. I mean, it's like trying to make an excuse for a police officer who pulled someone over because they thought they looked funny, or they don't think that someone like that should be driving that kind of car. Like, those are indefensible actions, at least under the law. So I don't understand how you think that this is so complex. And just briefly, there are different states and different jurisdictions where juries have different standards. I believe, like, for example, in Louisiana, I'm pretty sure that it's like intended to get a conviction. But
Okay, I'm a little confused. Stop just a second. You don't understand how it's so complex. Do you mean, are you talking to me or are you talking to Kitover? Who do you think is
No, I'm talking to Steve.
Steve, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so could I ask just a question? Now,
you engage in a dialogue.
Yeah, and you articulate to me the law as it's written that she was charged with, or the procedure that may be in place in the Texas House that was invoked. I know neither of those. So in order for me to draw a conclusion about whether this was appropriate or not, I would have to actually know the law. And then my question to you would be, do you know the law, and was the law as it was charged misused?
No, what happened was they freestyled about law enforcement, right? So law enforcement is very prescriptive, right? We don't leave, especially when it comes to crime. It's not like a lot of gray area. Like, there might be a lot of gray area in copyright law or IP law or whatever. Like, but you don't have a lot of gray area when it comes to criminal law. She had every right to walk out of the Capitol as a person, and she wasn't allowed to do that until she signed a permission slip. There was no law that was being invoked that had that prescribed within it. And it's not the person who's being detained to answer that question, which is part of what's wrong with your approach right now. Is it wasn't for her to tell the bailiff or whoever it was that operates in the Texas government and saying, hey, you're not allowed to leave right now, we're not going to let you leave. For her to convince them that she was somehow innocent of something. It's like, you have to tell a person that you're detaining why you're detaining them within a certain prescribed amount of time and based on a certain prescribed number of reasons.
24 to 48 hours, they have to be told what they're being charged with, or they must be detained.
I didn't say charged, I said detained. That's not the same thing. You do not have 24 hours to tell someone why you're detaining them.
In the state of Texas, you have 24 to 48 hours of detainment. After that, they must be charged. If not, they must be released.
You're literally saying stuff that doesn't make any sense. I'm not talking about charging.
Oh, you're saying stuff that
I'm not talking about charging. I'm talking about detaining.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my God.
You're not addressing the fundamental point. You're not addressing the fundamental point, which is you have to justify detaining somebody. I agree with you that you have to charge someone within a certain amount of time to be able to continue detaining them. That's not even the question. The question is like, if I get pulled over by an officer, okay, and they're like, sir, you're going to have to come with us downtown. They need to tell me why. Which is fine. Like, it's not even contentious. It's just like, cool, there's a reason why we're detaining you. And, you're going to have to come downtown for the detainment to be released. This isn't like a complicated thing. It's not some sort of gray area. This is a very, very established under law.
Hey, can we move on, Your Honor?
Well, I'd love to get Steve to answer my question instead of other people jumping in on something.
Yeah, let's let Steve answer the question, the specific question, and please, people, let these two have their discussion. I will interrupt it when it becomes completely ununderstandable.
Okay, according to what you're saying here, she was getting ready to leave the house floor, and she was accosted trying to leave the house floor, and detained. Because I'm fuzzy on the facts of what happened here. This is the first time I've ever heard it. Is that what you're saying?
She was not allowed to leave. I mean, accosted is a charged word. So let's try to stay away from him.
Let's just say
so that we can be involved.
She was detained.
She wanted to go. They said you can't leave until you sign this, essentially this contract that says that you're going to have a police escort for whatever period of time. I guess for as long as the special session is open, is my guess, but I'm not actually the detail. And she said, I'm not going to sign it. And they said, well, you're not leaving the Capitol until you sign it.
And as a matter of principle, Steve, let's just not argue about specific details. As a matter of principle, do you think it is right?
No, let's not even go there yet. Can we go there second, please?
Okay, sure.
Let's just stick to, do you agree that to detain someone in that manner requires a legal justification? Let's just start there.
Well, now, I think that isn't this all tied up with the Democratic caucus breaking quorum and pleading to other states? Isn't that what precipitated this?
That is definitely implicated, but that's not really the question that I'm asking.
Okay.
So if they had said, this is why we're detaining you, and that this is the law that you're breaking, assuming that they had some law that they were playing that with, then sure. But that's not what actually happened here. There was some other standard that was created on the fly.
Well, I don't know about legislative matters and the specific application.
They're not even important. The question is, if she's not detained.
I'm going to get to something here. I used to hold a Tier 1 hazmat classification, which meant that I've been trained and certified to deal with hazmat situations up until January. Well, no, and here's the thing. If I went to a site and they realized I had a hazmat Tier 1 certification and I tried to leave, I could be detained and arrested by the police. Now, does that apply to legislative matters? I don't know. But I do know in my case that they didn't have to have a charge. If they realized I had that certification and there was an emergency going on and I tried to leave the situation with that certification, I could be detained and arrested for not applying my skills in that situation.
So, Steve, point, if I understand it, your point is it should be okay for the Speaker of the House and the Governor of Texas to detain someone because their presence is necessary for a quorum, regardless of what their vote is. Is that your point?
Well, it could be depending upon what the agreed standard is in the state of Texas. I've seen this, like if you're a firefighter and someone's injured and you try and walk away without rendering assistance, you can be charged.
Well, there's a standard in the U.S. House, in the federal House, you could actually arrest a representative to make a quorum. So it may well be Texas law.
And if it is, and each legislative body has, just like where I'm city councilman, we have our own standards and policies, and we have police there at our council meetings, and there are things that will get you arrested.
Okay, Steve, thank you for cooperating in this discussion. I know it gets emotional for you. Your Honor, I hope that you feel that I think we probably carried this one as far as going.
I mean, just completely dodged it. I mean, he's saying that in other situations there's laws that apply. Which is like, okay, yes, we all agree that laws exist, and that where they exist, they can be applied.
Thanks, Mr.
But that's not the question. The question is in this case, there was a law that was applied, and she was detained in a fashion that is inappropriate, and he's not addressing any of the details of this particular situation, which is obviously, dodging the question. If you murder someone, I can be detained. Yeah, of course. Law exists. I agree.
Why in the House of Representatives for the United States is there Sergeant at Arms?
That's 34 felonies. You agreed that we shouldn't have a president with 34 felonies. Thank you. I take that as a win. I really take that as a win, and I hope when this idiot is out of office, we can agree as both Democrats and Republicans, we don't ever again want to have someone with 34 felonies. You attacked Joe Biden for his age, and you don't care about Donald Trump's age. You're asymmetric, and I love you, but you're asymmetric. Let's move on.
I'm not trying to be contentious, Andy, and Your Honor, I'm not trying to dodge. I'm trying to be genuinely truthful here. I'm not sure within each chamber what the procedures and what the enforcement of those procedures are. I know a lot of these legislative bodies have sergeant at arms, and they can be removed. Now, I just don't know, and I don't know the particulars, so I'm not going to doubt.
Anson, I would love to give you a chance to jump in on this. Let's try to get away from this because we're not going to get.
Well, I got, if I may, I'm going to start with some simple questions.
I'm sorry. Jay has been waiting for a long time. I think he has to say something. Jay, if you want now.
Go ahead, Jay. I'll give Anson a chance after. Go ahead, Jay.
I just want to say 3 maybe 4 quick things. Number one, in regards to the detainment, arrest, and charging, police officers do not legally have to tell you why they are detained, which is commonly known as good practice. They should tell you why they are detained, always. But legally, they do not have to. That's just number one. Number two, depending on the state you're in, they have between 24 to 72 hours to charge you, or they must release you. If they do not, they have to place charges. Number three, in the state of Texas, and those are controversy about all this bullshit that's going on right now, they have something that's called call to the house, where all house members must be present. Now, they do have law-breaking rules in the state of Texas, but the Supreme Court in the state of Texas ruled that the calling house, just it calls individuals, just as it makes individuals show up, it can also allow for the Texas State House to send out police officers to arrest you as they have to show up because you were not excused by the sergeant at arms at the time. So if you weren't excused, at least that's what the court is trying to make it appear as, then you can be arrested. That's what they're trying to do here. Is this legal? I mean, by the courts, should it ever been done before in the state of Texas? No. That's why this is so as it is right now. Because Texas is known, at least their state legislature is known for breaking quorum to not have bullshit legislation go through. They did it in 2021, they did it in 2022, they did it in 2019, they did it in 2020, and they did it back in 2016. I mean, this is Texas has never broken quorum, but the fact that they are sending out or at least trying to get new rulings in order to enforce quorum, that is a little scary. That's all.
Okay, so Jay, I just want to get you on record for 2 things, just because it gets very confusing. Number 1, do you think someone with 34 felonies should ever be president of the United States again?
No.
Good. And number 2, do you think that this is right for this woman to have to sign a monitoring deal with police to be able to have her freedom?
No, and that also wasn't in the court documents either. That was ruled by the Texas State Supreme Court, so she should be released if they already completed their business.
Thank you. Anson, go ahead.
Is it against the law? I'm not talking about rules or tradition or even moral acts. Is it against the law to break a quorum, leave the state and break a quorum?
So no, leaving the state is not a violation of the law. But if the governor and
all right. It is now though. That's the thing. Like this thing.
Marshall gets modded immediately.
Wait a minute.
Okay, hold on. Let's let Anson make his points, and then we'll let Marshall make his report. Go ahead, Anson.
It is not against the law to purposely break quorum and even leave the state in order to achieve that goal. It's not against the law. Therefore, she cannot be arrested as a lawbreaker for taking that action, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it against the law for the state out to disrupt some kind of political process. Can the state police legally follow someone under those kinds of circumstances?
That's not the question. The question is, well, no, that's your question. But what I want to know, I understand that's your question. But the point is, she was being asked to sign a document giving them permission to do it.
Okay, and she refused to do it. That's not breaking the law, right?
I think she's being very clear.
That's exactly
We're
right.
forgetting something.
Wait a minute.
We're forgetting what the Texas Supreme Court ruled, John. And that's the part of the conversation that you're forgetting about here. And that's something that isn't usually talked about either, this whole conversation.
We'll get to that.
In the Texas State House, they have something called call to house, where all state representatives must be present unless you are excused, or they are supposed to be. The Texas State Supreme Court ruled that just as it requires individuals to come here, it also will now allow for individuals to be arrested and or detained if they do not appear to do their duties. That is what the Texas court ruled. Am I against that? Yes.
Hold on. What was their rationale? I get the
They're call to house.
Typical Marshall
Call to
response.
house.
What was the
That was their rationale.
What was the
I don't know
rationale?
what you're
He
saying.
just gave you the rationale, Marshall.
Stop.
You just didn't listen to it.
We're talking about this and we're talking about Texas state law. I'd like you to point me in a direction instead of saying just Google. I'm driving, so I can't do it anyway. But like, you made an academic claim. You need to be able to back that up. Like, you need to be able to quote.
Absolutely, Marshall. Absolutely, Marshall. So, you understand call of house in the state of Texas, correct? You understand how that works, right, Marshall? Okay, so then, I'm just going to explain what you better know. Call of house in the state of Texas requires all members to stay within chambers unless excused. Any members who are not present can be sent for and arrested whenever they may be found by the sergeant at arms according to the House. Now, according to the Texas State Supreme Court, it ruled that it further affirmed in stating that just as members are to stay in the House, if they are not excused, if they do not appear, then they can legally be found as breaking Texas state law or breaking House policy and can also be arrested. That was what was ruled by the Texas State Supreme Court. Do I agree with it? No. I'm going to put the ruling in the chat for you all to understand everybody disagrees with this, with what I'm saying. I disagree with the bullshit as well. I don't like it, but they can do inside of the Texas House until the official business has been completed, which it has been, so she shouldn't be held. And I said that part as well.
Okay.
The problem that you're missing, the thing that you're missing though.
Stop. Hanson, I want you to be able to finish your points.
Okay, so it is, according to a Supreme Court ruling, if she fails to respond to a call, or after the call, she leaves the chamber, she leaves the House, then according to the state Supreme Court ruling, she can be arrested. Yes? Does everybody agree with that? Whether it's right or wrong, does everybody agree that she is subject to arrest based upon a state Supreme Court ruling that if she does not respond to a call to the House or leaves the House without permission after that call to the House, she can be arrested? Is that correct?
Until otherwise proven, let's assume that's true.
That's right.
Okay, all right. If that is right, now the question becomes, is it legal for the state troopers to follow that person, that representative, because they suspect she may be about to break the Supreme Court ruling requirement? Is it legal for them to follow her?
Hanson, apparently that may or may not be, I think it's legal, but she is asked for her permission.
No, she has to commit the act first.
Yeah, exactly. That's not a thing that
What are you
exists.
talking about?
No, I'm not talking whether it's moral, whether it's right or wrong. I'm trying to understand.
It's a constitution. You can't search or seize. They can't be cornered in her house. Hanson, same constitution you and I made a pledge to. In the Bill of Rights, we do not grant all of our personal freedoms to be followed and harassed by
police. Or
I didn't say harass. I didn't say harass, Your Honor. I said follow. Is it legal?
Yeah, so that's someone else.
Is
That
it
wasn't me.
legal for somebody
That
else?
wasn't Your Honor, just for the record. That was someone else. But that was David.
Is it legal for the state police to follow that representative?
Potentially, right? So if they have reason to believe that someone is going to commit a crime, just like anything else, right? Like if they think I may commit a murder, they can surveil me to see what's going on, right? Or if they have some cause, they can follow that cause to a logical conclusion. But that's not actually the question here, because what actually happened is that they wanted to force these legislators, in fact, did force many legislators to sign what they're calling a permission slip, which actually forces them to sign on to being tailed, which is essentially thought crime. Like they're saying, well, you're thinking about potentially not, basically you're thinking about denying quorum in the future. We want to make sure that there's a cop there so that when we issue a warrant for your arrest under the law, which does exist, which I agree does exist, that there's going to be a cop following you. They do not have to agree to that. Like, there's no basis for that, and that is the problem. Is forcing them to commit to that.
I think I agree with that. I agree with you, Your Honor. I think that it is not a violation of the law for her to refuse to sign that document. That's not a violation of any law. It's not a violation of any Supreme Court ruling. Therefore, there is no legal mechanism in place to require her to sign that pledge, that document. Right? Everybody agree with that?
We agree with that.
Okay, great. Then if they want to expend the resources and just follow her all over Texas or wherever she goes, that's not breaking the law. It seems like a stupid squandering of valuable law enforcement resources. But they can follow her, and if in fact there is a call or whatever the term is, if there's a fact to call, she knows about it, and she then refuses to go to the house as called, the state troopers can arrest her. Correct?
Thank you, Anson. Yes, we understand that. We agree with that.
Then I rest my case and I'll listen.
Thank you. Now, before anybody says, stop. Before anybody does anything else, I'll let you make your point afterwards. Marshall has a report for us. Marshall, you have the floor.
So I've not been able to get a hold of any Texas representatives.
What, he was gonna get hold of somebody like the past fucking 10 minutes? The fuck?
In the middle of session, or
This
they're doing
guy's
something
retarded.
I'm getting voicemail messages. I imagine what's been going on.
He's getting voicemails. He's getting the fucking constituents are calling Marshall.
What makes sense and what doesn't in this case? The questions I would have would be: what are the House parliamentary rules? What's the law that we're talking about? As Aaron cited, there was one. It allows the state government to do that. If I could wave a magic wand, I'm not going to have a bunch of state troopers follow people all over the place. It's just that, it reeks of intimidation.
It does.
It reeks of intimidation. It may be legal, but it's certainly, to say the very least, is very short-sighted.
Thank you, Marshall.
That's going to backfire.
This is the point I was trying to make with Steve, and I also didn't want to break it up with Anson. At some point, this is a discussion about theory. We can argue about the details all day, and at some point the details matter. But in theory, I think we all agree that this is wrong. Now this popcorn is open. Someone wanted to say something.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, this is what happens when you break the rules, you break the laws, and you do whatever you want. There's repercussions for doing whatever you want to do.
Let me change it from being wrong to being arbitrary. It's just arbitrary.
Marshall, I placed it in the chat for you from the Texas State Legislature in regards to the call to House call the Senate. But the only thing here It's kind of like you said though, Marshall. The only thing here that's actually a little bit weird because you can't arrest and detain them to push them to show up to session, but it has never been used that you have to sign a permission slip to allow them to continue to follow you after the session. That is kind of a whole gray area here, and that's why she's pressing charges.
I mean, if I were
That's the part that isn't actually a gray area. It is the extra legal part that I've been trying to point out in the beginning, and why I said you were wrong before. Is that part is the whole part that is the reason for her being detained, and that is not within the law. And that's the problem with what they're doing, is that that's not within the law. And that's where we should focus. And also, if you break the law, there can be repercussions. In this case, it's actually not against the law to deny quorum, but there can be a civil arrest warrant issued. If they had arrested her, they would have been well within their rights. But by the time that this is actually happening, she's in the Capitol and no longer denying quorum. So they can't actually do that to her anymore. Because at this point, she actually is no longer denying quorum.
Well, no, that doesn't matter. When you, and I put it in the chat as well, the Texas State Legislature glossary. Once there is a call to house, and this is in almost every state, this isn't just Texas, by the way. Once there is a call to house, you have to get permission to leave by the sergeant at arms. You have to be told that you are now allowed to leave by the sergeant at arms. That is the one, that's kind of what's confusing a lot of people here. She hasn't been given permission to leave by the sergeant at arms, but please hold on, please hold on, man. Hold on.
You interrupted me.
I put it in the chat.
You just interrupted me, and now you're telling me not to.
You're right. You know what? You're right, Your Honor. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat for you again. Because me and you, we agree that it's total bullshit. But from a legal standpoint here,
yeah, but you're missing.
They are following the Texas State
Legislature. That's all that matters. You're making other points that aren't actually relevant to the point that I'm making. We agree that there's a law. We agree on that.
You're not catching the nuance. Your Honor is putting a nuance.
Let's let your Honor is
recognizing you're missing. Thank you. The thing that you're missing is that the fundamental thing that matters here is they are forcing her to sign a permission slip. That exact moment is not in law, and that is the problem.
It has never been done before, which is why I called it a gray area here. That's why I said she
It's not gray.
Hold on. This does make it a gray area. What are you saying?
Jay, you're recognized. Wasn't it Jay that was talking?
Yes, and that's why I said this is what makes it a gray area here. It has never been before. Once there is a call to house, as I stated, and it's in the chat as well, from the Texas State Legislature in and of itself, to describe their rules and policies for call to house. I'm sorry, for call up the house. And I finally put it in the chat for you. I don't know why you're trying to argue this point with me. You have to receive permission to leave. Never in the state of Texas before, for you to be granted to leave, has anyone ever tried to say you have to sign this permission slip in order for me to grant you the right to leave, which is why I keep saying it's a gray area right now until the Texas State Supreme Court goes back and says, yeah, no, this isn't okay, or yeah, no, he's allowed to do this because he did this action per the Texas State Legislature. That's a little gray area to throw.
Okay, Your Honor, do you feel, wait. Your Honor, do you feel that we've hurt you? Jay, do you feel that we've hurt you?
Sorry. So the thing that isn't gray area about those things is what I find very, very frustrating in what he's saying. It's like if I decided to do a citizen's arrest against Marshall, right, and I say to him, hey, you've broken a law, I'm exercising my rights to arrest you, and I'm just going to detain you in my house. That's not gray area. That's kidnapping. like you don't get to do something that isn't allowable under law and then call it gray area because you feel like it. If the law enforcement mechanism isn't in the law, you don't get to exercise.
Well, you detain them until the police arrive. It's not like your Friday night date life, Your Honor.
Hold on. I think there is really something to be said. And Aaron, I want to.
It's not like your Friday night date
if
life.
you just would allow me. Your knowledge of parliamentary procedure and like
This isn't about
Your Honor.
Marshall is recognized. Marshall is recognized.
No, what I meant.
I don't know what's going on here. I've been talked over by 3 people and now I get unrecognized.
You can finish. Just try
He's
to
upset.
Okay, let me just say this very succinctly. The criminal law has, in the U.S. system, is very defined and prescriptive. That's a good thing, right? We don't want people freestyling when it comes to the opportunity to exercise state violence or to detain people or simply just in following the law, like according to good law enforcement, right? Just maintaining the law and order, the peace and so on and so forth. We want it to be prescriptive and specific. That is a good thing. Where powers are not prescribed to law enforcement, they do not have those powers. That's how our law works. They do not have the right to force these people to sign permission slips. That is not in the law. And that's not gray area because the law doesn't say it, so it's not there.
Yeah, we all know the permission slip is optional.
Wait, Your Honor has said
We all know the
that
permission
it's
slip
not
is
gray
optional.
area and it is not legal. Do I understand you?
The permission slip part, detaining someone for permission slips, that's not in the law. Is at best extra legal.
Yes.
And not illegal.
Do you feel that we've heard your point?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Marshall?
More when I was mentioning bylaws, what I was meaning was the Sergeant at Arms of Texas House is the enforcement wing of the DPS. At least as I understand the Texas Constitution. And so part of me trying to put this together, because I would agree with, I tend to agree with you, if it's not written, it's not there, the argument that you should have to sign a permission slip, rankles my nose at the very least. I'm more curious whether the House Sergeant at Arms is able to hold her, and so that's why I said bylaws, because Sergeant at Arms operates, at least as I understand it, and I could be totally wrong, but operates a voluntary, or like they're together. And so I was curious about like the internal procedures of the Texas House, if it would do this stuff and then allow enforcement. Because I understand the part about the law, and I didn't intend to complain about the law itself. Features that made the chamber work.
You're our reporter.
The sergeant at arms knows that I'm sorry, the Speaker of the House.
Yes. Let's let candidate be very patient, and I appreciate you calling. Let's let candidate make his statement.
Yeah, I think we've heard Your Honor repeat himself about 3 to 5 times now. It's up to this young woman if she wants to sign the slip or not. But if they imprisoned her in a library and said you can't leave unless you sign, well, you know what? She fell for the mousetrap. And you can't just, obstruct the law and do whatever you want to do. You have to obey decorum and the rules. So this is just another perfect example of people who feel like they don't have to obey rules or laws, and it's their silent protest. But she doesn't have to sign that piece of paper, and she doesn't have to leave. She could just sit there in the library, use the bathroom, and just live there. If she really wants to protest, she could do it. But you guys are wasting a whole lot of time talking about nothing. That's my opinion.
Well, you've chosen to stay here. I appreciate that you expressed your opinion. I'm not sure I understand it. I think what you're saying is that you think that she has disobeyed the law by not staying for the quorum, and it's okay with you, and I'm putting words in your mouth intentionally, it's okay with you that the Texas House wants to monitor her and not ask for her permission to be monitored. That's okay with you. Do I understand your
she
point?
can protest all she wants, but she's going to reap the repercussions of her protest. That's fine. Go for it. Do it. Be a protester.
Okay. Thank you. I hope you feel that you've been heard. All right. We've had a long dialogue on this. Does anybody want to throw in? At this point, you're welcome. Yossi, your mic is covered. Yossi, get your hand off your mouth.
Tucker came to the room. He didn't, on stage, he didn't say anything. I don't know if he wants. And one thing that is mentioned in the chat, I think it's good to remember, to say it out loud, is that she's not just a woman, she is an elected representative. Yahtzee, he spoke earlier, I don't think you were here yet.
Tucker, go ahead. Yassi's concerned that you feel hurt. Do you feel hurt?
I do, and apparently it either makes you laugh or cry, depending on your perspective.
Okay, it's important to me that people feel hurt. Not necessarily that we agree, but that we feel hurt. And the other thing that's terribly important to me is we find what common ground we can. There isn't a lot of it, but there is some. And I think when we find that common ground, at least we can work towards something. So, thank you. Yassi makes a really outstanding point that it's not the woman. She is an elected representative equal to any man. Does anybody want to argue that? Thank you.
Yossi didn't, it was from the chat. Dennis, I think, said it first. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Alan, can you remind everybody how many felonies Donald Trump is guilty of, please?
34.
34 felonies. So why doesn't the Congress just lock Donald Trump in the White House, and hold him, hostage and arrest him, because he's been convicted of 34 felonies, Alan?
I love that idea, John. Are you serious?
Yeah, 100%. Why don't we just not let Donald Trump leave the White House, because he's guilty of 34 felonies? Duh, he's a felon. He's guilty of 34 felonies, and he's just roaming the land, doing whatever he wants, posting whatever he wants. I mean, come on, Alan, why can't Congress arrest him? 34 felonies.
Yeah,
This
I
is
think
the
that's
most
right.
exception argument ever. This is the guy who's just saying that people should be arrested and detained for thought crimes because of FAFO or something. But now when it comes to Donald Trump, he's essentially arguing the opposite. Like, you can't make this up, man. Like, it's just wild how MAGA logic works.
MAGA logic?
MAGA logic is wild, but if he wants to make the point that Donald Trump should be a Republican wants to make the point that Donald Trump should be arrested, I will go with that. I can support that. The question, of course, is will he stick to it? But we don't know that true or false. So let's.
I mean, he'd have to be impeached first, Alan. I'm just saying, if we give him a notice and we say, we know you're guilty of 34 felonies, therefore we can't let you be the president anymore. I mean, why can't Congress just arrest or detain Donald Trump, Alan?
So you would be in favor of impeaching Donald Trump?
Now, John. Sorry, Al.
No, you have it. Jane has the floor.
With love, kick out John. This is getting done.
Go ahead, Jane. I'm sorry.
She said it's really dumb, and
I said with love to John.
I just want to say, Alan, I feel like I've been heard. I feel like I've been heard, Alan. Thank you.
Okay. Dismal, you have been invited to the stage. Sue, you're here. Do you have anything you want us to throw in?
I don't see Sue on the stage.
You have the floor, Dismal.
But I see Denise, and Denise was in the room before me, so perhaps she has more to offer first.
You make your point, and then I'll recognize Denise.
Okay, I think you should potentially remove John. If possible, he is troubling. He doesn't have much to offer in terms of actual information or substance. So, what I would just say is what we're constantly pushing democratic values to the point where it's exhausting. We're literally denigrating certain things, and now we're thinking, oh, it's normal, it's just normal, it's just everyday. Checkpoints in DC were not a thing under Biden or his predecessor or Bush, and this isn't normal. The crime rate in DC has gone down, yet we're pushing more people to more National Guards from areas of predominantly white areas where they're not going to be familiar with DC culture, and we're arming them with weapons, which is intimidating.
removed me. Whoa, they deleted my Clubhouse. My Clubhouse account got deleted. Oh my god. On the spot deleted. I wonder why. What did I say? Okay, this has been Trump derangement syndrome. Unbelievable what they just wiped out my Clubhouse account. We're probably gonna have to go back to just recording Clubhouse. Anyways, this has been a Trump derangement syndrome Democrat liberal therapy session. This is Rep. Candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois. Go to johnforcongress.com. Cannot believe they just deleted that shit. Holy shit. On the spot account deletion. Damn. Oh man, that's too bad. Okay, well, that's the show then. I guess we'll see if we can just jump into an X account. Because I actually don't have any more Clubhouse accounts. Dr. Adams, I think Dr. Adams got me reported. We'll see. My account was suspended. All my accounts are suspended. All my Clubhouse accounts have been suspended. We've been suspended from Clubhouse across all of our accounts, I think. So that means I'm gonna get a new account and just go incognito, anonymous. Thank you, Clubhouse.
So what does that do? Well, it gets them in a frame where all they care about are the men with the money and the materialism and the meal in front of them, and to just try and get another rush of dopamine. Well, then what are people going to turn to? Mindless entertainment, video games, drugs, alcohol, SSRIs, pornography, strip clubs. I mean, we can see it. This goes to Gotham. And the people that stand up and want to suggest that this is, again, that this is detrimental to our society, well, who are they critiqued by? It's the people that have all the money that are propped up by the system that say, oh, well, you're just upset because you didn't get your bag. No. I don't care about the money. I'm fine in that regard. What I'm not fine with is that everything around me is turning to decay under this system. I want people to be happy. I want women to aspire to be loving mothers. If they want to go into the workforce because they feel like that'll bring them some kind of, sincere joy in their life, well, then fine. But let it be a choice. Don't propagandize that they have to do it or they're lesser than. Don't propagandize that a literal prostitute with $5 million twerking on a stage is more valuable to society than a loving mother raising her children to be productive members of tomorrow. Like, that's ludicrous. But this is what we get when we live in a system where everything is controlled by those that push this degeneracy because it's all that they know. And so you get to the end of it and it's like, well, what do we live under? It feels like it's the synagogue of you-know-what, because it feels like every power structure isn't just taking all of the money, all of the resources, and pushing out nothing but genocide. It also feels like they're desperate to normalize their perverse worldview on everyone. And you know who would do that? An insecure freaking narcissist. Because at the end of the day, they look out at the world from their penthouses and they see happy families that are still out there in spite of all of the propaganda. And they know deep down in their heart that they are miserable, which is why they take more, which is why Jeff Bezos isn't comfortable with $100 billion. It has to be $1 trillion, while his employees are literally bankrupt. While 40 or 30% of his Amazon employees live off government subsidies because they don't make a living.
But the stock is at an all-time high!
The stock's at an all-time high for who? Who owns the stock?
For the shareholders!
30% of his Amazon employees live off government subsidies because they don't make a living.
But the stock is at an all-time high!
The stock's at an all-time high for who? Who owns the stock?
For the
In all sincerity, who owns the stock? Who owns 50 to 60 to 70% of all stock? Is it your average American? Is it your working class? No. They have nothing. And so if I am Jeff Bezos, I am miserable. You know why? Because he has a miserable frame. He has no compass. He's lost. He could turn around. I did the math once, and then I'll end on this time. I did the math once, and I recommend everybody go and do this. Take the net worth of Jeff Bezos. Go and look it up. Take the number. Then plug it in and say, hey, based on this, if you were to invest 90% of it conservatively, what's the return on the investment that he's going to make? Now,
okay, I'm going to end this live stream, and we're going to get our new clubhouse incognito set up and redirect the cameras back into Clubhouse. Hope you enjoy.
Interest on his net worth and return it to the people that were actually making his company function. It would be life-changing for those people. Employees are literally bankrupt. At 40 or 30% of his Amazon. Right. At 40.
Hi, this is Scott. I can't take your call right now, but if you need your name and number, I'll endeavor to get back to you. And my
Yo. Hey, what up? How you doing?
Yo, you doing your streaming?
Yeah, I'm live right now. They just kicked me off of Clubhouse. They just deleted all my accounts.
Oh shit. Well, what does that mean exactly to you?
They just deleted my Clubhouse accounts. You know.
I mean, and why would they do that? Like,
because people.
What's the objective there?
People complained about me, you know, and my campaign for Congress. So this is what's happening. People are upset that I'm running for Congress.
I don't think it's Congress, man. I think it's you got some crazy ass shit on there, honestly. Like all your images and your videos, just like crazy as shit, bro.
They're not. These are just normal videos. I don't know. They're political videos. I'm running for Congress. So how's Ken doing?
Ken is fucking pussy chickening out, trying to end before he's expired, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to convince him otherwise, but it's funny. I don't know. I don't understand how people just go, hey, I'm done here. I'm gonna check out. It's like shit. You got kids. You got grandkids. He's just not gonna meet any of them. He's just gonna go and like, I don't know. He's been sitting in bed for like a year now, and he's lost 40% of his body mass. So like. I don't know if it's 40%. It's probably less than 40%, but like, he's lost at least 40 pounds or something.
Yeah, well, this is what life is like. People pick and choose the end of their time, and unfortunately, you know, some people's clocks, you know, it's just unfortunate, but that's life and death, you know.
Yeah, I just don't get it, man. He's got kids, people in his life that still care about him, and he's just. I would not be spending that shit in the hospital bed. I mean, his kids are well off. It's not like his kids aren't, and he is. I have no idea what his financial situation is. I'm assuming not as well off since he was spending the rest of his days in the pavilion. But still, it's like, you got kids to take care of you. They're well off. Just go.
Well,
get like a housemaid or something.
Yeah, but some people, you know, they don't want to be a burden to other people, and they feel like they ran their time. I mean, it's too bad that, you know, the whole thing is energy and the spirit. You know, his energy is severely diminished. So. It's upsetting to see him in that condition, but he, you know, a lot of people don't have that energy anymore or that spark when, you know, when their clock is winding down. So, anyways, well, I was just calling to say hello. I have to go up to Rockford and start getting signatures on petitions. So I was wondering if you want to take a road trip to Rockford on a Friday.
Oh my God, Rockford! Shit, I totally would. I know somebody out there, but he just recently blocked me on Facebook. So that's very funny. No, I mean, I've got no reason to go out there.
I'm asking you, I need petitions. Yeah, I have to get petitions signed. I need 700 signatures.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's a lot of petitions, man. What's the petition for?
Congress.
Oh, you gotta petition to get into Congress?
Yeah, dude, you gotta get on the ballot so I can defeat the incumbent Darren LaHood.
Man, what the fudge is up with that? Like.
Yeah, how do you think you get on ballots? You think you know shit about politics? You didn't realize you gotta get signatures to get on a ballot to be involved in politics? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, while you're running, I realize there's like a threshold, but not just like signing up. I figured, you know, if you're a U.S. citizen, you just.
No. Listen, one way you could help me is if I could digitize the signature through DocuSign, and we got a list, we could call people in Rockford and Peoria, or even go on white pages and send people a DocuSign to sign, and we wouldn't even have to drive out there. We could just call people.
Shit, bro. Yeah, that seems like work I don't want to do. Actually,
I'll pay you to do it, and then you can donate the money to a charity. The campaign has raised money. We've raised $1,000, so we have money to spend. I mean, if you want to go to Rockford, we can drive to Rockford. You know, I'll pay for the hotel. We'll stay one night, Friday night, and we'll gather signatures all day Friday, all day Saturday, and we'll drive back Saturday.
Why can't you
Well,
get
that's
there
Sunday.
over here in Chicago? Chicago's much bigger. You can hit up more places, more people at once.
Because it has, you don't understand, it has to be registered voters in the district. It's 16th district. It's Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal, Hawkins, Illinois, other small towns. It's all up and down the center of the state. But I'm going against Darren LaHood. He's got $12 million in the bank. We got $1,000. So I need grassroots supporters like you, who create protest apps. Like you're my guy. I mean,
well, brother, you don't know me because I am so anti-fucking social that like I feel awkward just being out there with a sign. Like I'm just not the person for signatures. I can't talk to
You're exactly the guy. Trust me, people like you. People trust you. They feel safe around you. People want to sign your petition.
People look at my face and they're like, "Oh, I'm talking to a complete idiot," and I'm like, "Yes, you are. Yes, you are." So,
No, they know you're harmless and they want to know what you're petitioning. So I need your help. But just think about it, and I'll talk to you later this week.
All right, that sounds good. All right. Okay, I'll talk to you later then.
Okay, take care. Talk to you soon. Bye.
See ya.
Please leave your message for.
Hi.
Oh, Normo, how are you doing? It's John.
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm good. My Clubhouse days are over. They've deleted all of my accounts. They nuked me.
How?
I think it was the last room I was in. I kept asking the moderator, how many felonies does Trump have and should Congress arrest and charge Trump with impeachment? So those were my last statements. And then surprisingly, I think it was Aram or Your Honor or the redheaded female, Dismal or whatever. Yeah, Dismal is her name. So anyways, they nuked my accounts. I can get a new one.
How could they do that?
Because people probably just complained, and somebody sitting there at work right now in the Philippines got the complaint and was like, okay, delete.
If you have so many accounts, they couldn't possibly get all of them, could they?
I think they may have, because I just checked others and those were deleted too. So they may have, whoever reported me may have included all of my handles. Who knows? But anyways, it was a good last day.
How could they find them all? Don't you have like 15 or something?
No, I think I had 3 or 4. I'd have to. There's 2 other phones that I haven't checked yet that I think might have Clubhouse on it, but we'll see. Anyways, I was just calling to say hello. I had a fun past 48 hours on Clubhouse. What are you doing?
Sitting here eating a bagel with cream cheese and talking about Israel. Manish Chana Halayla Hazan.
Would you get an everything bagel?
I did.
Nice.
It was hot, so I always ask for what's hot.
I was in Larry King's bagel shop in Beverly Hills once, and Larry came in. I was like, Larry, God bless you. We love you, Larry. He was like,
wonderful.
Thank you. Walked out with a huge bag of bagels.
He's fun to make fun of too. I didn't know he had a bagel shop, but that's great.
Yeah, it was called like Brooklyn Bagel Company. Their specialty was it's all made with
Brooklyn water.
Yeah, Brooklyn water, something like that.
Yeah, they tried it out, tanks or something.
I highly doubt it, but I don't know. Maybe it's real. It sounds weird that they would use Brooklyn water just to make their bagels.
It's a thing. They have it in other places too, like Florida. But I mean, take a breath. I mean, probably you'll find your way back. But I'm glad you told me. And people are asking about you as a congressional candidate.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of research on Grok, a lot of queries, a lot of math, and the numbers don't look good. Scott Besson says we're bringing in $800 million a day in tariffs but we're spending $20 billion a day. So if you look at the numbers, it's like, it doesn't change anything. It's like 1/100% change in terms of the deficit spending. So anyways, all right, well, I hope you have a great day, and I probably am going to create a new account, but this one is just going to be anonymous, and I'm going to go back to just recording Clubhouse and not talking, but, you know, that's
well,
my
keep in
plan.
touch with me via text and tell me what's up, and if you see or think or hear anything, let me know.
I will, and I put you in my Clubhouse group chat, so that's usually the catch-all that I'm going to message. I might not message you individually, but if you are in that group chat, you'll see all my Clubhouse recordings still.
That's on which platform?
It's on text message. I think I added you to the group, but if not, next couple times I'll message you directly then.
Very good. Be well.
Okay, you too. Have a great day.
All right.
Okay, bye. That's my Mossad handler, Eldor Mom. Had to check in with my my Mossad handler for the day. Oh, you're still here? The show's over. Go home. Go home. The show's over. That's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Yeah.
Johnny, what up?
They nuked me. They nuked all my accounts.
What?
Yeah, they deleted all my Clubhouse accounts.
Oh shit.
So I'm gonna create a new anonymous and just go back to recording it instead of talking on it.
Okay.
Anyways, that was the update.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah, but you know what? This is one of those things where it's like big deal. I just data mined the shit out of it for like 3 months straight. You created thousands of videos, so this is the cost of doing business.
Yep. But yeah, I'll be back on after midnight. I got my phone set to 7.5 hours maximum. This is the amount of time that I can spend on Clubhouse. So I'll end up like John Kitover on Clubhouse 24
Only
hours a
50
day.
hours. Yeah, you only get 50 hours a week. You limit yourself. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, still crazy though. How many hours it's been.
I'm about to create a new burner number so I can create a new Clubhouse.
Have you seen Mojo back yet or no? They keep saying he's on vacation, but it shows his account still needed. So I don't know. How the hell?
Oh, maybe they deleted him because he probably well, I don't know if he submitted. He may have submitted his own complaint.
Yeah.
Anyways, it doesn't matter because you can just create a new account immediately. So it's such a waste of time.
I know. You must have pissed the ear off. Or Brad or somebody.
No, I think it was Dismal and Your Honor, aka.
What's Your Honor?
That's Aram.
No, I don't know that person.
Oh, you don't know that
I
person?
know Dismal's Victoria. She's a super cunt.
Yeah, she's a stupid ass.
Stupid ass. Stupid ass. Alright, mate.
Okay, take care. Have a good day. Talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, everybody, go to johnforcongress.com.
Closest advisors, but none of them would have thought of broadcasting it. And you don't not broadcast it just because it's politically incorrect. You don't broadcast it because it's wrong and you know it's wrong. Otherwise, you would say it. But apparently he doesn't know that this is wrong, or I'm on a different planet and there's nothing wrong with what he's saying.
from the north who went to the south, who were killed, or the bombing of a church where children, little black children, were killed during the civil rights movement. Are we going to just, because that's a downer, man, and we're the greatest country in the world, and we cannot reflect on anything that's a downer. This is really a bad type of role modeling that we have right now. Forget about all the policies. Some people are in favor of them, some people aren't. We've been discussing Ukraine. Who's he in bed with, or who isn't he in bed with? Maybe the same thing when it comes to Epstein, I don't know. Forget all of that. This is the President of the United States that wants to wipe out history. Isn't this what the Chinese did with their Cultural Revolution? Thank you very much, Les, and we'll now go to Aaron.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, and I would just note, I mean, there were past presidents that did a lot more than had straight racist thoughts, and there was all kinds of racist actions. I think it's important to remember that in this context, in part because some of what Trump is doing is not out of step with past presidencies. But there are other things, like what he's doing with the Smithsonian, which clearly is different, certainly in magnitude, if not in times. And I think it's like past time for people to stop following the bouncing ball as if we should take everything that he's saying at face value. And, you know, he's the president. We should listen to him. You know, clearly there's a rationale here, and it's the rationale that he's offering us. In the first Trump term, and recent, until very, very recently, the big argument about whether or not Donald Trump actually fit the definition of a fascist came down to cultural production and repression of history. This was the thing that sort of made him somewhat different. That it wasn't just sort of a strand of right-wing authoritarian neoliberalism that was not really that different than, like take your pick, like Nixon or Reagan, were people who I would describe as being right-wing authoritarian in ways that fit into the mainstream of American society, right? Law and order, that kind of thing. This is where he has jumped so far beyond the line that even the people who aren't inclined to have conversations about whether or not this is fascism or not really should engage. Or even if you're not going to have the kind of intellectual academic discussion of whether or not this fits the definition, just react accordingly. Just know that this is what it looks like. This is, when people say, if not for those people, we would restore our former glory, that has a long history that we can, even if they try to destroy the museums, that we can reflect on and understand how that's utilized and how that kind of right-wing authoritarian power is wielded against particularly the marginalized who are most easily scapegoated, whose power is most easily taken away. And to also understand that if you're lucky enough to be, frankly, like I am in many ways, just far enough outside of those marginalized categories, but not that far, that they come for you, right? Like that's how this works. There's all kinds of institutions in the U.S. that are doing their best, and we can acquiesce just a little, like we can be a little complicit, and then the bad fascist man will pass us over, and it will all be okay. If we just give a few hundreds of millions of dollars to Donald Trump, they won't come after my university anymore, and that way we get to preserve the institution and not have to fight too hard, not have him come too hard after us. If we disagree, that we'll do whatever he says with our law firm, then we'll be able to continue practicing law. Or, if our museums were just sanitized up a little bit, a little bit of fascism is not that big of a deal, right?
Can't be so saying difference.
Any of us, and I am someone who has studied much authoritarianism around the world, whether that's the fascist strand or the communist strand or some other kind of totalitarian brand. Politics, this always ends up in the same place. And it doesn't stop until there's something that stops it. And this pretending that this feels kind of bad, sort of, kind of, but I'm going to basically go, about my day. It always gets harder to resist. Every single time. Every single scenario that you see around the world. This is not a self-correcting problem. not a thing where if we just wait them out, maybe the taco bowl will get them. Like the people who are behind this, the people who are not just complicit, but the architects of it, the Stephen Millers of the world, the Steve Bannons of the world, these people are going to they're going to outlive Trump. And their brand of politics is going to outlive Trump. And the only way to beat this kind of fascist takeover is to meet it head on. And when he comes from the museums, there should be people out there defending the museums. And same thing for any other institution or group of people who are under attack. Because otherwise, terrible, terrible things not only will happen, but will continue to happen, which is what we've been seeing over and over again. So I really hope that well-meaning people who want something better than what he's offering wake up and recognize what this looks like. And then if you were to pick a leader, you would describe this as being Duterte-esque, or, a la Mussolini, or, take your pick. There's different elements that meet different standards, right? The good news is that he's not actively engaged in, mass murder, or, there isn't a mass sending of people to Gulag, so, he's building up towards it. But this slippery slope that we're on, you have to push back, or we know where this ends up. And I'm getting very, very fed up with the Pollyannas and the people who want to maintain some kind of mainstream centrist, it's all going to be okay, this is in the natural range, swinging pendulum kind of politics. And for people to understand that this is of a different kind, and it's not a kind that we've had in this country in living memory, and that we need to look further afield to understand what's happening. Thanks.
I think those are very wise words, and I think I can't be away from what you said is this is not politics as usual. This is not Democrat versus Republican, liberals versus conservatives. And sometimes we are so engrossed in our habitual approach to what's going on that we fail to recognize this. Thank you. Scott?
Can you come back to me?
Absolutely. Double.
Yeah, you have to come back to me too. Sorry, I can't talk right now.
No worries, Hurricane.
Hello, hi. So when I think about Trump's announcement about removing slavery references from the Smithsonian references, I can't help but conclude that it is one of the administration's latest examples of anti-black authoritarianism. It's not just authoritarian, it is anti-black and authoritarian, because the institution of slavery in this country affected one group, black people. And the move to remove slavery references is read together with the attack of the administration's attack against DEI policies in the workplace, which the administration gave a blackface, along with the administration's attack against race-conscious affirmative action in higher education admissions. I can't help but just conclude that the administration is intent on making sure that its hostility toward black people in this country is as wide as possible. I've been to the the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and I can tell you that his claims about the museum not recognizing the progress that America has made is categorically false. I will tell you briefly about the museum. I'm looking at the map right now. There are 5 floors with exhibits. The lowest floor is called Slavery and Freedom, and it covers the period 1400 to 1877. entry. They were brought here against their will. Know that the first black people arrived in around 1526, not 1619 as folks often say, but 1526. And like I said, this bottom floor ends in 1877, which is where historians believe that the Reconstruction era ended. So it's called Slavery and Freedom. The floor above that is called Defending Freedom, Defining Freedom, the era of segregation starting in 1876 and ending in 1968. The era in which black people, along with other non-white groups at different points, were subjected to racial terrorism, but it's very clear that black people bore the brunt of that. But even that floor points to the future, because it does show
United States of America.
We the people of the United States. Under the law in 1968, thereabout 1968, passage of the Fair Housing Act. The third floor is called A Changing America from 1968 and beyond. It talks about the movement. Let's see, so there's several sections there. I'm seeing a section on cities and suburbs, a section on marches for civil rights. We go to the fourth floor. The fourth floor talks about, let's see, the fourth floor, we see it's called community galleries, and it talks about the participation of black people in sports, in the military, and above that, we see the culture gallery, which has exhibits showing the participation of black people in visual arts, in music, in theater, and in other forms of cultural expressions. So I'd say that that very top floor is devoted to black cultural productions. This museum does not paint a picture of gloom and doom. It shows that slavery was where America started, but it also makes it clear that that is not where America ended up. So to me, his tweet on X or wherever it is that you read it, Gary, it's misinformation. There's no need to remove the references to slavery. In my view, I don't think the museum I just talked about does a good enough job anyway of discussing African American history. And so if the references to slavery are removed, it'll do a far less job. It won't even do as good a job as it's doing now, and I think that it could tell more. But you've got to take what you get, what you can get. And I don't think there's any defensible reason for removing the references to slavery. I just think that the right-wing arm of the United States government, which is represented by the Republican government officials we have, are anti-black and authoritarian, and they want to make the best use of their time so that they can take us back to a period when black people were even more marginalized than we are now. That's it.
I'm beginning to wonder, based on what you just said, thank you for what I will call your testimony, okay? That somebody is pulling the strings. Remember how he ran against the deep state? Well, who's the deep state that's the puppeteer behind what Donald Trump has to say? Because based on your description, just reading the map of what that museum, which I presume is going to be the targeted museum of this audit by attorneys, we can see that the president was incorrect in his description of what is offered at the museum, which leads me to reach the, if not conclusion, the strong suspicion that Donald J. Trump has never set foot in that museum. Ever. And in fact, for those of you who think that the liberally biased media are unfair to the president, I would say that our responsibility in journalism is to hold power to truth, no matter what the political ideology of the government official. And the question that I would be asking at the next gaggle of the president is, Mr. President, have you ever entered the Museum of African American History at the Smithsonian? Then how do you reach the conclusion that you do, that there's nothing uplifting, that it's all negative, and it makes this country look horrible, and we're the hottest country in the world, and that's woke, whatever the hell that means? That's a question that the press corps should be asking him. I want to know who the hell is telling him to say this. Because I am certain he has no freaking idea what you just offered to us, Hurricane. No idea whatsoever. And you know what? If my suspicions are correct, and this is going to almost sound conspiratorial, and you guys can check me on this if you disagree. Come up to the stage and tell me I'm, I've fallen into a rabbit hole here. Then this goes much deeper than just Donald Trump. And if it goes much deeper than just Donald Trump, then this whole thing, this whole idea, well, this is just Donald Trump, well, this is just the way he talks, he doesn't really mean what he's saying, etc., etc., etc. No, he's representative of a machine, a political machine that is in full gear, and when he leaves office, that machine continues. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, let me just respond quickly. So, no, you're not wrong. You're right. There is a long-term plan to roll back the civil rights gains that our country has made since 1954. The plan has several moving parts. One of those parts is a transformation of the federal judiciary. So with it, legal challenges to the civil rights laws that we have relied on for a long time are successful when they reach the Supreme Court. I would say that the federal judiciary piece is well nigh complete. Right now, the Supreme Court has a solid conservative majority, 6-3. And in the next few years, I expect Thomas and Alito to step down so that Trump can appoint their successors. Sotomayor is old, and I don't know what's going to happen over the next few years, but it's quite possible that Trump may have the opportunity to appoint her successor as well. So if he does that, we will have a Supreme Court with 7 conservative justices and only 2 liberal justices. So as far as I'm concerned, the Supreme Court is going to remain under right-wing control for at least 20 more years. That's just what it is. I don't know what else to tell you.
To that point, Hurricane, I just want to point out that today I happened to be watching just before I had to set the room up a live stream on Substack with Carrie Moran, the former ABC correspondent, who is now getting a lot of attention. Him and Jim Acosta, the former CNN correspondent, with their clearly biased. And that's fine. But they're putting people on, interviewing people to promote their point of view, and which they couldn't do, so they feel unencumbered by the constraints they had when they were working for news organizations. And he had as his guest, and by the way, this is the beauty of what we do here and what Moran is doing. He didn't have a time constraint. I have time constraints, but he didn't have a time constraint in this interview. And unlike the interviews you see, maybe even those that he conducted when he was on television, where there's somebody whispering in his ear, wrap it up, ask him this, cut him off, this kind of thing. He lets his, as I just did with you, he lets his guests speak without interruption. And he has a conservative judge as his guest today. And this is what I find very interesting. This conservative judge, I guess he's retired. And I'm sorry, I can't recall the gentleman's name.
Luttig, is it Luttig? L-U-T-T-I-G?
I don't, it could be. It could be. That sounds familiar, but I can't say for sure. You can look it up on Substack. He expressed exactly what you, he's coming from a different perspective than you. He expressed exactly what you just expressed. He says that there's only one responsibility for the Supreme Court, that they're supposed to put their political ideology aside and rule on the constitutionality of the cases that come before them. And he finds it as a conservative, and I guess he's a strict constitutionalist conservative, appalling that this Supreme Court is not. We should not be having the discussion that we're having, whether the president is going to appoint a conservative or a moderate or a liberal to the bench in order to push through an agenda. It's not a political entity. It's not supposed to be a political entity, the Supreme Court. He is just appalled. And coming from him, and then hearing you echoing what he just said is very interesting.
Well, just two more things quick, because I know other people want to speak. The other thing that Donald Trump has done so far is expanded the power of the executive branch by sending to the Supreme Court cases that would allow the Supreme Court to give the executive branch more authority. He did that with the case concerning universal injunctions. He also did that with the case concerning immunity from criminal prosecution. The third piece is making it more difficult for the American public to access the truth about America's past and present. In order to do that, one has to control what the Smithsonian museums show. The purpose of the Smithsonian museums, if you go to the Smithsonian website, is to increase and diffuse knowledge. How is the Smithsonian able to do that? It's able to do that by maintaining all of these museums that contain these amazing exhibits that not only delight the senses of people who visit, but also inform them about important aspects of American history. By changing the narrative, by whitewashing America's history, the Trump administration will be able, if it is successful, to miseducate the American public. So that's the other piece, controlling public education to the extent possible. Doing so by changing the Department of Education's focus, and also by changing what the Smithsonian Museum is able to show the public. So this is part of the long-term plan. And unfortunately, Gary, I'm going to close by saying we're responsible for this. Donald Trump is here because a long time ago, Americans laid a foundation strong enough to support his ascent. And so we're going to have to fight really, really hard if we want this country to move in a different direction. And fighting hard is going to require us to look inward and be honest about what we see. I'm done.
Thank you, Ricky. We went way, we expanded the discussion. We didn't go astray with Hurricane, and also with Your Honor, because really what we're talking about is an expansion of the executive branch. I've never heard of a president trying to direct. And by the way, it's not just the Smithsonian. If you recall the words that he used in his True Social post, it was museums all across America, but specifically the Smithsonian he's looking at. But you gotta believe that if he's successful there, they're gonna move on to any other museum that accepts any kind of largesse from the federal government. Sort of like what they did with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting with regard to NPR and PBS.
Gary, you forgot those posts on Truth Social are called truths.
I know, isn't that weird? Thank you, Hurricane. Does this mean you're ready to go, Scott?
I'm ready to go.
Go ahead, my brother.
Thanks. Yeah, I gotta get on Truth Social. That's hilarious. Well, of course, I mean, the answer to this is no. Of course, these things should not be removed. It's very interesting when Trump toured the museum, and I don't know if somebody already mentioned this, but when he toured it in 2017, he had a very, very different take.
He did tour it. Okay, well, Gary stands corrected. Did he go to the African American Museum?
This was when he visited the National Museum of African American History and Culture in 2017. He had a different opinion about the discussion of slavery in the museum. This is from ABC News. In his remarks that day, he praised Bunch, the current Secretary of the Smithsonian, who was then the founding director of the National Museum of American History and Culture, African American History and Culture. Trump referred to the museum as incredible, done with love, and a truly great museum. By the way, that's also what he says about the Declaration of Independence. It's a document of love and unity. He praised abolitionist figures, Sojourner Truth, Terry Tubman, and Frederick Douglass. He even recounted a story he'd learned about a runaway slave. He learned. This is amazing. He called the tour of the museum a meaningful reminder of why we have to fight bigotry, intolerance, and hatred in all of its very ugly forms. So, yeah, I mean, that was at one point. Apparently, he had a different take.
So let me just say, Scott, that I will correct myself and apologize for speculating, which I should probably never do. I'm the fact checker here. Now you fact check me, and I appreciate it. But I will say this.
Gary, you can post your retraction as a truth on Truth Social.
Yeah, right. But here's the thing. Then my question to the president would be, at my next gaggle opportunity, as a member of the Washington Press Corps, which would cause me to lose my White House credentials, I'm sure, I would pull that very article, I would quote that very article, and then I would say, Mr. President, what has changed?
Yeah, that would be interesting. And then he would say, you're very nasty. Gary's very nasty. He's fake news. He's fake news up in Fox in New York. They don't even love me anymore. Fake news. We can only trust Newsmax, okay? Yeah, no, I mean, it's a bad idea. Of course, we want, look, we don't want a sort of sanitized history, right? I mean, we want, and slavery is America's original sin, right? This is part of the fabric of our founding. And it's not to say that we haven't made progress. It's not to say that things have not changed. It's not to say that that we aren't, that we haven't made made huge strides to be a successful, thriving, multiracial democracy, but we have miles and miles to go. And I don't think sanitizing the history and sort of, I almost like whitewashing, which is literally what we'd be doing there, is helpful. And as someone, this is interesting. As someone who stands in a religious tradition, as part of, the people of the book, the Bible, it's got terrible texts in it, right? I mean,
I was just thinking about that. Can you imagine if the president was Pope and he would order the cardinals to go through the Bible and remove any negative references to anything that is referred to in the Bible, because it's very positive, and you can't show any of the negatives. That would be a good analogy, I think.
I don't like Leviticus. Talking about women's experience and where you guys are fabric and stuff. They get rid of the Bible. Right again.
This is Zanon. You call me Rock Balboa.
We don't just excise books of the Bible. We don't excise, it's part of the tradition, and we relate to the tradition. We relate to those texts in certain ways as our consciousness, morally and spiritually and psychologically evolves. But what does it serve? And here's what's interesting about this. It used to be my conservative friends that used to make this argument. It was my conservative friends who said that we can't, in the interest of political correctness, sanitize the historical record, get rid of every offensive term, and get rid of everything. And now, these things, it's interesting how things change, right? You just wait around long enough, and it's now the conservatives who are embracing the most extreme forms of postmodern relativism at times. We have our own alternative facts and all this stuff, and now it's the conservatives who are embracing the sanitation of history, which they stop the left wing thinking.
Stop as he puts back up statue.
Right, exactly. And the irony is just unreal. So, thank you, Harry. Let's you continue to make this forum great again. You're a great American.
Thank you, Mr. President. Daryl.
Hey, Gary. You beat me to a couple of things when you first asked how often does our president, how often does he go into museums in general, right? And we often know that history is written and rewritten by the winners. That's we have that phrase because it's the truth. When you asked who is really pulling the strings, I agree with you, because I don't think, regardless of what you might or I might think of him,
I don't think this is regardless of what you think about what I think about what people think.
Say that way, right? I do believe that there are people behind him, like Steve Bannon, Miller, that are really trying to plan for the post-Trump presidency for America. And I think a lot of this is planning for after Trump. What are our policies going to be? Who are we going to try to get elected? All of these things are for after Trump. And I agree with Your Honor. This is just an example, right? I agree with Your Honor because at some point, if everyone, just says, what can we do about it, then nothing's ever going to get done. To the previous speaker's comments about look at what's happening with the Supreme Court, he's taking all of these things to the Supreme Court to set precedents for future arguments. If it were, not trying to derail the topic, but if it were me, the Dems need to stop trying to play by the rules when there are no rules anymore. And we're seeing this because we're literally seeing the military policing on the streets of the capital. The capital of the country has the military policing citizens, of course in conjunction
with federal agencies. Because I think if the Dems can get someone in that seat, they need to think about restructuring the Supreme Court, even if it means adding numbers, and be willing to do something that says we are willing to fight back. I'm not from California. I am following Gavin Newsom because it seems like punch back, not just argue back, not have these Aristotelian conversations about what we're going to do. But if someone punches you in the face, I'm from New York City, if someone punches you in the face, you punch them in the face back. And that's the only way we're going to change this. Because trying to rewrite history is easy if everyone just sits back and says, okay, you know, we have an entire generation of voters now who have no working memory of 9/11. They hear about 9/11, but that's their parents' story. They hear about 9/11, but they weren't there, and yet it's now this past history event that does not impact them emotionally or even politically. Something needs to be done about this, and I agree with you. I don't think I would have said, before Scott said what he said, I would have thought he had no idea as to what this museum is. The Smithsonian was, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe it was actually established by Congress, right? The only thing you can really do is have some of the more private museums like the Met and some of these other museums around the country really have to start pushing back, even if it means not taking federal funding if they're going to be controlled by the federal government. That's all I have to say.
I think that Scott's correction of my assumption is more damning of all of this than my initial assumption. So, you know, I was almost giving him an out. But if in fact he's on the record as being embracive of the African American Museum specifically, and then today he wants removal from the Smithsonian, the very references that are part of the charge of the African American Museum, then for sure somebody is telling him what to do. And that's the scary part, right? So it scares the bejeebers. It should scare the bejeebers out of all of us. And I think we're a little bit ahead of the curve on that here in the Critical Thinking Forum than general society. But I think we are. I think we are correct in, now when I say we, I'm speaking for me and Scott and you and, you know, many of the people, but maybe not everybody. And I'm happy to hear, you know, a different point of view. But I think just the fact that we're just discussing this, exploring it, we're ahead of the curve because we don't see this explored elsewhere. And if we do, I need to know about it because I'm not seeing it. And as you know, I do a lot of reading, both off the job and on the job. And I'm not really seeing this particular angle of what's going on discussed. Maybe others are doing it, but I haven't seen it. Thank you, Daryl. Meryl.
Well, I think you know, I've been on to Trump for a long time. I have not liked Trump for a long time. First Trump term was about, the goal was to have a lawless presidency. That's where Bill Barr came in, a lawless presidency. Well, he's achieved that. He achieved that. Now it is to be the most powerful, to be a dictator, to be and it is designed to dumb us down. You take away our ability to learn history, we become dumber. If you take away our ability to have empathy, then it's so much easier for him to come and tell us to do anything, something that's racist, something that's anti-Semitic, something that is anti-anything. Forget the woke stuff. It is all anti-anything that he doesn't like. If he doesn't like it, then we are going to not like it. Our children are going to like it. Our children are going to learn about it. And when you mentioned the Holocaust in Germany took the concentration camps, some of the concentration camps, and they made them into museums so that you could go and you could see the most atrocious things that were done, the most inhuman things that were done, because they don't want you to forget something that was the biggest, most horrible thing that their nation did, that happened in their country. And that's not going to happen here. We have had book bannings since Trump became president, with banned books. And you can't read books by black authors that we used to read books about, that you and I read books in high school. Some of it was required reading. You can't read those books today. But the biggest thing I feel about is that it is so much easier if you dumb everybody down, if you take everything away from them that they can learn, and learn something that's oppositional to what you want them to learn. This is so much easier. And Trump, and by the way, I'll probably, Anson's not here anymore, so maybe I can say this and he's not going to get mad at me. Trump is a racist, and I don't think we should pretend that he's not. I don't think we should pretend about what he and his father was in the Ku Klux Klan. I don't think we should pretend that what he and his father did regarding rentals and the federal government coming after them twice. I don't think we should forget that. I don't think we should forget. I don't think we should forget who he tried to appeal to. The voters that he tried to appeal to when he came to them and he talked and said, bring it out in the open. Bring all your prejudices out in the open. He did that, and he opened up something where people used to sit around in the bar at night or sit around at their table at night. They came out now, and I think that I have to keep going back to what Aaron said and what Scott is saying, you're saying, and I do think it is all about taking away the ability to learn something that's happened in our history, something that was horrible and that we should feel shame about. We should feel bad. And it teaches our children empathy. Just like you can read Anne Frank to your children, read the children's version of it, and they will feel bad. They will feel an empathy about Jewish people and about what can be done. And that's what we need to do. We should never. You talked about the 4 little girls that were killed in that church. Do you know nobody went and tried to prosecute the people that did that? Not until, I think, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. There was a white Democrat, a lawyer who said, we need to do this, and went after them, decided to prosecute them. This is, all I can say is this is a presidency that is designed to become a dictatorship. It is designed to make us, we're not going to get good press anymore. We'll get leaks. We're not going to be able to have really good investigative reporting because he's trying to smother that. We can't have television stations that are going to report things that might be more earnest, that he doesn't want us to learn. But I think absolutely, going to the Smithsonian, you're whitewashing history. You're taking away something that we should learn. And if we're dumb, he can tell us anything he wants. And you mentioned the Civil War, by the way. Well, we're having ships named after treasonists, ships that were named after black heroes. We're having, again, we are rewriting history. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. Yeah, I know the movement it's interesting, the movement to remove the Confederate statues was really opposed by the MAGA folks because it's part of American history. And whether you agree or disagree with what those Confederate figures did. It's part of our history, and we cannot ignore our history and don't remove them. They were significant figures in U.S. history, and so you should not be taking them down. And these are the same people who are saying remove references to slavery while putting those reassembling and re-erecting those very statues that had been removed correctly or incorrectly in the first place. So there's a definite hypocrisy there, Bill.
Preserve them. Give them a museum. Put them in a museum, and people can go and see them just like you can go. Should have been able to go to the Smithsonian and learn history. I have no problem with them being preserved. I have a problem with them being history being rewritten about them. I have a problem with you taking military bases or places that were named after people that weren't treasonous and now renaming them again, going back. Those are the things. Revere them in a museum where people can go and they can revere them, they can see them, they can learn about them. Thank you.
Or learn not to revere them. But, right. Thank you, Meryl. But it's just so interesting, the hypocrisy there. David, and by the way, we are now at the 6:02 Eastern Time. We will no longer be inviting folks onto the stage, but we are officially into extra time, so everyone on the stage, time permitting, will get the opportunity to speak. David.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a slight correction as to what you said. They didn't say history, they said heritage. Right? That's what they were part of their heritage, which was an awkward thing they made. You know, people say that the Confederate statue represents their heritage. All these employees are literally doing that kind of stuff. That you can do that, but nobody's getting rid of these statues or just putting them in the museum or putting them in the context of history. You know, that was something I thought was the perfect thing to do. That's where it needs to be. Maybe there are a few people that wanted to erase them all together, but most people, I think, understood that they should be in the museum. So in that regard, that's where they should be at, right? We can look at that history. But on to, sort of a bigger topic here. I think it's easy. Everybody's going to say no, right? But I have to say this. Look, I was raised in a household where my parents always told me that, you could not depend on the school system. You could not depend on the government or anything.
Cool pothole collisions. I mean,
tell you all of your history. So they were always.
Is that how you found me? I mean, keywords with regards to Bitcoin, etc. Was it a Clubhouse video? Probably was. Probably was the Bitcoin.
And then the history.
It's true. A lot of people want to peg
empires and
crypto to gold.
Across Africa and all those areas.
I know Peter Schiff has a project like that.
Where most slaves came from.
I'm about to troll this room and do a southern accent and pretend my name is Anon.
This is a bad thing.
See how people respond to me with southern accent.
A lot of black families in America.
Hi, Gary.
Be prepared to know you're not going to get everything.
My name is Anon. You can call me Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, but David, that's great. Let's just say that the entire black community has been organically educated. It's not that community that needs to learn. There are other communities that need to know about these things, obviously.
Yes, there are other communities. Yeah, I get that aspect of other communities. But just from the standpoint, like, I'm not shocked at the different attempts of people to try to remove things or try to switch to Smithsonian. I was even looking at the Museum of African Dysphoria in San Francisco to see how much money it was getting from the government, right, versus how much it was getting privately, how much you need to fill that out, right, for other people who want to go.
So should I do? I'm gonna defend Trump with my southern accent, but what would be funny is also to pretend to be like a deranged, liberal, unhinged, deranged, like do a TDS. Yeah.
In her early days, they were K-12 educated.
I'm absolutely
California to make sure that they corrected the way.
This is an attack on our freedoms as the museum going public.
But she wanted to make sure do it in the South, right? But you needed to know the whole truth, of how that came about, right? And to do that. And they fought for things like, even when we left, they fought against having Egypt being placed in a different area than the rest of Africa, right? So they were constantly fighting in these areas to make sure that history and different aspects of history were being told in the way in which they truly were. So I think it just takes a broader number of people to get out there to make sure and educate, and especially in a country at this point where our government is very focused on individual states' rights, right? We have an opportunity in California, which may be easy, and some people in other states aren't going to have that opportunity, but we do have an opportunity in some of these states to really push to make sure that we enshrine in our own states the ability for people to have access to different things that they need to do to learn about history. In the case of this president, we've got to ride this out, okay? We don't have much to do. We've got to ride it out, right? But what we can do is we can use our collective selves to push, whether it's to push at the president, since it's Stephen Miller and some other people speaking into it here, and he's all of a sudden changed his tune from what he was in the first term, all those different things, whether he really cared or not. That's about the best thing that we can do at this moment. Right? That's going to be our collective energy is going to be able to do that. And also, what I want to get other people who need to learn, right? Look, we still have the after that. We still have the ability to teach other people themselves, because you might have to rely on that too, right? In the old days, I just want to use this bit of history. In the old days, the Chicago Defender, right, which was a African American newspaper from Chicago. They used to
I know the Chicago Defender.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, they used to have to sneak that into the South, right, for people to be able to read back in the day, because they weren't supposed to be reading, right? So they used to go down and sneak that in there for people to get access to it. We don't have to sneak anymore, right? So we have another way of fighting is that we have tons of ways, tons of avenues to be able to make sure that people are still going to be educated on the subject matter. But in terms of what's going on with Smithsonian, I just think it takes a collective group of people to be able to fight that particular issue. And at the same time, there's some aspects of this which is going to ride out a few more years, and then we'll be able to fully deal with it and address with as much as we can afterwards. So that's what I'm going to say. But this is not unexpected.
Thank you, David, and we will now go, and by the way, I don't know whether writing it out really works, given that I believe that there's a long-term plan, but maybe you'll get lucky. Glenn Alley.
Hey, thank you for letting me come up. I will say that one of the things where I think why Trump is doing what he's doing with the Smithsonian and being a little bit more on point with the racism this time around is because you really don't need black people anymore. He doesn't need to feign like he's not racist. He can let that just go. So like a lot of the stuff before, I used to tell people all the time, he's doing things that are more so a show to make it seem like he cares about black people. Like, pardoning Jack Johnson, giving a pardon to Kodak Black, just random little things that are, that are more symbolic than actually quality is what Trump was doing the first time. So now that he's in there a second time, he knows he can't get elected for a third term. He doesn't have to do that anymore. He can just let go and go for like that base that he already knew that he had. So like I think that's one thing that's going on. And I know somebody like mentioned earlier about, kind of like the ties behind it, who's pulling the strings and stuff. When you talk about things like the Confederate statues and whatnot, if you go and look at it, a lot of them aren't traced straight back to the Confederacy. A lot of them were built by, organizations like the Daughters of the Confederacy or like the Children of the Confederacy. A lot of them came about in around 1915 to, I think I want to say it's from around 1890 to 1920 is when a lot of them got put up. And that was when there's also a giant boom in the Ku Klux Klan, which was also tied in with that. So there's a lot of like built-in systemic racism that has to do with like the statues and whatnot. And yeah, like Trump is just like, he's just going back to his most base natural instincts right now, because he doesn't have to appeal to us anymore. And like, there's no more racists to win. That's what I think, honestly. That's my little piece.
Thank you, Glenn. David. And
And Stan, we're not going to get to you. You came up too late. Sorry, pal. Go ahead and write what you wanted to say in the chat above. David.
How's everybody doing?
All is well. That ends well. So we'll see how the show ends.
Trump has a war room of people.
I'm sure you have something very insightful, but we can't hear a word you're saying. I'll give you an opportunity to fix that and come back to you, David. Chris.
Hey, Gary. Today I'm. Oops, David. Hey, David.
I just muted him because he's not making the trip. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. You're lagging out, but he said he'll come right back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem. Gary, today I'm not happy because obviously the title, and it's not your fault about the title being bad. It's the fact that we shouldn't have to have that conversation. And I'll keep putting it in the chat. And I'll keep saying it on this stage. This is just another one of those good older versions to get us back off the Epstein's. And he's doing really good because now he's starting to weigh on people's heartstrings. And that's just going to get him, maybe 3 more weeks of this, or maybe 2 more weeks of this before Congress gets back in office. So, I mean, he's just going to keep trying to hammer it on us until we no longer care about it. Or, what's up, brother? Until we actually just move completely past the Epstein file. And these things do matter. I'm not saying they don't. He's actively trying to harm this country for whoever, as you guys have already broken down, whoever is pulling his strings. 1 year he says this, he gets back elected, he comes back, he's saying new things. The new things aren't old things from him. This is the same man that took out a whole page article on the Central 5 boys who he said deserve life in prison and all the bad things that happened to them over a lie. So it's not far-fetched that he would say these things or do these type of things. But it is very obvious that he wants us to get off the main topic, which is who and why are you in the Epstein's files? Who else is in those Epstein files? Who's else in charge of more important things than Donald Trump that is in those Epstein files and would be exposed if they came out? Again, I don't want to move this conversation away from this topic, but I want to continue to regurgitate and re-spit out every single chance I can when we have these topics. That he's just trying to further move the ball down the field. Yes, this is negative. This is extremely bad. I go to the African American Museum at least once a year, and it's a great place to be. It's a great place to learn. It's a great place to understand the dynamics of what slavery not only did to a culture of people, or an ethnic group of people, that would be black people, and actually what it did culturally to white people. The urge and the ability to give them, and I speak of them as Caucasian people, the urge and the ability to give them the sense of well-being and power that was held over black people's head for 400 years. It is something that all white people need to see. Even if they have a racist bone in their body and they still don't walk out of there with a changed mind, it should be something we all find ourselves needing to learn about. And it's just bigger than slavery. It's about learning black culture as a whole. I think if we spoke more as a people and less, dialogue and analysis and actually have real conversations, we'll realize we're way closer than we expect. We have the same issue. We have the same crazy uncles. We have the same crazy mother or the nice sweet mother, or we have the dad that was there or was not there. These things aren't one side or the other. That is just who we are as a people. And what he wants to further do is push us away from realizing that we are really closer than what people think. He wants it to be an authoritarian, so he also needs it to look like we're better than you and you. This isn't just about black people. This happened to Hispanic people. He did the same with Hispanics. They're all criminals. They're all rapists. It's all about making the purity of the white skin again. And I hate that it's that way because when it comes down to it, and this might be I won't even say controversial because it's really just facts. White people voted this in. Maybe they didn't see it coming down this hard or down this line or this pathway, but some of us did, and it did not take a race to see it. It was because some of the things he priorly did
actually shown, hey, he could take it too far, and it won't be good for the country, not just the race, but the country. Hey, Marshall, could you go on mute, please? Thank you.
Thank
So,
you, Chris.
I was going to land here. I was going to stay, and I was going to land here. My biggest thing isn't, hey, he's taking out more history out of the museum, which he is, and I agree with Scott, or it was your honor, I believe, and we as the people will have to find our backbone to fight. I do agree there, but what I also want people to realize is we're going to keep getting further and further away from the Epstein files, the closer and closer we get to Congress getting back in office. And to me, that should be what we pay attention to, because he's just going to try to get us off of it while doing the craziest shit possible, so we no longer think of it as important. And that's scary, because now we're protecting pedophiles instead of following up on it, because the man in George, excuse me.
No, I'm a moderator.
I never said he was a pedophile. I never said he was a pedophile. I said he's protecting pedophiles. Hold on, wait, guys.
All right, so wait a minute. Hold on. Everybody stop for a second, please.
Go for it, Gary.
Okay, Odianware, you're not a moderator. So, it's not for you to judge how the room is run. Let Chris respond to Marshall, and then we'll let Marshall.
I'm not gonna go back and forth. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say and get off this stage.
Okay.
I was stating that he is protecting pedophiles. I've never said Donald Trump was. We know that we don't have anybody else in jail other than the dead Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Those weren't the people that were paying for him, making sure he had all the money. Hey, could you shut up? Could you just stop? Could you just stop? Because he could have released the files he currently has, and we could have figured out who the pedophile was. So, hey, Marshall, you know what? Hey, Gary, thank you for letting me speak, Gary. Thank you for letting me speak, Gary. I hate to be interrupted by Marshall when I'm making a good point, because he does that when you make good points in this space, and I don't want to go back and forth with him and take. Marshall, can I please say my goodbyes to Gary? This is weird. This is weird. This is weird. Now you're fighting against it. Now you're fighting against it. Gary, thank you for allowing me to speak. Until we get the vows, Marshall, the pedo conversation will get live. Until we get the vows, with all detailed files in it, we're going to keep live in the pedo on Donald Trump for protecting. He has the ability to release it, and he removed it. And that's what I just said. So fine. So be quiet and let me finish. Because you're weird. Be quiet and let me finish. Gary, thank you. Gary, thank you for the time, as always. And I would like to move on by saying we just need to keep our eye on the ball. Because when we don't keep our eye on the ball, people like Marshall will keep trying to push us away from it. So we don't find out what's going on. Because we're going to find out eventually that the people are in
I can't understand, and probably nobody else can, or either of you saying.
I have the floor. You should be quiet while I have the floor.
Okay.
I'm getting off the stage.
Okay, Chris, thank you.
Okay, like I said,
I can't understand, and I'm sure
I
can't.
I get to talk, Gary.
Okay.
More than less than I get up to talk. You steps on my conversation as if I said something directly to him. That's weird. Take your turn when you get it, Marshall. You would be next. You're the next moderator on stage. You've been gone the whole time. Now, the moment you get on stage, you want to speak. Be quiet.
I think that if Chris and Marshall have to work this out.
I don't want to work this out with Marshall. I don't know him. This is weird. I don't like it.
All right. If you guys want to have this discussion, have it off the stage. Well, you're having it.
I'm telling you.
But you're having it.
I'm asking you, Gary, to please tell him to stop talking.
I am trying to regain control of the room.
Go ahead.
You're not cooperating either.
So I'll get my submission now. Go ahead.
Okay, you got your stuff in, man.
I'm actually almost done. I was not finished. Until I was interrupted by Marshall that wanted to.
Well,
beautiful.
See, there's a problem.
You got it, Gary.
You got this, Gary. Marshall's a fucking punk little bitch.
I just understand now when I get to getting too close to what he does not like, he gets to interrupt me and throw me completely off. And since you allowed him on the
Hi
stage.
Gary, this is
There's
A
no
now.
reason I know you would.
It
I'm
doesn't
new
have
to the
anything
house.
to do with that.
I'm
Pedophile
new
is
to
a
Charles.
legal criminal accusation. If you are going to accuse somebody of a legal crime,
I never said he was a pedophile. I never said he was a pedophile. I never said. No, I said he did not give the documentation, which. I said he did not give the documentation, which
Okay,
exposed
okay,
the
let me clear up the confusion, because I think there's a discussion here based on something that wasn't said. And then we're gonna move on, because we're not talking about Epstein today.
I wasn't trying to.
I don't know whether you were or you weren't, and I'm not making any accusations, but I want to clear up what just occurred so we can get back on track. So Chris, and he stated this in text before he came up to speak in the chat, that he believes that the president is raising all these various issues, including in the context of today's discussion, the Smithsonian Institution, and to wipe out any references to slavery. Not that he isn't serious about it, but he believes, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, that the timing of this is designed, as the timing of many things that are going on right now, to divert the public's attention away from the Epstein files. Is that a correct summation of your point, Chris?
No, Gary, you're about right. Like I said, I want people to realize that all this stuff does matter. We don't want to see the slavery exhibits out of any museum disappear, but I also want people to realize that we've been going down a big hill of bullshit, and it's only because they gave Congress 5 weeks to get out of the Epstein votes. And we need to continue to remember this, because in 3 weeks we'll be back in Congress, and we need to have that information out and find out what really is going on in our country. Some of the people in that actual Epstein list could be people in charge of what happens in our country, and we need to get them out of here, because they're dictating things that we don't know if it's good for the betterment of themselves or it's just to push it all under the rug. But we do need to figure that out as soon as possible. And I'll land. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I don't want to get into a discussion about Epstein, but I will say that Congress will be receiving, supposedly, and this is Gary's word, supposedly, the Epstein files on Friday. And Congress has said, whoever in Congress is responsible for this, that they will be released redacted in order to protect the victims. I'm concerned that maybe they're not getting all the files, or that what's released will be redacted to conceal the names of the perpetrators that you so strongly want to see, as do I, Chris.
Which is also my fear, but we're gonna have to get something to start this progress.
Right. But again, maybe Friday or maybe later, for sure, we'll be back onto the Epstein story. He can't shake me off that story. Don't worry. Marshall, did you want to speak to the issue at hand, the whitewashing of slavery? Yeah.
Oh, I don't agree with that stuff at all. I am a very big fan of tell the history, the whole history, the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. You lay it out for everybody to see, and they get to make their own minds up. You don't cover anything. You don't sugarcoat anything. You don't try to twist people's minds. You just tell the damn story. And if you tell the damn story, you have both the good and the bad and the ugly about our country, and you have the future piece of our country, which I think is very important. I am very committed to the complete telling of the American story, and that includes things like Jim Crow and the post-Reconstruction effort in the South and how that shaped the modern United States. We don't get to, and we shouldn't sugarcoat those things. I will say there is a way to arrange the history of your country so that you tell the whole truth and you can be proud of where you've gotten while still understanding there is much, 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 much farther to go, right? And that we should be proud of where we have gotten to, but we shouldn't sit on our laurels and say that's the way we should operate. But overall, tell the truth. Not my truth, not your truth, not Chris's truth, the truth. And that means you say the good, the bad, and the ugly. You make sure people know that part of the reason the Second Amendment was argued about in the South was because of the slave revolt in Haiti. And that at the convention, these folks argued, Southern planters argued for it as a way to execute possible slaves. Right? You tell the whole story, not just part of the story. And I think if you tell the whole story, the United States is something quite beautiful.
Oh, that's lovely.
We're not where we need to be. We're not where we should be. But we seem to keep chugging along at that goal. And I think that is incredibly important. And I don't think you can get to that with some sort of mythologized idea of where you come from. You have to know the bad things that we get along with, that we stuff up. And so I'm a huge believer that when, for example, there's a National Lynching Museum in Alabama, and the idea of walking through the museum is you're supposed to be bawling when you come out of it, like a child, like a baby that got their head hung. You're supposed to cry. And because that history is so devastating, so sad, so evil that it was inflicted, but it like brings you to this place where you understand what that was. So, boiling it down to something.
They're going to take what they do as a kid and put it in our lives or assess with the economy. So I wouldn't want to speculate on that. I think we do know that they did. We don't give Congress fiscal advice.
I remain steadfast in my commitment to the
when they're not being service actually service to folks who don't look like them. Right? Like I mean, Gary, you've been an accountant before, it's 20% Hispanic. If we don't accurately tell the history, those folks think it's left on the wayside. That's not fair. It's not accurate. You don't have to think they're now because like except for the bad things, the worst things that they do are complicated smallholders. But reflecting on what we've done is critical. If we don't, we're never going to be able to improve anything or learn anything. And I'm personally, like history, very disturbed that most Americans only have about 100 years of history in their head. It's not benefit the long-term health of the country. And gives people treated points of view, which end up helping facets of discrimination and racism in our country. And that's something we should all fight against deeply. So that might have been impassioned and long, but I hope it made sense.
No, that might be.
Thank you. I know that there are a lot of people trying to get on stage, and I appreciate the response, but I cannot add anybody more to the stage. We're into extra time now, but please feel free to click on the link above and join the chat and make your feelings known there. David, have you fixed your audio issues?
I think so.
Yes, sounds like it.
This has been a great room. I wish I had some positive to say, but what I was saying before I was cut off was that here Donald Trump has a team of somebody, whoever, that comes out with a new agenda every day. And I don't know, maybe because of the Epstein situation, he's bringing the full force of the shock and awe the championing since he got elected. But this is really bad for the country, symbolically and emblematically. Matt and Gary, Europe decided to shut down Holocaust museums. what would that do to the history of that horrific event? Let alone here in America. I remember when I came away from the British War Museum and the British government decided to marry the Holocaust with the instruments of war. And, I wasn't the same after that. And granted, I wasn't ground zero like Auschwitz or a major concentration center like that, where I was viewing what happened there, but it was pretty impactful. And I would say for little children, that would be quite scarring. And I've explained that to little children, that this can happen to humanity. Well, I think America has waded into the history of a similar atrocity in different form. The manacling and the trafficking of over 15 million plus West Africans. Imagine the Chinese coming over here and raiding the coastline of California and taking us back to China to work. What kind of impact that would have on our culture? And so I don't think we've done enough. This clipping of the Smithsonian, I mean, how many people have an opportunity to go to Washington D.C., let alone go to the Smithsonian and see the various things that Hurricane outlaid in our museum there? Since then, most Americans are getting their black culture through hip hop, through popular culture, through the news, through the marches, through the reactions to police violence in this country. And that's obviously being framed in ways that appear to be radical and each state and every other way. And so without an historical analysis, there's going to continue to be an amnesia of how horrific the crimes of slavery were and how complicit white America was in that venture. And I can go down century after century and how the legacy of that institution has come to haunt us and continues to haunt us. And this is along the lines of the disrespect that the Latino communities experience with regards to ICE and immigration policies. This is nothing more than going after and putting in play the 2025 Project 2025. And people are absolutely right. These are people coming to Trump with this agenda and asking Trump to go to the bully pulpit and implement these bad ideas on behalf of obviously a certain sector of this country, which is particularly white America. And I understand it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant to talk about, maiming and owning another human being and how economically viable and beneficial that was to this country, any more than it is to talk about the railroading and the wiping out of the liquidation of the indigenous population who occupied this land. But it has to be talked about. I remember I hosted an Australian buddy who come out and visit me from England. He just couldn't comprehend an English-speaking country with all the signage in Spanish. And I had to give him a little history lesson about this country was created. And it was a very tickling moment because we're driving down the streets in, say, Lincoln and Washington, and yet we're running into streets called Pico and Sepulveda, which were former governors and landholders of this beautiful city of Montana. But if you don't understand where the names come from and the history and why people are who they are, you're disrespecting them and you're diminishing their contribution to this country. And we all own in the success of America. One of the great historians of this country, many have not heard of, wrote a book called The Counter-Revolution of 1776, and he talks about how the slaveocracy, the Revolutionary War was fought to maintain the economic institution of slavery. And we see that very telling in the fact that 20,000 plus slaves fought on the side of the Crown. And there's a great book out called Comrades of the Crown that talks about that the slave did not feel that their future was secure in this new government. So we pick that apart. How do we understand those early beginnings, let alone the Civil War that was fought? I did some research before I got on the stage, and I wanted to understand how valuable a slave was to the slaveholders. And according to the chat, the AI came back and said a male slave was worth about $1,800 in 1860. And when I extrapolated that out to today's dollars, it's about 70,000 US. So you multiply that out by the number of those that were held as chattel, and that's millions and millions of dollars that basically walked off the plantation and became free overnight without compensation to the slaveholder. Well, when the UK got rid of their slavery, they made every slaveholder, from what I can understand, whole based upon the cost of that. Well, when you don't do that, Gary, when you create a war and then you say everybody's free after that, and you don't compensate the victims of the crime or of the institution, you're going to show the underpinnings of the KKK, the rejection of the Reconstruction era, the creation of Jim Crow laws, and everything else that's come after the fact. Everything else that's haunted this country since day one of the nation.
I was going to say, I'm sure you didn't mean it this way, but it kind of sounded like what you said is that we're like, we irreparably harmed ourselves. Am I misunderstanding you? I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
Well, if you explain what just how you heard what I said.
Were you saying the slave owner needs to be
Marshall causes all kinds of fucking hate.
I'm saying
everywhere Marshall goes, he causes fights.
Just as in the Haitian Revolution, Haiti was forced to pay back reparations for their independence.
So what I was going to ask,
the British, I'm saying, it created hostilities that are still haunting us to this day.
Now, what I was trying to ask is, are we saying that the American project was solely founded on taking advantage of somebody that didn't look like us? Or are we saying that's a facet of that? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Well, it was an industry backed by banking, backed by insurance, backed by shipping, backed by land holding, and so it was tied to the full economy of the South and almost to the North until it was eradicated. And so when you upended them economically, that's a lot of pissed off folks, and you're not sending a DEI training to make them understand, hey, you enslaved an actual human being here. This is an actual person that you own that we fought and died. It's very hard to educate that person, that slaveholder, and that system of what just happened, right? And so everything that we've done since forth has been a fight to get freedoms and rights that should have been afforded day one. But they weren't afforded day ones. And to reference Hurricane's comments, the architecture in place to dismantle the civil rights laws, the Voting Rights Act, the Supreme Court that's going after a lot of other different rights. Hillary Clinton just came out on the record mentioning that gay marriage may also be eviscerated by this court, and that's not guaranteed.
But there is a federal law passed in 2022 by a Democratic Congress and a Democratic president that solidified in the federal law the ability for gay couples to get married, as well as trans couples.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly.
But she did say that. She did say that she believes that they're going to go after the gay rights law the same way they went after voting rights. I think at the same stage. That's what it was.
No, my point was that the federal Congress is already taking care of this. It's not being passed as a state issue. It's the federal Congress and it's signed by Joe Biden. Including the law going to remove people to get married.
This fake news, fake fight. Now, Smithsonian has not announced plans to remove references to slavery from its exhibits. Recent searches show
And
Trump's
I'm going to
criticism.
ramp you up there because it's 6:39, and I've got to drop dead time at 7 o'clock.
I know, you got to catch a break train. All right.
Right, so let's go quickly now to announcement.
Hi Gary, this is the first time I've been on your stage. I just re-downloaded the app. I haven't been on since Trump became president. And I want to say I'm kind of disappointed. There's a lot of Trump derangement syndrome and American derangement syndrome from a lot of the speakers in the room today. I asked Grok, is the Smithsonian Museum going to remove references to slavery? Is this fake news clickbait? Excuse me, do not interrupt me, young man. No, The Smithsonian has not announced plans to remove references to slavery.
Coming
Gary,
from
just so you know,
Smithsonian,
that's Congressman John Kitover.
I know who it was. That he's gonna make a great congressman. That's not coming from the Smithsonian, John. It's coming from the president, and I think you know that. In spite of your attempts to sound funny, but did you get that recorded? So you can put it on your YouTube? I know that's what that was. It was performance for YouTube. Alan.
Gary, first of all, I do have Congressman, or the candidate Kitover, on recording saying he is for the impeachment of Donald Trump. Let's make this very clear. Kitover wants Donald Trump impeached. Anybody who's running against him should let that be known. Number two, my room at 7 this evening Eastern, we will talk about what can we live without that is being spent by the federal government right now. Number three, absolutely insane that the Smithsonian would be attacked by the president. And when the hell are the Republicans going to get their head out of their ass and impeach the son of a bitch, Donald Trump? Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I think that the problem for those who are concerned about what's happening
Fucking Marshall,
is
stinking
not
Rankin.
Donald Trump.
What a fucking, he's a tornado wherever he goes. Fucking meth mouth, ugly motherfucking stupid motherfucker. I would have gotten through with it if Marshall doesn't know my voice recognition. It's so annoying. It's very annoying. That was a good impersonation, but they can detect me. It's very difficult to obfuscate your voice because of the pattern. Fucking banging on Marshall Rankin's head all the time. Boom, 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 Marshall, 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 Marshall.
So that we can all learn
Fucking
from it.
Marshall.
I do believe that each and every time we look at the history, there are some parts of pride
Ooh, we were gonna go into JB's room, but it ended.
in his voters that he wants to bring to him and try to pull to him. I'm more important than my ass that I'm still in Gaza.
Shlomi, so I do hear from other hostages that they feel that Netanyahu didn't make a priority of bringing them home. Do you feel differently? Do you think Bibi Netanyahu cares about the hostages and has made it a
Okay, I'm
priority?
gonna restart the live. That's a cut.
I think yes, because if he wasn't a priority,
Go to johnforcongress.com, make your donation now. Click the blog, click the link to Antidote. Thank you all for joining us yet again.
And they say we're gonna come to Gaza. We lost 1,200 people in one day. Okay, we're gonna sacrifice another 250, but this time we're gonna end Hamas, delete Gaza, and that's it.
You're not at all concerned about this plan to take over Gaza City, knowing a lot of the hostages are there?
I was concerned inside of Gaza. Of course I'm concerned. Everybody's concerned for them. Everybody.
So this is Bibi's plan. Why do you support Bibi if he's doing this to the hostages?
I'm not supporting Bibi. What did you say I'm supporting Bibi?
You said we have to support him during the war.
I support Bibi. Proudly. Proudly.
Thank you for sharing, Harry.
Yeah, proudly, because everyone wants to say they don't support. I support Bibi proudly, and you know what? For you to compare it to Hamas is absolutely disgusting. Actually, for you to do that, to put them on the same level is insane.
I'm a capo. I'm a
No, Buttercup. Don't play the victim card in the victim game because I'm coming after you. Because you know what you said was bad. You know what you said was bad. I don't know if you do it on purpose or like you really, really do mean it. I really don't know. Or you're just trying to be that person that stirs the pot. I think you might be that person. I really want to give the benefit of the doubt to you, but I don't know. Just don't know. I mean, it like what Shlomi just said. That story is. Go ahead. What you said, Shlomi?
I didn't say I support Bibi. I support the country. And if you ask me like for changing Bibi, I don't see anyone else that can do something better than what he's doing. And that's why I'm telling you, don't go and see the Israeli media, because the Israeli media is the Israeli media. But people are forgetting that in during these 2 years, Bibi did a lot of good things for this country, saved us from a lot of horrors and enemies that are coming to consume us and eat us from everywhere, every direction. He freed me. He signed for my operation. He signed for Louis and the other guy operation. He signed signed for another operation in the start of the war. He released 200 hostages. Yeah, I know that some of them
In the beginning.
died in the beginning and in the last couple of months, not couple, the last 7 months. There was a deal in the last month. Half a year already. And yes, we lost a lot of people from the military pressure and everything. And since then, we are trying not to lose, and we see it. And he did everything that he can to release the most hostages that he can, and that's the way I see it. Because if not, and if he didn't kill, like I said, he will do in the 8th of October what I said, and that's it.
Wow, he did a lot for the hostages, Shalom, if you really think about it. People are like not giving him the credit where it's due. You know, it's crazy to me. I really think it's crazy.
You know, if the Red Cross and the world and the governments came together on October 8th and everybody stopped and demanded a return of the hostages would have all been back on October 8th. But you have seen from the very onslaught, the 6:30 in the morning on October 7th, well, 6:30 my time, I don't know, but from the onslaught, you have seen opposition to Israel, even as Israelis were being murdered and their blood was spilled all over the country. You see people celebrating and calling for a free Palestine. Well, it's just insane to me, but oh yeah, if the world was serious about having the hostages come home, and if they had acted on October 8th, we wouldn't be here. And so I think a lot of people, or Bibi didn't do this, Bibi didn't do that, the Israeli government didn't do this, ceasefire talks, Qatar, blah, 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 blah. Where was the action immediately after? Like everybody, from the get-go, it was a denial. It was a denial of the sexual violence and the rape and as a tool of war. I mean, just from the get-go, there was a denial. So I also put a lot of blame and a lot of responsibility on the failure of the quote-unquote first world, the Western world, the liberal world, the one that we say has democracy and all these values, blah, 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 blah. I think it's bullshit because I think the UN was in Gaza. The Red Cross was in Gaza already. It's not like they had to come in from outside. They were already fucking there. They were already there. I don't know. I think you guys or people at Buttercup tend to focus in on Bibi and the Israeli government, and there's a lot of responsibility here. A lot.
So I really think we need to have more love for each other and more tolerance of diverse points of view within the Jewish diaspora community, Yael. And I hope that, in my community, we try to tolerate. We understand people are very emotional about the situation in Israel, and I think we could be a little more tolerant of people who have different opinions. To be slandered it really hurts.
Are you talking about yourself right now?
Yeah, to hear you guys slander me for hours and hours. All I do is want to engage with you.
Right now, I just did this whole monologue about how messages were brought home, and the first thing you do is like, wow, you really hurt my feelings, and we have to be more compassionate with it. What the fuck is wrong with you?
The Jews need to come together and be kind to each other. Be kind to each other. Be kind. Jews are strong when they're kind to and loving to each other.
Buttercup, I'm not playing the game. Stop censoring yourself. I'm not playing this game.
Jews are kind when they're kind to each other.
Buttercup, can you recite the Shema Yisrael? Can you recite the whole prayer?
Harry, you don't know what Kol Nidre is. Don't tell me. Don't.
I know perfectly what you're the one that said it sounded like Kol Nidre, not me. That's what you did.
You've never heard
You
of.
said the Shema
You've never
Yisrael.
heard of like the Jewish prayers. Don't quiz me on my Jewishness.
I haven't. Yeah, I actually have. I've heard many Jewish prayers before. Actually, pretty much all of them.
Wow.
But I want you to recite the Shema Yisrael for us, please. Go ahead.
It's not gonna. The
Buttercup, are you finished with violent resistance?
To the people like this guy Amir and the people there, this sentence, and let's see how they will react. Okay? Tell them until our people are not back home, what's going on inside of Gaza. Can you do that?
I should tell them I don't care what's going on in Gaza.
Yeah, until my people are not back home, I don't care what's going on there. I really don't care. I don't understand why you really care what's going on inside of Gaza until your people.
Because she hates Israel. That's why.
Because I don't think more death is going to bring them home. I think there was a plan on the table that would have brought them home and could have prevented many children from losing their parents and their arms and their legs and being orphaned. It's just
maybe they shouldn't have started October 7th in the first place.
The children didn't start October 7th. They're children, okay? Children are innocent.
Yeah, don't worry. They'll start the next October 7th. Don't worry. The children, what, the same ones that go to the death terrorist camps?
That's a genocidal sentiment, Harry.
And I can show you plenty of evidence and videos of them. They brag about it and advertise it all online.
Can we be a little more loving?
No, it's not about being loving. It's about being factual, Buttercup.
You just bring hatred everywhere you walk into.
And facing, that's not hatred. That's reality, Buttercup. I'm sorry.
Guys,
maybe you need to face it.
I'm coming from a place of love. I love my people, and that's why I'm engaging here, and I love Israel, and I just have a different point of view. That's it.
So your point of view, you believe in violent resistance against the Jewish people, correct? Or do you
Stop misrepresenting what I said, Norman.
No. Well, please correct me. How did you put it?
Yeah, how did you put it, Buttercup?
We had a conversation about whether Hamas serves the Palestinian cause. And I said it doesn't serve the Palestinian cause. And there are people in the room said it does.
That quote. I'm talking about when you said, I'm not opposed to violent resistance to oppression.
If you say that Hamas is not
serving the Palestinians.
Yeah, if you say that, so what?
I'm against Hamas. I think they're a death sentence.
But you're in favor of violent resistance.
Show me. I support them getting Hamas. I support conquering Hamas. I support decimating Hamas and exiling leaders.
Like you are slapping yourself in the face.
No, you can do that without starving out children. You could have stopped the war a year ago. Says military leaders, not me.
You feel that violence is
stopped the war a year ago.
Sorry, they said you exile the leaders. There was a plan to bring the PA in and do a plan for day after.
But Hamas didn't agree for that.
They did
There is no other side that we need to look at them.
There is another side. Show me. Show me. I've only called Hamas a genocidal death cult. I've never said anything nice about them.
That's irrelevant to what he's talking about.
I know, but I have a feeling I'm being maligned here. Everyone's calling me a Hamasnik.
Nobody said you're Hamas. Did anybody say that?
Norm keeps telling me I
You love playing victim card, my God.
I want to understand the workings of your mind.
Buttercup, I also just want to...
I really try to understand what it comes. On one side, you say that Hamas are not doing everything good for the cause. From that one side. From the other side, you say that a year ago we should have stopped the war, but if we stop the war a year ago, Hamas are still in power and they are still not serving the cause of the Palestinians. So what do you want? To stop the war or to serve the Palestinian cause? Because if you are one that claims that wants peace in the world and that no one will suffer and all of this, if you say that you want to end the Palestinian suffer from Hamas because it's not helping the cause, but from the other side you said there was a deal and Hamas are still in power, you are still keeping
you think it's a contradiction, I understand. You think it's a contradiction?
I don't think
I think the picture, the picture you give is not accurate. According to my knowledge, according to many experts that I heard, there was a possibility long time ago, maybe a year ago, to reach a deal and remove Hamas from power in Gaza. It was possible to achieve, but
Hamas said yes.
Who's gonna physically remove them, Yigal?
Hamas said yes,
I can give you a sources for this. According to my, I heard it, I know it.
Who physically removed them?
Hamas said yes.
For the end of the war, they was ready they were ready to enter the war and to be replaced as a governing power in Gaza.
But they're still in power.
But they didn't want to give up their weapons.
That's true. That's true.
They didn't want to give up their weapons, so it's the same thing. It doesn't change anything. They're still the governing power in Gaza.
Which is not as important. They were ready for in this deal. In this deal, they were ready to release all the our
but they are still in power.
But this deal could be reached. According to many experts, this deal could be reached, and all the hostages could be.
Part of the deal was for them to give up their arms as well, and they didn't want to do that. So it was on them. It wasn't on Israel, Yigal. It was on them.
The issue is that this deal will happen sooner or later. The same deal which could be reached a year ago will happen soon, sooner or later. Same deal.
At a higher cost. At a higher cost.
There's no more deal going to be reached.
For the higher cost of our soldiers, for the higher cost of our hostages, and for the much higher cost of the situation, international situation. All this costs us because of political reasons. This all happened because some fraction in our government did not want to end the war.
Brother Yigal.
This is the sad truth.
Brother Yigal, the Hamas said they were going to commit October 7th 1,000 times, and they're not going to give up their guns. So it was part of the deal that they're not going to do that anymore, do you think?
Hamas will not rule Gaza. Military capacity is reduced by 90%.
A year ago.
A year ago, yes, a year ago.
You think they were reduced 90% a year ago?
Yes, I heard it from many experts. Yes.
So we're fighting 10% of them now? For a year?
Yes.
I understood that they reconstituted themselves. That they're always getting new fighters. They're training the young ones to do this. Don't you hear the same?
This war we can continue forever the way it's going now.
Well, we can continue forever, or we can have a definitive victory.
But we are losing a lot for. We could end this war with victory, military and politically, many months ago. But we are losing now politically, economically, and losing hostages and soldiers because of our extremely stupid fascist.
I love you as a Jew, but I disagree with you on this matter.
In the chat, I posted a video of dozens of current and former military and intelligence officials in Israel who say the war could have been ended. It was everything that could be accomplished has been accomplished. And the war was ended.
I want to ask you something, Buttercup. Do you believe an accomplishment is to get back all the hostages?
Don't ask Buttercup anymore anything.
I agree.
How
could it be accomplished if there's still hostages?
These are the people of Kaplan, like Yigal and Amos, and this is the same set of mind. And this set of mind I'm not dealing with when I'm in the room. They can stay down. And if you want to talk with them, I'm leaving.
We'd rather talk to you.
The rescued hostage censors her, saves the room.
Did you want to ask anything? Or did you want me to leave? He already said goodnight.
I don't see him. I hope he did.
Maybe he had enough. Well, he's back.
And then with this kind of people.
Okay, Shlomi.
Shlomi.
We're happy to have you back.
I want everybody to meet a sweet friend of mine.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm coming, and in the end, I get the same feeling that I get from Amos, telling me you should be ashamed of yourself. You didn't go and shake Trump's arm to tell him release the hostages. You should go and demonstrate, and this kind of things that they think that is helping for the hostages. They say when we are demonstrating and putting this power on our government, they will raise the price. Definitely they will raise the price. Eventually, they're looking at us every moment and see what we are going through. And every time in Gaza, when we saw in Al Jazeera, yeah, the demonstration, they said it's not enough, it should be bigger. It's helping our cause. And you don't understand that. That's what they were telling us as hostages. It's not enough people. It should be bigger. Should be bigger and bigger. And you come and make us look weak and care about who is starving or not starving in Gaza when my friends are still in captivity and other people that I don't know personally are really starved, yeah, and come and say that we need to end this war because people are starving in Gaza or this or this or this. But they come, go check. The military in Israel wants to conquer all of Gaza. They want to end this, try to release the hostages. They are eager to do it. This is the set of mind of the real people in Israel, not the minority that you see on the media. Stop make us look weak in this world. Stop. People like you almost see God in this app, fucking app. Don't tell us what to do from another country. Don't think that you know the best because you are sitting there in another country, safe. Maybe someone is telling you, ugly Jew or something like that. Or you're feeling that the crowd is looking at you different now because the real face of them are disguised, the mask is off. Don't tell us what is right or wrong. Come live here, come live here, try to live here, face the consequences of living here among all of these problems that we have in this country, face reality, and then come and speak what this government should do or not. As long as you don't live here, don't tell us which government should be here or not, because it's not your country. You live in another country. Go vote for Biden. Probably vote for Biden for Kamala in the last election. Because this is what you're representing. The same shit.
Slowly, I have to say, it's hard to hear what you're saying, but I have to tell you, my father made Aliyah. He came back to this country and he said the same thing. He said, I am no longer there, and they deserve. The world needs to take a back seat and let Israel fulfill its understanding and what they do. And I think, and he said it's going to be hard for the rest of the Jews, but this is self-determination. So I appreciate what you just said.
Thank you. If you want this country to succeed, you don't tell which government to decide if it's democratic or not. Yeah? If you think you can replace the government, certain things, this is democracy in Israel, what you can do in order to change the government. If you don't succeed in the democracy way, wait for the next election and put your vote in the box and wait for the results. And let's see who will be the next prime minister. That's it. This is democracy.
And this is what they say, that you have offered self-determination. So it's important we're reminded. We're just worried.
Saying it's democracy, people should listen to the people. It's democracy, people should listen to the people. And when they are demonstrating, the government will decide to listen or not to listen to the demonstrations. Until then, we cannot say that it's a dictatorship, it's a fascist, or whatever we said, or whatever Buttercup is claiming the government is doing. everybody saying there was a deal or no deal. We know exactly what happened with that deal. Hamas wanted to stay in the arms, and they would say, we go off the arms, and we put down the weapons. So that's it. The deal went down. Don't make us weak. Support us, support what we are doing. It doesn't matter what the Prime Minister decided. I don't know, it's hard to say. He's decided on life of people, and decided on my life. It was 50-50 if we will get out or not. Yeah? Yeah, and I'm blaming this Prime Minister also 7th of October. But until today, I see that he's doing his best to say to make
He's doing his best with the shit that he has to deal with.
Delete us. This is his job.
to correct the mistake that is made until 7th of October allowed me to happen. Of course, I have bad things to say to him, and he has a responsibility. Most of the other people are claiming that they know the best. The ex-militaries, ex-this, ex-that, every day the media are speaking that they know the best. And lying that the Bevin was trying to save me, but they were those kind of people. To listen to them, I don't know. But again, he has responsibility. A lot of people has responsibility for somebody who's of the 120 people within this government, and the coalition opposition has responsibility because they are the chosen ones to represent all of the people, all of the Senates. Yeah? And that's it. And the military and this and that, everybody has responsibility. But to come and say it doesn't care of this, it doesn't care of that, and because of people who are starving in Gaza to start the war, not because of that, because of our people are still there, and if we will start the war, Hamas will never give us all gas, 100%, because what they are saying is they will give them, and then they will give some more, and then when they will decide that Gaza is recovered, Hamas decide that Gaza is recovered, they will speak of the last ones that will still have in their arms. So I don't know how much time that they can recover Gaza. So I don't want anyone to be there another 10 years like Gisto and other veteran guy that was released in the last days. People don't see the real picture, and still again we say we are not BB and we are not sitting on the chair to decide between people that are on the battlefield, hostages and everything, and to come with big words and say, yeah, I know the best, I know which deal, I know what's bad, who said yes, who said no, and why. Listen to the media. We don't know anything. Again, I will say, everybody has his own idea which deal is the best, but we don't know really what's going on in the deal. So we need to stop thinking the same and try to support our cause as the human right beings, as Jewish human right beings in this country, because that's what they want to eliminate. That's what's not demanded to them, that we cannot have Hamas here. And anything that they are still in power is not good. And I hope that it was the day that in 8th of October, I was hoping for myself that he would come to over Gaza and the country killing people who die with the hostages, and I will die for this cause for next 7th of October won't happen. state power it will be back.
That's understandable.
Show me they promised to do it again.
So every time we do something next something we're gonna end this war with this, people thought it's gonna end quickly, and they're gonna do it quickly. But we have to reduce this power. Because next 7 of October is not acceptable.
Joey, can I ask you, it's okay if you don't answer, what kept your hopes up? What kept your head
First, there's no hope in the first couple of months, and then the second month said, okay, it's my time to die here because you think that the war is not stopping. And I told myself, if it's the time to the other two, but was with me, and I know that this is my time to die in Gaza, because that next 7 of October won't happen. So this is what will happen. And then I decided to say, okay, as every day that I'm alive, I'm getting closer for the release and getting closer home. I'm saying thank God. And at the end, we know what happened. But I was ready to anything to be happy. Then you're releasing from the other side, you're saying thank you to God and to hope that you will wake up and everything will be going the way that everything will be okay. And we say thank you the night in the morning. And this is what we call hope. And that's what kept me with the, let's say, to be safe, with the set of mind that if we need to die, we die. If not, if we need to go home, my time we need to go home and die. And it came. And that's it. Hope.
שלומי, אני אוהבת אותך כל הזמן, to all of those around you.
How are you now?
That people are shouting the propaganda of Hamas that people are stopping them. But it makes me like, I don't know what to explain.
Syria.
It's angry now, I'm old, it's like you're shooting arrows, small arrows that every time it's
Shlomi, I want you to meet my beautiful friend from synagogue. We pray for you every day, and especially on Shabbos.
God, please, everyone that's telling me I'm going to do specifically this and that.
Yes.
The the place is beautiful.
And be saying I say no for you, and I had your picture up behind my seat in the synagogue. And I told everybody in the synagogue, this boy. And when you were free, I was dancing, jumping up and down like a maniac, dancing with my rabbi. I had to move off because we were dancing. This is my friend Crystal. She's on this baby. She had a baby, and this time a beautiful baby. Someday you'll meet her.
Oh, that's all fun.
We did. Norman has some tools. You inspired me to really get down. But you're so grateful that you're home.
It's nothing. It's the very soldiers that came in.
Oh, but Shlomi, I want to thank you for joining this.
started about celebrated. Thought that it will end fast and then it will another settlement for them. And now when they are facing the consequences of not releasing the hostages, of doing the most outrageous things, making psychologists way of the pictures and the films that they are putting out to the media of those hostages. And we saw our friends look like. And I know that personally, and to see those pictures, see one of my people, my Jewish people say, I care about these starving people of Gaza, and not about the hostages, not one sentence about the hostages, about how they are suffering, and presenting this way of that Hamas release everybody, let their weapons down, and release everybody, this is the way they will be learned, they're coming to them, yeah, Hamas are a bad thing, but we cannot deliver with it, and then we stay there, and this and that, and not expect to accelerate because it will happen. And I don't know how we can live with the Judea Samaria, they are there also. So, to say that we are safe, if we would talk and do deals with them, and still give them power still and all of this, it's bullshit. They cannot save power from us. So it's hard to hear my people care about what is the music and whatever they thought.
On this app because it saved me a lot of time from having to get burner accounts so I can do the recordings that I want to do. I don't know. To me, it's a great feature for $5 a month.
Did want to say something, but Shlomi, I want to put him on the table here. He's the one who has. Shlomi, I speak for a lot of people on this app. You know, we are we will listen to you. We don't make any pretense of what we think should happen. We have our opinions, but it's very
Too, I bought a Himalayan salt block to see if I can cook a burger on it. After my last video making a steak, I realized that I didn't have it hot enough, so I just put it in the oven for an hour to get to 500 degrees. And if I'm being completely honest, I don't fully trust this thing yet. For some reason, I feel like it's just gonna explode in my oven for some reason. So anyways, back to this burger. I just got everything prepped right in time for the block to come out of the oven, which means I'm finally ready to cook. And I will say, right off the bat, these are cooking a lot better than the steak did, so I'm gonna season them up, put the buns down, and then it's time to get started on the veggies. Here's a Himalayan salt block fun fact. Apparently, the mine was first discovered in the 4th century when Alexander the Great's horses were found leaking salty rock. And if that's not crazy enough, here's another one for you. Apparently, they're not even from the Himalayas, they're actually mined in Pakistan, so I guess you learn something new every day. Sorry, I got all talking. My patties, veggies, and bacon are finally done, so that means it's time to assemble this thing and see if it's any good. Now look, I have high hope for this one because I feel like you just can't have too much salt on a burger. And I'm telling you right now, if this turns out good, I might have to open a little restaurant called the Smash Block or something stupid. Okay, here's the truth. The burger was actually pretty solid. I would give it a 6.5 out of 10, but the zucchini were absolutely horrible. They were so salty. What was that? 2, I bought it.
My dad burned all his cheese. What?
What they're saying from one side is not good to Hamas and even for the Palestinian people if they want to have a state and this and that, they need to change their ways, of course. And I don't care that they will have, but that they won't change their set of minds that we are here and acknowledge the going this way. There is no speaking of it even. And not doing the work that we have our people there as hostages is not reasonable. To speak even about anything. Give them back and then we're gonna start to speak. This is how I think. That's it.
It's valid. No one should invalidate.
You hear the wildest things. People want to make people that were held hostage.
This is what they needed to say. Give them our back, put your arms down, surrender. This war is going on. So this is what is going on until now. And doing all of this, somehow, we managed to get out one hostages. They didn't know. Yeah.
Or that. This is a thing. People hear your outrage right now just from the recent situations. But it's not even that. Like everyone knows the Craigslist articles, this and that. And we just kind of like, all right, he served his time, whatnot. I've recently been sent items that I'm like, oh yeah, okay, whatever, it's probably not true, I'm not gonna look at it, whatever. And then and people like, no, really, KK, this is happening, like he can't be trusted. He has a habitual pattern of unfortunately preying on people, charming them and using them. And I was like, well, I get that for his actual, the Craigslist thing that whatever that he's self-admitted it on top to, but it's just sad. It's just really just. I mean, I'm shaking because I just read this afternoon, and I read the entire thing. It's public information. It was the New York State Unified Court System. It's a .gov website, and Nassau County, and it offers up all the decisions within the court system. And I never knew about this, and I'm just kind of like, I get it now. Why? And my spidey senses was right. Like, something's just not off. Something's off. So, in this court case, it shares that this woman met this person in 1999. And again, this is all shared on a public website. Anybody could see it. She met him at in 1999 at a flea market where he was selling sports memorabilia part-time and while allegedly working at Bears and Stearns. For those that do not know, Bears and Stearns was an investment banking company, and they were part of the reason for the crash, the housing crash market in 2008. Then they were eventually sold out as JP Morgan and Chase. If you are projecting that you are working for Bears and Stearns, and it was expressed to this poor woman that he was working at Bears and Stearns in the area of international currency. This is an investment banking firm. Okay, so this lady that met him in 1999, and then in March of 2001, this lady asked him to be a co-trustee for a large check from a trust that was written to her from her family, and it was in the form of $200,000, and it was agreed upon. Yes, $200,000, and it was agreed upon that he would take that check and deposit into a Dreyfus, and I guess Dreyfus is a bank, and that he would, in March of 2001, it was supposed to be a investment, and it was agreed that he would personally take the check to Dreyfus. I'm quoting now from the court document, and open an account to which the $200,000 would then be deposited. deposited. But what happened was that he put the 200K trust fund check made out to the Dreyfus family of funds, which both she and he signed as co-trustees. And instead of opening a trust fund, he opened a personal account in his own name in which he deposited the $200,000 check. Again, this is all online. I'm like shocked. So in the court case revealings, it does say that he embezzled the proceeds and depleted the entire deposit in July of 2001. She discovered the funds were misappropriated and reported to the authorities. The months following, he was arrested, charged with grand larceny in the second degree. Upon later entering a plea of guilty and grand larceny in the third degree, he was sentenced to 5 years probation and ordered to pay $100,000 restitution. Yeah, so if you think about it, she met him in 1999, and he did this in February 2001. And then he was, hold on a second, yeah, 2001, and then he was charged. He was charged July of 2009 within the New York State Unified Court System. This is all there. But I'm thinking like, okay, 2009, that's when the Craigslist Daily News New York Post articles came out. Like literally that summer of 2009. So he was doing this type of stuff for like a really long time. Like a really long time. And within the actual court case, and if you actually read some of the other things, it's just eye-opening. There's a cyclical pattern of using his, projecting a kindness, in my opinion, a kindness to take advantage of anyone that he can. And I will say this, he went to jail for his, because for his charges with sex trafficking and promotion to prostitution. There were allegations of rape, but he was not charged with that.
He was charged as much. He either got a plea deal, I'm guessing it was a plea deal.
Right, but there's not an actual conviction, right? So that's the definitive. But the allegation, there is the allegation, and it's, with that situation that he did serve time for, admittedly on this app, shared his story multiple times for the past several years during his identity as Kajikon. One of the women said that she claimed that was the case. And I thought like, maybe this whole Craigslist thing was just like a long period of time. Like how long? It was supposed to be a investment, and it was
suspected of doing it to others.
Yeah, but with I don't know how long he had been doing this, but the victims that came forward, it was the exact same two victims was between June 8th and June 15th. And then they finally let them go. And it's just, I am worried that people are going to fall for that exact same type of being friendly with, and you're the best, and I'm so much smarter when you're in a room, and the lions were at my door, and they were trying to hunt me down, and she was there for me, and I talked to him just yesterday, and he's such a good guy, and I'll always have his back like he has mine.
How does the Craigslist thing tie into
All
this?
this conversation is just used to manipulate and in a dangerous capacity. People say like, okay, that's real life. This is the internet. word. It was sent to me several times, like a couple of years ago. I really thought, like, it can't be as bad as this, right? Because everyone was freaking out about the whole Craigslist thing that he admitted to, and he has served his time with. Like, I want to repeat that again. And I don't believe in reconvicting the person, but what I really do worry about is that there's a pattern of behavior that could be potentially dangerous for people that engage on this app, right? And there's a history of it starting back from 2001, right? So I don't have much time today. I'm going to go back down in the audience unless you have some quick questions for me. But
How does the Craigslist play into this?
well, that was the initial thing.
So
Yeah, that was. Go ahead.
he says he's a model agency or a scout, and so this is where it starts to get disturbing because he's going to tell you he's a changed man. Now you can look this up, Jason Breska. He did open up. So in 2016, of course this is before Clubhouse. Nobody created this for him. He did a talent, quote unquote, talent agency. And it said something along the lines of looking for models, won't require sex work or some stupid shit. And it's just like, really? You're doing this shit again? And then, about 2 months ago, he opened Next Level Content Creators Model and Concierge Service. Now, I'm sorry, dude, but like, if anything, does this sound like a changed man to you? I mean, this guy is fucking sick, and we see him doing like the love bombing of everybody. This is, and for you guys who don't know, like, I would let him in my spaces when I would do my big spaces like every day, like a few years ago. And
His racist hate
people were
speech
telling me, even moms,
rooms.
like, dude, like, the guy, don't trust him. There were, people that worked with actual content creators. They weren't scam artists like him. That were, including ones that were monetized on this app, and they were telling me, like, dude, don't trust him. And, and then some of those content creators from bigger rooms, they were telling me what he used to, going into the rooms of the mentally ill women on this app, befriending them. Eventually they changed, they get their new photos. We started threatening him. Then he ended up, sending them out to other people. Just really weird shit. And that was all verified because he sent those nude pictures out to the mods of the Million Man Marathon. They were like, what the fuck is this? They thought it was egregious.
And what did he do? He deleted that account because he knew any message that he was passing for sexting, like the woman in Canada, she's a little loony toony, but anywho's, whatever, all that entire conversation chain would disappear. And he's the person who told me that. He's like, that account is gone, they're never going to reactivate it again because they won't have any proof. And it's her word against my word, and there's that. So that's what happened in that situation.
And even when you guys took him in, I mean, what he did to Sig was pretty horrible. I guess Sig's forgiven him, that's fine. But... Well, so Sig had this business idea. It was going to be like masculinity. It was going to be like a coach, masculinity coach, like, offering guidance or stuff to men. And then Jay verbatim stole that idea, and he had this website service called masculinitymindset.com. Completely fucking stole his idea out from under him. And, I mean, and this was, this happened after that whole fiasco where he was outed on the Million Marathon stage and basically like shunned. That's when he kind of like.
It was supposed to be an investment, and
I ended up going into a bunch of their stages later, and then it was basically I saw his attitude with me. Everybody was saying, dude, like, look, he comes off as charming, but dude, that guy's a fucking snake. And then once once he was like ripping off the Jewish population or the Jewish users on this app, saying, basically being gung ho Israel, then he all of a sudden became a quote unquote Jew. He's not Jewish.
Well, and so, hey yo, Pepe, that's how a natural pimp, aka sex trafficker, actually move nowadays. As they call them.
Yeah,
it's mind manipulation.
He's a very manipulative person, but then once he did it, there were several. First of all, I saw how the personality changed once he got a man. Once I saw how he moderated, I was like, this is just about like his ego, and it's about exerting control, having a sense of power. Like it was really weird. It's like I'm somebody who would. I mostly go into other people's rooms now. I don't, everybody knows you guys don't want to ask for I don't really, doesn't make me feel powerful. It's like how much of a fucking loser do you have to be in real life? It's either, I can understand if you make things and don't really care about something else, especially the item companies, I'd probably be like, yeah, that sucks, but for me, because I wanted to control the people on my fucking stage, that's stupid. But then, he started, so first he lied and claimed to be a Jew. Then there were 2 users from Clubhouse that were affected on October 7th, the Nova Music Festival, that people actually know in real life. They actually met on Clubhouse. And that's Shlomi and Jake. Jake was killed by Hamas on October 7th at the music festival. Both of them were working in security. Then Shlomi, he ended up getting into Gaza, and there was actually a raid that was all over international news where his face is in it. They end up, I guess their special forces ended up going into this very busy, crowded neighborhood in the middle of Gaza, and then the commandos had to shoot their way in and out to rescue them, and you saw his face and everything, so he got rescued. But people didn't know if he was dead or alive yet. There were a lot of unanswered questions. And
so wait a minute, Pepe.
Well, hold on a second. No, he's a fake Jew. He's not a real Jew. He just suddenly claims to be a Jew when it's, I don't know, it was to rip off the Jewish users on this app. But he was claiming that he was friends with those two. He doesn't even know them. He was actually claiming to be friends with them. What kind of person does that? This guy is fucking sick. And then, just seeing the love bombing that he does on his stages to all of these new people. I see Nye in here. Nye may think she hasn't figured out, but Nye, you don't understand it. Those people that you see all those people that he's on stage with, they're new to him. They don't, the people that he's never been able to have, he's been close to for a long time on this app. He ends up running afoul with all of them. He's not a normal fucking person. But he is going to have his little army or tribe of people that he thinks he can control, or that will be loyal, and so he can do his thing. That's all he's doing. No, and I'm not going to give you any smoke. I'm not giving you. But instead, don't worry. I'm just somebody who's like, well, I'll give him a chance, and it was me who brought smoke to him the first time, because he was bullying somebody on his stage a couple of years ago, and I called him out on it. This guy has a long history of being a fucking predator and a thief and a liar.
So wait a minute, you say he's in America? Is he on Chatter?
Yeah, I guess he is on Chatter. He ended up weaseling his way back on there, but he got exposed with his old name on Millionaire Marathon 3 years ago, because he was getting accused of women of, he was asking for their nudes, I guess, harassing them, and then there was for whatever reason, this moron thought it would be smart to send out the nude photos or videos or whatever to the mod team of Million Marathon.
Oh, that's how they found out?
Yeah. And they were just like, are you okay? What the fuck in God's green earth makes you think that is fucking appropriate? We don't want you, like, sending us fucking, like, is this revenge porn? Like, what the fuck is this? Why are you doing this to us? Don't get us involved in your fucking shit. And, you know, that's that. He was exposed as a creep, so he deletes his fucking account. Then all the messages disappeared that he was sending all these women. And then even this most recent example, I posted a picture of Roger that was public. He came on here with his original fucking name, okay, at first. The people from season 1 all know his real name. People told me about a video. I've known about it for a while. And it was a video he did, podcast with another well-known Clubhouse user that so happened to also be a libertarian. So I screenshot a picture of him, cross his name out, and I put up his picture. And I go on Roger's stage. I say nothing in his room. Roger notices my PTR. He obviously kicked me out of the room. That's fine. It was expected. I wake up the next day, and this motherfucker is saying, I'm hearing him saying things like, oh, this piece of shit, he's doxing people, social security numbers, family members. Dude, no. I literally did not say his name, did not say his address, did not say anything about his family. I don't know where he works. Said nothing about him. About any personal identifying information. I posted shit that was public. And you saw like the other day, the season 1 Clubhousers came up on the stage and said, yeah, dude, it's not doxing, like it's common knowledge to this. But anyways, so I'm in this room, I'm hearing this shit, and then he's telling other people, he's a mentally unhinged person, you cannot go into his rooms. Because he's going to, it's all funny until he turns on you. I asked him, show me one fucking example, one recording, I'll give you $1,000. I gave that challenge to everybody, of me doxing somebody on this app. Because I haven't done it. I would make rooms where I'm somewhat comedic, but I'm very insulting. I talk about controversial shit. The whole thing with like personal drama and going back and forth with people is not something I like to do. Now Jay, I think he's just a rat piece of shit. He's had this cycle throughout his fucking life, and especially here on this app. And, you know, if he's gonna make his little content, hinting at, and be like, oh, who's the most, and you know, he's saying the ladies, like when he makes his smart little remarks in his rooms and shit, we know he's talking about me, alright, fine, I'm just gonna address it directly to you, because I know he's listening, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, Jay, what is your fucking goal here? Is it to make a narrative because it will get some people into your fucking room so you can look like the hero that's trying to save everybody from fucking doxing a doxer, from a bad guy? Is it to get people not to go in my rooms? Kind of like how you squeezed out Roger and Brent from the fucking Healthy Debates Club, which by the way, they ran, I actually liked Brent. Despite me fucking, you know, I think Roger's kind of an asshole. You know, I don't dislike Roger. And like I said before, I think he's a good moderator. You're a fucking shit moderator. You just love bomb people on your stage constantly. And give your shitty fucking takes, you know, after everybody else talks. Because you don't know how to be a fucking moderator and let a conversation flow. But, you know, your brain is not normal, obviously. That's why you've been fucking homeless, in prison. You don't have close friendships because you end up fucking everybody over. I mean, you're a fucking piece of shit. But, Jay, at the end of the day, what was your goal? Were you trying to, like, is this even your attempt at trying to get something out of me? What is the reason you would decide to make the false content about me? Why would you do that? You guys, and everybody here, I'm sure you guys know, if he knew I doxed somebody, he would drop the fucking receipts. John was filming the whole goddamn room live. So you said you were going to watch it 2 days ago. Where's the goddamn receipts? Are you going to issue an apology for lying? Of course not. You're going to go with the narrative. Oh, he's just toxic. Oh, he's an unhinged doxer. Motherfucker, prove to everyone I'm a doxer. Otherwise, you're a liar. This is very easy the bar is super low for you. You rat piece of shit. You literally con people your whole fucking life. I mean, you're worse than deadweight. You're a fucking drag on society. You're a drag on this fucking app. I mean, I just like, and out of all the times you guys, I've ever made rooms, you're the only person I've made a room about dragging. Because you're the only person dumb enough to fucking make rooms about me. And here's the other thing, Jay. I can go on and on and on. And I can insult your dumb ass. I can call out the hypocrisy. I will make these challenges to you. And I've noticed that when you made these rooms the last few days, you can say, oh, well, if you don't got haters, you're obviously doing something wrong. Or doing something right. Or whatever the fuck it is you say. No, Jeffrey Dahmer had haters. But it's not because he did something right. You stupid fuck. You're hated for all the right reasons. Literally, you're a fucking parasite. You're a fucking piece of shit. That's why steel doors ended up getting slammed on your sorry ass every night. You fucking loser. Because you're a piece of shit. The world needed to be protected from people like you. You broke piece of shit. Now you're gonna go leech off to somebody in fucking Texas that you can't afford to take care of your sorry ass in New York. You fucking bum. I mean, you're literally a nobody. I don't know what you're trying to do with this social media shit, you dipshit. With your goddamn history, you will never be given a fucking contract. You stupid fuck. I would say what your remedy is, but I'll obviously get my account clipped. I mean, literally, if Jay was not in this world right now, the world would be a better fucking place. Literally. What do, dude? You don't work. You just try to steam online to get your narcissistic supply in your gay, shitty fucking rooms. Like, what the fuck do you do? Now, I'm gonna see how sick this piece of shit is. I know he won't be able to do it because I'm really hurting his ego. Say you're sorry. Say, I'm sorry for lying. It's not that you heard the wrong information. It's because you lied. You made it up. That I doxed somebody. Just say you're sorry. Move the fuck on. If you want to keep this going, look, dude, there's a lot of people that back channel me, that say a lot of stuff. People you really don't want to fuck with on this app. That think it's funny. That really, really fucking dislike you and think you're a piece of shit. I don't think you get it. Look at this, Jay. I'm somebody who does not open rooms very often. I have more people in my fucking room right now. When it's just one person talking, trashing your sorry fucking ass. And you know what I'm doing? I'm dropping fucking receipts. You saw KK up here. Talking about your fucking criminality. Talking about what you continue to do since you've been out of prison. And you're an ex-con? Bullshit. Do you think somebody with antisocial personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder, it's common knowledge. You can maybe get treatment to kind of try to manage some of your narcissism and that kind of shit. But it never truly goes away. And as soon as you're stressed out, it will come back full swing. It's a lifelong condition. It's how your fucking brain is wired. Now, I can dangle a piece of meat in front of a dog and it will drool, on my feet and do whatever the fuck I want. Because that's how it's wired. You're a very simple person to read. You make up lies constantly. You self-aggrandize. You use people as pawns. That's why you love bomb every goddamn person you meet. It is so fucking weird. That is one of the biggest signs that something's not healthy about a person. Like that you might have narcissistic personality disorder, for example. When you with the excessive superficial flattery, that you're a sick motherfucker, dude. You say you go to therapy twice a week. What you should do is open up a fucking behavioral health room and talk about how they've been working on your personality disorders, whatever else the fuck you have, and how much of a struggle it's been, and how you still cannot be a normal goddamn person. You sick piece of shit. But I'm sure you're getting the smoke you wanted. We must be doing something right. Dude, we can go back and forth dragging each other. All you can come up with is narratives. I can drop receipts. I can point out your particular fucking behavior. I can open up one of your rooms, replay it live for everybody. They'll see the love bombing. They'll see the constant fucking, bullshit, self-aggrandizing opinions that you have to give in between everybody else fucking talking. You're different, dude. You do this it's your own narcissistic supply and sense to need to feel in control and have a sense of power over people. That's what you get off on. You're fucking sick. You're not a healthy person to interact with. But, I'm gonna see how healthy you are. You don't have the receipts. You know it. I've been in other rooms. People have been asking me about this the last few days. Nobody believes you. And you've had no proof. Zero proof. You made it up. All you have to do now, like a normal person, is apologize. Just apologize and keep my fucking name out of your mouth. That's all you have to do. You see, if you just keep my fucking, I even when I've been civil with you, the last, 6 months or so, I still thought you were a rat piece of shit. You would love bomb me on your stage, but Pepe, I think you're smart. And, okay, you told that to fucking 100 other bums before me. Like, do you think it means anything coming out of your fucking mouth? You stupid fuck. How many women can be pretty? How many men can be smart? You stupid fuck. Now, you wanted to make a narrative about me to create some drama, and I'll continue making fun of your denture-wearing ass. You broke piece of shit. And why not? I actually think it's kind of funny, and you deserve it. But what you can do is be a goddamn man, you piece of shit. Because in person, you would not be doing this to me. You know that. I would completely fucking dominate you. I boxed for fucking years. There's nothing you can do. You would say you're sorry and you would have your head down. But you're Mr. Tough Guy online. Just shut the fuck up. Apologize for making a lie and keep my fucking name out of your mouth. Unless you want to keep on getting smoked like this, that's fine. I'll do it. I'll start getting a lot more vicious. We already talked about your childhood earlier. You may think that's a new low. I think it's kind of funny. But you want to see what a bully can really act like? All right, fuck with me. And a lot of people might think like, well, why go there? The thing is, when you're dealing with somebody who's like him, a natural predator, if they don't learn their lesson, if they can get away with it, they'll keep on doing it. They'll give you a sob story once they get caught. But, they truly can't be helped. Why is it that in prison that when you do something as simple as touch somebody's shit, it can lead to a violent assault just for that? It's because it's known you have to have very strong boundaries with these people. It's a slippery slope. As soon as they can see they can cross one boundary, they're going to do it again. So you end up taking all doubt out of their mind and letting them know, no, I cannot fuck with this guy. He will go full on and try to, kill me or really hurt me for doing it. Pieces of shit like him, they don't understand any other way. So we have to deal with them. He got what, 5-year sentence, 6-year sentence? He should have served, he was looking at 25. He was already on probation for what? Ripping off $200,000. Lying, saying he worked at Bear Stearns. We have all the court cases. We have this fucking modeling agency ad bullshit that you made even after you got out of prison. That you used to exploit women. I mean, dude, you're a sick fuck. You know, and what's funny is that it's kind of par for the course. If you are somebody who has your psychological issues, your personality, yeah, they're going to be fuck-ups and predators their whole lives. They're not going to hold down jobs. They're not going to be reliable. They're going to use people, violate people's boundaries. And that's what you do. And so you have a really fucked up track record. And so, yeah, I could just... But you're also the type of people that are willing to lie and do stupid shit. Like, I don't know, pick a fight with me. However, because you can't help yourself, because your brain's different. But it's like at the same time, you're the last person who should be doing that. You're a rat piece of shit that has a record of being a rat piece of shit your whole fucking life. That's why you're broke with fucking dentures. Well, at least, I don't know if they're dentures, but they look like it. But you know, I'm still gonna make fun of you because they're fucking hideous looking. But I don't know. You want to keep on going with your cute little rooms? I mean, you know you're gonna die alone. You know there's not one man in this fucking country that is gonna give you the blessing to even go near their fucking daughter or their sister. Because you're a disgusting piece of shit. You victimize women, you victimize anybody. You're a fucking loser. That's why you had to have real men shut the fucking steel doors on your ass every night to protect women from people like you. Fucking douchebag. I mean, I don't know. You're gonna have to retire soon at your age. No, you haven't held a fucking job. You have nothing in Social Security saved up. You're gonna be fucking dead weight as a senior. See, not only are you a fucking loser who hasn't accomplished anything, you are literally fucking cancerous. You just cause trouble everywhere you go, and you prey on people. You're just a shitty fucking human being. The bum that's talking to himself, pushing around a shopping cart, maybe, you know, he's mentally ill, he's not doing much for society. At least he has somewhat of an excuse. But he's not necessarily hurting people. You, on the other hand, are different. You're a net fucking drain and a threat to society. How does it feel, Jay? I know you get real mad. That's why you didn't want Roger and Brett to have admin roles and fucking help you to be. Because you wanted to be the guy that could open up the big rooms. How does it feel, Jay? I get bigger rooms than you stupid motherfucker. And I don't even really make these anymore. And it's just me talking all by myself, something you cannot do. It's just me shitting on you. Because it's fucking easy. I don't even have to be creative. Like, your shitty fucking history, you wrote it for me. What are you talking about? The fucking, I mean, goddamn, this doesn't even take talent. It's just like, find a really shitty person, bring up his behavior, bring up his past. He's a fucking loser. You can obviously, there's a lot of pain points you can dig there. And that's what I'm fucking doing. You have to be the dumbest motherfucker to want smoke with somebody on this app. I mean, like, how fucking dumb are you? Now your history and your behavior is being relitigated for the 100th goddamn time by somebody on this app. You stupid fuck. The best thing you can do is to shut your fucking mouth and stop making accusations about people. I know you're not going to be able to do it. You're going to open a room, act like you're a goddamn victim, say I'm the one who's unhinged. I don't have the arrest record, motherfucker. There's not one woman on this app, and I was a lot bigger than you on this app, that has ever accused me of asking for nudes, of sliding into their back channels, of any of that shit. We're not the fucking same. You, on the other hand, you're a whole different fucking story. You're a creep. Legit creep. But you're gonna open talk about toxicity. See, I'm jealous because of what, dude? Nobody on here is out for clout anymore. All of the guys that were the actual content creators left. They stopped making rooms the same times I did. You're not going to get a new audience. Your numbers are going to dwindle. It was a losing effort. So they had to go to another platform. Some went to X. A whole lot of them went to TikTok. I was like, well, I kind of like this app. I'm just going to hang out and chill. So I mostly just went in other people's rooms. Some of these people are doing well on TikTok. A couple did well on X. That's my story. But here's your dumb, goofy ass trying to clout chase. But I don't think it's necessarily clout that you're after. It's that you want to get that narcissistic supply, and you want that sense of like control that you get when you're moderating a room. I mean, you're sick. You're just sick.
May I ask a question, please?
What?
So someone in the chat said he made a room about you and was spreading lies about you.
Yeah, well, we went over this, Jazzy. You.
Oh, I thought this just happened.
Oh no, yeah, he's still making rooms. He's still like, he's still like making references. They're like, oh, he doxes people. You know what happened? I didn't dox anybody. So just him. All he needs to do is just apologize for making shit up, and to keep my fucking name out of his mouth. Now I'm going to continue to think you're a rat piece of shit, Jay. I have zero hope for you. People with your psychological issues, those are lifelong. Your personality is set for life. If you get hit by a car, fall off a building, I don't know, maybe in your brain, even if you got a lobotomy, you'd probably be you wouldn't be a danger, at least at that point. But other than that, you are who you are. You're just a sick person.
So the apology would be unnecessary because it wouldn't smooth things over, really, right?
Oh, what? If he doesn't want me to respond and trash him, all he has to do is just apologize and keep my fucking name out of his mouth. That's all he has to do. And I won't really care to waste my time on him. No, I do think it's fun in a way to do it. He thinks that this will get him more attention, which it really won't, and he can't hold people in his rooms because he's uninteresting. And his modding style is fucking atrocious. But I know this hurts him. And what's funny is that the rooms that he opens, he doesn't have a rebuttal to anything I say. He just has to continue to go along with some stupid narrative like, oh, haters gonna hate. Just toxic personalities. No, motherfuckers, that you keep on wanting to talk about me, making rooms referencing me. So now I'm gonna make fun of you. And what makes it a lot more painful is that you don't troll, you try to run narratives. I'm not even really trolling, but if you would call it trolling, it's trolling with the truth, which makes it very painful. It hurts. And I don't know about you. I'm not built like you, Jay. I don't have it in me to like take advantage of people like that. Especially like what you went to prison for with those two girls, or women, I should say. Like totally disgusting behavior. But all he has to do is just apologize, keep my name out of his fucking mouth. This is, he probably thought he had like a little alliance of people he love bombed that would be loyal and could kind of shield him or protect him on this app, but he doesn't. And what he does not know is that there's, dude, I'm telling you, like in the DMs and in other places,
American Indian. The White House says it plans to replace what it considers divisive or ideologically driven language with unifying, historically accurate, and constructive descriptions. Well, joining me now is our friend Eddie Glaude, James S. McDonald, distinguished professor at Princeton University and an MSNBC contributor and analyst. And Eddie, I'm just guessing that you've got something to say about this because you are a history professor. So who gets to decide what is divisive versus
a story of America that coincides with his own political ambitions, his own conception of America as a white republic. And so, unlike other presidents who believe that we were always already on the road to the more perfect union, Donald Trump believes that the country's perfection was evidenced in its founding. So we can't tell a story about our failings because those stories call into question our inherent goodness and our divine mission. So he's seeking a history that confirms his politics in so many ways.
No, the only thing I would say in regards to this entire argument, or this entire subject, is that I feel strongly that before you come after me as a citizen and what I want to give up, I think we should be looking at the larger picture of what the government does spend their money on. For instance, what I consider corporate welfare. We've got an oil industry in this country that receives billions of dollars of taxpayer money. And then when they turn, and that's okay, apparently, but when they turn around and they want to provide dental care for people that cannot afford dental care, and it costs, $5 billion or whatever it might be, I'm not going to give you an exact figure, then people start to freak out on particular sides of the aisle. I'll just use that term. And I think, when you have people that are totally struggling in this economy and in the way things are now, in order to even just survive, have a place to live.
Like driving around in a Koenigsegg and then decided, oh hey, now we're a for-profit organization. Like driving around in a Koenigsegg. Like driving.
Dude, just think about, if you look at the podcasts that people like to watch, or the YouTubers, or whoever, you kind of notice they fall in several categories. But let's just say it's the types of rooms you might see on here. You're often going to get somebody who's like exceptionally intelligent, who is like a journalist, right? And they are going to interview people. And oftentimes they're going to interview people that have expertise in a particular area. Most people can't get those kinds of experts on their podcasts. Or you're somebody who's made interesting takes, but you're not necessarily an expert at anything. Those, that can work, but oftentimes it's going to be content about, it could just be like, I don't want to say like trash content, but content like what is that, whatever podcast where they have like OnlyFans girls and mix in a bunch of like fucking, I don't know, church-going Christians and, no, not like Andrew, the whatever podcast is the name of it. And then you have Andrew Tate, which, yes, he's obviously...
It's a watermelon right now.
Oh, wow. Watermelon is good. Damn, I want a fresh cut one of them. Yes, I like mine hard. Yeah.
I'll fresh cut man.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a watermelon tomorrow. I want one today. Stick it over there.
Keegan.
I don't record.
Oh, I have.
All right. You guys are gonna crash my stage,
Okay,
so... And it was a white woman that I hear from reliable source that gave JB the contact information, so, it was not Jazzy. But yeah. Now, going back to the podcasters and like what they can do. You see, I never thought about doing a podcast. I mean, quite frankly, I'm somebody who would say like I don't know, I'd have controversial opinions and debates that are like not advertiser dollar friendly. I would say insulting things which definitely are not advertiser friendly. You know, I'm not like I personally just I think Apple wouldn't platform me. YouTube, they're not going to platform me. So I was just like, nah, podcast route probably isn't for me. But what I would say is with Jay, or Gay B, what is it that you have? Like, what audience could you capture? You can't. Nobody wants to listen to a moderator. You stupid fuck. What kind of and your stupid company, Next Level Content Creation. Motherfucker, you don't create content. Dummy. You're literally pursuing a path, like everything else you did in your life, that you will not be able to complete. You're a fucking loser. This is not your path, bro. Nobody cares to listen to a guy who has a stage of people who wants to interrupt everybody to say hello or to love bomb them or to give a shitty 2 cents after every other person talks. Who wants to listen to that? You fucking idiot. Nobody goes onto a stage saying, man, I can't wait to hear what JB has to say. You know what is different? Is that was actually what I would do to get people in my fucking room. Is they're like, oh shit, what is Pepe gonna say today? It's like the guy that's like directing traffic and who both causes car crashes and sits by while the car crashes happen. That was like my whole fucking shtick. You dumb motherfucker, you don't have any, you're not entertaining. But you're saying I'm jealous. Look at this motherfucker. It's been me talking this whole fucking time, something you've never been able to do. And I bring in way more goddamn people than you, and you have a fucking house that you weaseled your way into that has 30,000 fucking people in it. We're not the same, dummy. Just say you're sorry. I fucked up. Yep, I lied. Yep, my bad. That's all you gotta do. And don't put my name in your fucking mouth again. And then you won't hear me dragging you or I don't know, saying anything about you. Because quite frankly, I don't really care. But if you want to play this game, we're gonna play this game.
May you please delete Edmund's link out the chat? It's the link for
I did. Okay.
And so, and when it comes to bullies like you, I am kind of like a sadist at that point. Like I do get off.
They fucking kicked me. Okay, that's Clubhouse Drama with Pepe and Jay Bresca. Hope you enjoyed it. They kicked me. It's fine. It's no big deal.
So Daniel, now I saw it, I stayed quiet. It was between Fatima and Daniel, I didn't interrupt.
Fatima was talking to Shlomi, right? Heard Shlomi's story, and she still said there are no hostages in Gaza.
Okay, but at least you know what she's thinking. That's exactly my fantasy.
And it's not hitting Puerto Rico. She said everybody better be out there with no electricity, no lights, no power, no action. Sen come defend us from Puerto Rico, sir. That's why they lost power.
Staying gonna be hanging from the rearview mirror of a Mazda.
Sen said that electricity better be on by 5. Oh shit. She gonna see her bad bunny. Poor thing. That's why she on mute, because she got to cuss all this out. Oh, she here? I didn't even know she was here. I was down there. She wasn't busy. She quiet. Oh, hey, Sam.
Nissan Sentra.
Please do not bring up cars. What's going on? Please don't. Let me ask Mark. Where's back? He left? Oh, he left.
going
I was
at
gonna ask him, where's the Texas Chamber at?
When y'all car break down, don't call me. Don't hit me up.
Don't, why would you even say something like that? Don't say that.
I know you know.
Now your homeboy John Kittmore trying to ask for you guys to vote for him as congressman in the chat. This is crazy.
He's here?
You don't see it? And he called Auntie Patty after you streamed that room. This shit is crazy.
John Kitover.
Yeah. He was up streaming that room on YouTube, and now he want to pop up talking about
Why
congressman.
you don't got no pictures of yourself, Mr. Kid?
That's him right there.
Oh, but not on your website.
Tanya.
You need to get somebody to do this. You need to get somebody to do this website.
Auntie Patty.
You need to hide up for Square. Sign up for Square. This little website is giving.
You don't see the message?
It's giving 1, 2, 3 ABC.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, this website giving one fish, blue fish.
Bring him up here. So we can ask him why he streams our room without permission. Come up here.
Without authorization.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us why you do this.
Yeah, I talked to my lawyer this morning. He said I'm in the clear, and that he has sent a cease and desist letter to Clubhouse, who is attempting to sue the campaign on behalf of Clubhouse users. So, congratulations, but unfortunately your clips have gone viral, and we're leading in the polls against Darren LaHood in the 16th district. We've got the signatures to get on the ballot in the primary in March, and it's all because of you, Aunt Patty. Everybody go to johnforcongress.com or send $10 if you can, because if we win, I'm going to make your voice the voice in Congress. You just tell me your priorities. Boom, as a congressman, Aunt Patty's opinions are my opinions. Thanks, Aunt Patty.
And make sure y'all block this new account, because it's a new account. That's why you got the big hat. Make sure y'all put that on your blacklist. Thank you very much.
This is crazy. So, what happened? Oh,
So
God.
Patty got all this power. Why y'all holding her down? Patty got all
What
this
you
power.
talking about? It's not only Patty on those recordings.
Not President Patty.
But he just empowered. He said Patty is the
He
inspiration.
said Auntie Patty.
Yeah, Auntie Patty is the
She
inspiration.
recorded multiple rooms.
You know what? She's been down.
It's just not him. It's me, Point. I'm just kidding around, everybody. This is Point. No, you don't understand. This is Point. I'm trolling Candy to Kitover.
Point, say something right now.
This is Point. I'm trolling stupid ass. Stupid ass. I'm trying to tell you, stupid ass. This isn't John Kitover. This is Point. I'm sitting here fucking with you, stupid ass. I'm trying to troll John Kitover, who's been fucking with your room and recording your room. This is Point, stupid ass.
Point, don't let it happen like that.
I'm in Tel Aviv right now. I'm in the bunker. They're about to shoot more bombs into Tel Aviv. You stupid ass.
You know that first lady, right?
That's why I said, Point, come and defend yourself. He's trying to protect.
This is Point, stupid ass. Just listen to my fucking voice. Jesus. Stop. Just listen to what I'm telling you, stupid ass. Dummy. You dummy. You dummy. You dummy. You're a dummy. You're a dummy. Free Palestine. Free Palestine, dummy. Free Palestine, dummy. Yeah, for a bunch of terrorists, dummy. It's me, Point, stupid ass. Stupid ass. This guy's a Zionist. This guy's a Zionist and a Trump supporter, stupid ass. Stop muting me. This is Point, stupid ass.
Sweetheart, well, it's time to go.
All right, thanks, Aunt Patty. I hope you guys enjoyed the John Kitover Comedy Show. Go to johnforcongress.com.
Do you have a mental health illness? Something like
No, I'm running for Congress. $37 trillion is the mental health disease, and Darren LaHood created $20 trillion in 10 years.
Oh, Lord.
I just asked you, do you have a mental health illness?
No, I'm using you as content for the campaign. You're cheap. You don't cost anything.
You're really obsessive, though. We've seen your videos, right? The shit that you do is like weird. It's
Well,
weird.
what do you think in retrospect? What do you think about your opinions? Are they good opinions, bad opinions?
About you?
No, about what you're talking about in the videos, not about me, about your political opinions.
Where's Gawker?
Well, I work for Gawker, and I'm running for Congress. Sorry, but Anonymous only costs $5 a month to record your amazing content.
I promise. You're gonna lose.
We're not going to lose. We're already leading in the polls. Darren LaHood is going to spend $2 million advertising against John Kitover. So who's the loser now? Loser. It's easy to throw stones in glass houses, but you guys don't even cost anything to record. You come here and give it up for free.
Shut your ass
I know. Well, sue the campaign. We're now raising funds on Clubhouse. We've got almost $600.
We should sue the campaign collectively. We all should sue the damn campaign. Now he's happy about $600. I don't know. He probably got those $600 from those bags.
You can almost pay your rent in 1989.
That's cute. It would be like a early 90s.
That's giving like 1997.
It's like an $80,000 house. Well, Mr. Kitover, we definitely have told you time and time again we do not want you recording our voice. We have told you we do not authorize it. Yeah.
Well, my campaign donors love the footage, so I can't thank you enough. And if you want to go to johnforcongress.com and make a donation right now for $10 or $100, if you believe in fiscal conservatism and $37 trillion in debt.
Oh, thank you. I'm already gone.
They kicked me too.
Oh, yo, Boo Rock. Say so.
Okay, that's a clip.
Well, Amos, you were missed. Everyone else, thank you so much for being on the stage, and I think it was an important.
Grace, you bring me a great honor amongst Moses. I like you a lot.
I'd like you the same. That's why I come to you. Are you kidding? That's listen, I haven't been on for a very long time.
Every time when you see me, you should have this moment back to me.
Okay. Phoebe and Daniel and Samson and everybody else, thank you so much. This was an opportunity to seize, and I think that it was a good opportunity here. So thank you, Amos. You should do many more rooms. I will come to them. And to all the rest of you, good night, Lana Tov.
Have a great night, Grace.
Okay, everybody, this is johnforcongress.com, folks. Hello, Amos. What do you have problem with Kahanists for? Kahanists did great work for Israeli security and saved many lives. Why are you always saying they are Kahanists? Kahanists, Kahanists. What is? You have Kahanist derangement syndrome. It's called KDS, Kahanist derangement syndrome. You think all the time Kahanist, Kahanist. Why did you always think the word Kahanist? Kahanist.
How old
how old I am, where I live, but you always think Kahanas, these Kahanas, you my Kahanas problem.
I suspect you're on the ground, like a lot of boys with a lot of names. I mean, this.
No, I am here to remind you, I come to your room many years and you always go, oh, he is Kahanas, he is Kahanas.
Right now, I had you back the first time, so it means I see this the first time. So you come here with different names, you have a lot of, because you sound to me propaganda that you can throw you out of the room, so you come with different names.
My little buttercup is here. Hello, my little buttercup. She is my political activist sidekick. We call her a crisis actress in the industry.
I like also Samantha, but that's my favorite woman in my room is Samantha. But you, I now start more I speak with you, more I start recognize your voice, and now you are a troublemaker. You are more problematic, I saw you out of the room. So
No, I'm not troublemaker. You are the one who's the old DB. You cause all the problems.
you're interfering, so you come in with different names. It's not recognize your voice enough
I'm looking for the 127 people, but I don't see. Where are the 127 people in Amos's room?
Buttercup, I have a question. Buttercup, you here?
Yes.
Honestly, I feel bad for you, bro. Like, I just came back. You can ask people that I'm like, she's in there fighting for Jews in that room. She's in our room fighting for Palestinian rights. I feel like you're torturing yourself.
How do you want to fight for Jews?
You think I'm wrong? I was there. I was listening.
When I found anti-Semitism in that room, you heard me?
Yeah.
So how could I be an anti-Semite?
I'm saying, I feel like you're torturing yourself. I feel bad for you.
I'm trying to make the world a better place. I'm like Amos. I'm an idealist. Maybe naive, okay? Me and Amos love people. We just want people to get along.
We don't want violence. We want peaceful solutions. It is called the Torah or Tanya. It's called a book. When people stop running their mouths 24/7, 7 days a week, and pick up a book and go to the gym and to the beach, and then they have a nice dinner and make a Shabbos.
stop watching me right now and tell me the solution, not the Torah, your solution.
Maybe AI, maybe large language model.
No, honestly, almost he's actually telling the truth. That's what he believes. I think he's right. He's saying we should have the Torah. He's joking right now when he's talking, but he actually believes. Slicha, what he's saying is, if we focus more on Torah, we're going to be focusing more on positivity instead of being around negativity.
How many years I hear this story? How many? Torah. What Torah brings to Israel?
It's the brain, Amos. It is adjusting the brain. The brain is very important in my brain. Your brain is so important in your brain. It is the books, Amos. The books will fix the brain.
You know what is Chok Gears? Who can translate in English Chok Gears? You know something about what the Torah brings me? Only hate. Hate and disgusting from those bitches that told me.
No, you're gonna read the Tanya too. The Tanya by the Alter Rebbe.
Can you get him out of here?
No, kick Buttercup. When she says kick someone, that means she's a fascist or a communist. She's very political.
I want them to crazy, but the Torah crazy people can speak in my rooms and they don't agree with one word of it. The God is saying, this is a Torah. This is the obligations. We should not be right, we are the best. That's what brings us some problems. That's why
Yeah. You gotta work out. You gotta unwind it because you're going to.
Hello, hi. Okay, almost אני wake up.
אני כועס עליך, איתך אני מדבר בעברית, עליך אני כועס.
תיכנס, מגיע לי.
אתה הכי קרוב אליי בטוח.
הייתי בחדר שלך, הייתי בחדר שלי.
אתה לא מדבר, אתה בא, אתה לא עולה לבמה, אתה לא מדבר, לא כלום. יושב שם למטה, לא מעניין אותך, אתה לא בסדר.
לא מדבר הרבה.
זהו, אז אני כועס עליך. בחדרים אחרים אצל אני שומע אותך יופי מדבר.
גם דיברתי קצת.
אני יודע, אני שומע אותך בחדרים אחרים, אני שומע אותך יופי. למה אתה מחרים את החדר שלי? למה אתה לא מדבר בחדר שלי? מה יש? למה אתה מחרים אותי? למה פה אתה לא עולה? בוא, אני כל הזמן רואה אותך למטה, אני לא מדבר בכלל.
You gotta see this call, man. That you got it. You know, I'm wondering, what do you think of everything you heard while you were, put down in the gutter? Show me what you were saying.
I respect him very much. He's a hero. Passing all this, but doesn't stop me, should not stop me to criticize my government.
Of course not.
Yes, but do
I
you
respect it. I understand
criticize?
why I agitate him, and I respect it, and I'll stay out of his way because he's traumatized. I don't want to upset him, but the fact is, this is to me, this is urgent that we end the war for the safety and well-being of the Jewish people.
The only way to secure the Jewish peace for the future is to make a victory now. It is in the Kabbalah. It is one of the Sefirat. The victory of the foundation.
Tolerance for this shit, forever. You're gonna let this go on?
I will respond him. In the Torah, the right is Hamasnik, it's the same. They don't care about life. It's written about the Torah. The land belongs to us, the Holy Land. So we can kill the hostages, yes. The hostages' life, not deserved, not first is coming the land, after the hostages' life. That's what we want to do now, to take Gaza. Take Gaza is the hostages. To take Gaza, to risk our soldiers. The same in Lebanon. That's what in Lebanon 2.
Were you in Lebanon, Alice? Did you serve in Lebanon?
Yes.
How did they stop it in Lebanon? How did they stop it?
יש לי משהו חשוב לומר. 127 שנים זה כמה שנים היה שרה אימן, right? They say she died at 127, Sarah, Abraham's wife. She was as beautiful at 20 at 100 as she was at 20, and she was as innocent at 20 as she was at 7.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
So Amos, I want to hear, because you have more experience than us young ones. When the Israelis were fed up with the war in Lebanon, how did they get the government to end it? What did they do? What was the turning point?
They won the war. I tell you, 4 black women, not black women like what you think, they put themselves dressed in black, they lost their children in this war, and they start 4 women. And that's what take Lebanon. 4 women. died now. I was so shocked. I like him so much. He died just in a Beijing about the things this week. The main actor in a movie that talk about Lebanon too. Anyway, there are some people that say even in the parliament, like Tzachi Hanegbi, want to curse El Barak, so he said El Barak, they'll run away from Lebanon.
But then again, I wanted to try and pick a brain on that, seeing what could be the new way.
Hey, I hate to interrupt. Amir, this is John for Congress.com, the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. I want to thank you for letting me be. Oh, they kicked me right away.
About Gaza, 2 million Gaza Hamasnik, we should now educate them, give them food, medicine. What? For Smotrich and Benvir? Go to the voting, go to the election, and then take Gaza.
You've got Smotrich and Ben-Gvir derangement syndrome. And Buttercup has Benjamin Netanyahu derangement syndrome.
But I don't now remember that I was like,
Kicked from there too.
This trap in the living room.
Political derangement syndrome, PDS.
Wow. Alright, now let's hear some tunes from
That bitch was
Lexi's
still
side
ugly
of
as
the
fuck,
force.
trap.
What's Lexi White Girl song?
I don't listen to white music. Unless you want to play.
Okay, this is the Anon Show recordings of you. This is John. What up, Cindy? Welcome to the Anon Show recordings of you. This is your host, John. Welcome to the new house, to the new profile. Get yourself seated and relaxed. Here we go. What up, Nick? Welcome to the new show, the Anon Show. We're going to start off with a little exclusive space. Where are they going to leave, actually?
Okay? They installed a statue of Jesus in the town square. Within few hours, they were threatened, if you don't take it down, we can invade your town. So the authorities in Jordan had to call the people in that town and say, please remove it.
But Dad, I thought that they love they think Jesus is a prophet and they love Jesus.
Oh yeah, sure. This is ridiculous. But let me just get to the point. Listen, Jordan is very tolerant, and look what happened. 2 hours. They had to remove the statue from the town square to the cemetery, and I visited the cemetery and I saw the statue. So, and this is like the only time they try to express their citizen, to practice their rights. You know, Muslims, they display everything is religious in Jordan, in the Islamic world. Anyway, imagine if this is what Christians in Jordan are going through. What Christians in the West Bank or in Gaza, what do they experience? Just think of the hospital that was attacked at the beginning of the war. It's called the Shifa Hospital. You remember that hospital, which was by mistake Hamas struck it. So, do you know it's not a Shifa? It's called the Baptist Hospital of Gaza, but they changed its name from the Baptist Hospital in Gaza to a Shifa because Hamas refused the word Baptist because it's Christian.
Then just a small point. You're confusing with the Al Ahli Hospital, which
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah. So they changed the name from the Baptist Hospital to Al Ahli Hospital, and listen to this, when they spoke to the Western media, they used the Baptist Hospital. Why? Because they wanted the West to know, to sympathize with them. So yeah,
the West to think that the Israelis initially are hitting a Christian hospital or something, until they found out that they were lying. That the Israelis was their own rocket landing on their own. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson, and listen, forget siding with Israel or siding with Palestine. I don't care about any of that. When I hear Tucker Carlson saying that the number of Christians declined since the establishment of Israel. Oh my goodness. This is not something like, he's not only lying, he's not fabricating, this is beyond. This is like, I don't know, this is like accusing the American army of what happened on October 7th. It's the same thing. It's like, it's imaginary. The decline of Christians in the Middle East.
Just for all the morons, Dan, just for all the morons. The objective fact, depending on how you measure it, is the population of Christians in Israel since 48 till today has gone up between, at a minimum about 450%, and at a maximum about 800%, depending on how many there were in 48. There's different. So
Charlie, Arab Christians, they envy the Christians in Israel, the Arab Christians in Israel. They envy them. I used to live in Jordan, in Dubai, in Lebanon. I visited almost like 15 Arab countries. I have talked to everybody in the Arab world. I'm not generalizing. This is the truth. This is facts, okay? Whenever a Christian Arab meets with an Arab Israeli, a Christian Arab Israeli, they envy them and they tell them, oh my goodness, I wish if I could live like you. and Arab Christians from Israel, when they visit Jordan or the United Arab Emirates or wherever they go, they have this sense of superiority. We're coming from Israel.
Why we don't have rights? We don't have rights in our homelands. We suffer. As a matter of fact, my mother used to go to get help from different, charities because we were very poor when I was growing up. She would go with the Palestinian refugees together, and my mother is Jordanian, pure Jordanian. So it's the same. It's like we are suffering under an independent. We are independent in Jordan. We have a state. The Palestinian wants a state. What are they going to do with it? Are they going to do better than Jordan? Imagine United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait without the oil money. You will end up with another Somalia. So, no, we failed. We failed because of our theological system. It failed us. The way we see authority, the way we see the word, the way we relate to each other, to our human brothers and sisters in the world, it's all was informed by Islam, and Islam failed us. Islam made us failed countries, and we envy Israel. We cannot tolerate the existence of Israel, a sovereign, non-Muslim state, successful, built, great economy, $600 billion GDP, while fighting 20 countries. And not only that, stabbed by the West as well. So it's really unbelievable when someone like Tucker Carlson with a huge platform, millions and millions of people are following him, and he says it. He says that Christians are declining since the establishment of the state of Israel. It's like, what about 14th century of Islamic history? What about the suffering of Christians since the inception of Islam? What about my ancestors who were forced to convert to Islam? No, nothing of that. They are feeding the Western audience all these lies. And this is the last sentence I'm going to say, and I'm done after that. I just want to say that my mission is this: to protect the West, the culture, the civilization that my current faith built from what my former faith, that is Islam, has done to my homeland. I don't want to see that damage happening again in the West, because the destruction, the chaos that we have suffered is coming to the West, is infiltrating the West, and it all has been reduced to one thing: Israel versus Islamic Jihad. If you want to protect the West, you have to side with Israel. You have to stand by Israel. This is not optional. This is not just a different country. No, Israel is fighting a war on behalf of the free world. Thank you, so.
Thank you, Dan.
If I could just compliment you, I've been reading your threads recently, and some of your Substack articles, they're always good, but they've been really sharp and on point recently.
Well, his blood is boiling when he's got all this prompting and agitprop from Tucker and others who don't understand what's coming for them, and they're literally selling out the country, and they're pretending like they're patriots, and they're running, literally running it off on America, and you bring out, Miss Universe of the Year, the nun, and I read the story that she's a KGB, little Arabic asset, and you bring her out kind of like the dungeons of Ireland.
The reason why we did that is because Egan lied, used collective outrage, like to take advantage of people, play with people's emotions, and try to group everyone together to go against people he doesn't like. We weren't going to do that, especially because Egan has said some really fucked up shit about us as well, and our children. So for us to fucking go out of our way to attack JB or Brad or Roger or anyone else for that matter, for him would be fucking asinine. So that's really why he's upset. He's upset because we didn't group with him and attack Brad and all these people for him. So that's why he said, oh, Jazzy back. That's why he did that. How he did that. He's trolling, that's what he does.
Who here has over 50 loose shards?
You people love chaos. You all love it. Every one of you loves to stir the pot and create a lot of chaos.
Never become a congressman. Go. Type it in the chat. Say it out loud. 50 reasons why John Kitover should never become a congressman.
He makes fun of women.
That's a lie. That's a lie. You're gonna put 50 reasons to lie.
He's white.
That's a lie. I'm triracial. I'm triracial. I'm part Jewish. I'm part German. I'm part English. I'm part Russian. That's not true. I wore my underpants, and you got a picture of my underpants in your cell phone.
Get out.
Somebody has to flow on into the rest of our countries. We're all dealing with the same potential problem in the future. And so I thought that it gave a nice, clear vision of what needs to happen. And in the sense that it's got to a point where Israel really needs to be on more of an offensive. It's no more defensive stuff.
This is where I disagree on this. So the Western nations, including the U.S., considering they caused UNRWA and they caused the Palestinian problem since 48 or since 67, definitely Arafat, it is the responsibility for American Western civilization to say Palestinianism, which is what I call it, Palestinianism, because from Maynard Wolf, not just Israelophobia like Brendan Daly mentions from Spec TV, who's the one who talks about the post-Catholic phenomenon of the new religion in Ireland is Israelophobia. I call it Palestinianism because this starts from U.S.-based, well, obviously KGB-based, but the spreading of this narrative and everything after the Oslo Accords comes from the ilks of the Samantha Powers, the Maher Bitar, the organizations in the West, mostly in America with our tax dollars here, and with some of the Western countries. It is being propped up and pushed out, including by a NATO ally of ours, which is Turkey, the other media center, the other one is Qatar. Israel cannot do that. It has to literally come from the West, or like, because it's based on law and order. It's to dismantle the United States. They say to dismantle Australia. They say to we're anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist over here. You've got it's being pushed by the Chinese, and the U.S. is in a cold war with the Chinese, not the Israelis at this point. So it is our responsibility to stop a Marxist, communist, anti-American movement, because that is what Palestinianism is. Okay, that is it's separate from what the Israelis are going through. It has to come out of the U.S. as a anti-American, pro-Marxist movement. It has to do with the ICE, the No Kings movement, Occupy Wall Street. It has to do with the net zero, carbon zero. I put some of the stuff on my feed. It's all laid out over there. And
the tracks, people stuff, it's all, yeah.
So because
of that, I agree. I agree with you.
It's much more complicated than that, the fact that they managed to coin in the West the term Palestine is identity and like Palestinian.
Like gender identities, but I wanted to hear from Austin for 1 second on something.
That's not stupid, and the fact that everybody keeps using that term like acceptable, and then you question my identity. I mean.
Yes, I agree with you, Yadina. What I'm trying to highlight.
No, it can't come from Israel. It has to literally come from the West. You can't have a lack of law and order, and you can't have protests lasting 2 straight years for a movement that also incorporates the medical freedom, like the net zero and the climate change people, like Greta Thunberg. If you look at all the organizations that are China funded, right, like the Code Pink and everything, and then all the ones on the left that they put out, the one that Bernie Sanders runs, the Center for American Democracy, this all had to do with a Marxist Maoist movement, and we are at war right now with China and its proxies. It has to come from the West. The UK has to say it, the US, the French have to say it, the Canadians need to say it, the Australians need to say it. If they don't, the U.S. is going to say it, but we're going to designate the Muslim Brotherhood, and then there's going to be a trickle-down effect of what that looks like. And the pro-America, anti-communist, anti-Marxist, anti-Muslim Brotherhood narrative has to come out of America. We literally funded this tech to occur through years and years and years, through UNRWA, through not pushing back on the UN, to what Samantha Powers did. It's been funded and organized by a subversion, under Obama, Maher Bitar, Samantha Powers, that whole infrastructure, including under the colored revolution that Clinton did inside of Israel, but really ramped up under Obama, funded by our U.S. tax dollars. So it has to come from us, so that it never happens again, so that you have buy-in, both from the left and the right. It's a funding thing. The next Democratic president that comes in will start to refund UNRWA, UNIFIL, like the whole the Palestinian camps. It will keep the UNHCR thing going. It will allow for a special designation for Palestinians to go on forever. That has to be changed. All these lawsuits of victims from October 7th, all of it is being officiated inside of the U.S. Supreme Court, not in other states. So because of that, and because of U.S. citizens, right, that were killed and injured, the Taylor Force Act was not enforced under the Biden administration. The people that did not enforce that have to be prosecuted, and they will be. The investigation into the money laundering right now, that we broke that story on Friday with the whistleblower, that is another piece and parcel. We allowed the money laundering to go on under the Obama administration to Iran and to all these terrorist groups through banks in New York that were ideologically aligned because of our State Department, because of our CIA. I don't, we're Samantha Powers, whoever it was, creating these, economic statecraft, basically enabling all the terrorists in the world against Israel. Like that, it has to come out of the U.S. or it will not make any difference. Nobody wants to hear it out of Israel. It needs to come from the West. If it's not generated, created here, pushed out here, Americans will not learn the same mistake that they've made for how many years when it comes to the Gulf countries like we're making right now. Where they own so much of our land in America, the Gulf countries, all of them, including Georgetown. If it doesn't come from us, we will not have the change that we need. Then it's only going to be superficial. That's my formula.
Okay. Well, I agree with you on everything you're saying, and I do think where the thing seems to have gone wrong is there has not been diplomatic pressure put onto Egypt, Qatar, those countries to take in the people who are currently suffering in Gaza. So we must literally...
You're the racist, the Muslims are racist, you're all conspiracy theorists and Jew haters, and you're all just a bunch of racists, and I'm gonna shoot you ashamed of yourself for sharing a stage with a bunch of racists like you. You're all fucking racist. Bunch of racists. I've heard you in other rooms, you're nothing but a racist, rapper.
The 110 million people living in Egypt on the other side of the border, which the U.S. is funding their military and all these other things, but that can easily collapse, and then they can be turned by, let's say, Qatar, because they have trillions of dollars. They can start buying up people inside of the Egyptian military, and you can have a coup, a funded coup, by the Qataris there, and nobody would ever know until it's too late. You can't do it. Those are trained U.S. pilots. Those are U.S. trained military. That's the reason why they won't do it. And I think we said,
okay,
yeah.
The thing is, we have to have a solution, and so
we have to have a solution. Netanyahu and Donald Trump will have a solution, and we can be patient. That's it. And whatever they're planning, and it's going to be changing daily. So there's not even any point where we don't need a solution. They need to come up with it, something that's agreed by America. The same way he brought all these world leaders and sat there and they had to take notes like they're little children about Ukraine and Russia and NATO is the same way he's going to have to bring them along, which I know he will, regarding what the plan is with this Gaza situation. Because as long as Netanyahu lives, and as long as Donald Trump lives, they're not going to they can't let a foreign body inside of Gaza, like a Gulf country, that could then turn around and do something very bad to Israel. The land over there essentially needs to stay empty forever.
Well, I thought that's what I was saying, right? Because yeah. I'm trying to say that there cannot be any Palestinian or any other people living in Gaza anymore. That has to change.
But the West Bank is built with them, and so is Israel proper, right? So, that's a consideration. A lot of them have family members in those other regions, right? So that's another issue that you're going to have to deal with.
They never speak to stay in like the authority, right? And Gaza people speak with
I can't hear what you're saying here, then. What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you were quiet before. What did you say?
I'm just saying, it's not really true.
What's not true?
Stop.
Israel is taking control of Gaza, and Gaza people can live. It belongs territory to Israel. Territory, okay? That's it.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Exactly. No,
yeah, that's never going to happen.
There's one thing. I understand the emotion.
No, it's not emotion. I'm telling you it's never going to happen. It's not going to happen.
We live here. I live here.
I'm telling you, I know more than you on this subject, and it's never going to happen. Ever going to happen. You're not going to have a full Israeli military on the ground in Gaza and have that population there while we need to rebuild the whole area. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You're going to get your vote. You're going to have a new person come in. You're gonna have elections. You're gonna have elections in Israel that won't be Bibi Netanyahu, and then you're gonna end up in the same situation you guys were before. It's not gonna happen.
Bye, baby. Bye, baby.
It doesn't matter. You're on the ground. These decisions are being made inside of the White House. They're not being made on the ground. I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure Bibi's voted on by the people of Israel, not by your opinion.
So you basically said that you basically said in the White House Prime Minister over here in Israel?
The Prime Minister is making joint decisions with the United States President because there's many countries that are involved. This is not the point of the conversation.
Trump has told Bibi to do what he needs to do to keep Israel safe and secure. Trump told him, do what you gotta do.
Oversight. The U.S. has major oversight on what they need to do. It's being discussed daily. Everything is oversight. So again, the problem is that many, hold on a second, hold on. The problem is many Israelis do not come to my spaces so that they can actually learn what's going on. You had like thousands of people on the street in Tel Aviv doing the exact same thing they've done forever, which is putting the hostage things out front so that Hamas gets more leverage to use against.
I was here. I was there with the Latin people.
Yeah, there wasn't 1,000 people, there was 300 people, and the rest was AI.
There was not 1,000 people. They recorded Christian number, they reported the Channel 14 was 80,000 people. There were not 350,000 people. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, so 80,000 people were on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Okay, when 80,000 people go on the ground in Israel, when 80,000 people, let me explain to you. When 80,000 people go on the ground in Israel for the hostage thing and what's going on, you give Hamas such a heavy control over everything that's going on, and that's the problem here, Dana. And the fact that that's still being done in Israel shows to me that there's plenty of money left from the NGOs that are funded from Europe, from Norway, from the Middle East, and from the USAID money, controlling the ground game in Israel. If people understood that if you go out and talk about the hostages, it literally gives Hamas leverage, then we would be in a different place. That's how I know that there's a lack of education by the Israelis on this particular subject. Because by doing that and creating this international push, it goes back to creating a two-state solution, it goes back to not getting the hostages back, releasing more terrorists, and that's not happening. Directly in contrast to what the Prime Minister of Israel needs or the United States President. It actually stops their efforts, which they still haven't learned since we found out that the Qataris were funding the hostage coordinators from the U.S. on the ground, and all the WhatsApp messages with the Biden administration saying, don't release the hostages. So again, all I see when I see 80,000 protesters on the ground are useful idiots for Qatar, the Muslim Brotherhood, for the Samantha Power people, and for the NGOs funded by individuals that just want to get rid of Netanyahu and don't really care about the hostages when they're doing this stuff. Because you're dealing with psychological warfare. So they gave more media, Mila, if you want to talk about Israel going on the offensive, the least they can fucking do is shut the fuck up about the hostages so that it doesn't seem like it's such a big deal for the terrorists so they can get the hostages out. And they're not doing that. So if anybody actually learned it for the last 2 years that I've been in spaces, this is what I've been talking about. With any hostage negotiation, you never make a big deal from the street level that it shows like you're going to cause a division in a country, because that's literally what the color revolution was done for against Israel, like they're doing now in Poland, like they're doing now, and this is still all the money left from USAID, Samantha Powers, all these left-wing NGOs, the EU, from the Qataris, from the Turkish money, laundered through different organizations, and it's still running, and in 4 years, or even midterms, we're going to have the left coming up here. Israel's going to have elections in 2026, and you're going to have a different prime minister, or if something happens with Bibi and he's not able to serve, everybody's going to think they have a prime minister that can do it better than Bibi, and we're going to be in the same fucking shit, because you're going to have a new president in the U.S. 2 years after that, that's going to be most likely a fucking lefty, because everybody's running around like a moron in this country right now, rather than focusing on taking out Gavin Newsom so he can't run in 2028, and focusing on the Jews, when everybody should be ignoring Israel completely, so that Israel can do what they need to do. Instead, every single right-wing influencer and left-wing influencer, all they talk about is this shit. Not Ukraine, Russia, not all the open graves that we just found from ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and from...
Which one specifically? Because I just trolled a couple of original restaurants.
Like Jazzy and
Yeah.
Shy. I spit out my water. I was laughing so hard.
Has Jazzy been in anger management? Because she's a lot calmer than she used to be.
You just gotta catch her at the wrong time. I've heard her get so explosive. It could come at any moment. So to suggest that she's been through some type of therapy or education would be ludicrous.